I wonder what he's going to do. He's going to have to push to get out in front, break that stagger early doors. But yeah, sometimes it can be good in the twos. People don't tend to like being on the very inside.
No.
But it's definitely much nicer than if you're a favourite to win and you're in lane 8 because you're running a little bit blind. So I don't think he'll be completely distraught with lane 2, but I'm sure he'll do more than well enough to survive.
What's your favourite lane that you normally like to sort of race your hurdles in?
I guess for me, I would say probably it's got to be lane 4 or 5 for a 400. I think that's pretty generic, but it is the case. Lane 7, I know Carson Warholm runs in it, but if I'm getting lane 7, I'm throwing hands. Lane 2 or 1, there's definitely, I'm not turning up to the competition.
That's valid. That's very, very valid. I'm equally not a fan of 1 and 2. Weirdly enough, I prefer a 6 or 7.
6 or 7's, that's real. 6 is real.
I like being able to have somebody outside of me, but also knowing it's kind of like a time trial.
Yeah.
And just sort of, because once you sort of get involved in what other people are doing and going with their paces, that's when it all just completely falls apart. Yeah. So
I had a lane 9 in my 2023 English schools. I think Sam Lunt was in lane 4 or something, and I got to about 100 meters and that guy had already come past me, and I was like, if there's 5 lanes and a stagger here, there's at least 50 meters in this.
This is suddenly a slight issue.
Anyway, I think the athletes have been getting called on your marks in just 1 second.
They are.
There we go.
A very wide start up to his blocks for Samuel Wright for Hampshire in 4, but I can let you know that Ethan Franklin is on that inside in 2. Jaden Saunders of Middlesex is in 3. As I said, Samuel Wright of Hampshire goes in 4. Mackenzie Ritson of Avon is a non-starter in 5. Alistair Sharrock of Lancashire is on his outside in 6, with Noah Scott of Durham in 7. Charles Fisher of Sussex is in 8, and Elliot Lloyd Uzuegbu of Northamptonshire is on that outside lane of 9. Great,
an electric start from Ethan Franklin, already making the stagger up on the outside 3 lanes.
Wow.
I think he's going to kick here, and then he's going to just hold that lead. He's going to be able to probably check behind himself there. There it is. And he's probably going to ease up about 30 meters from the line here. Looking very, very comfortable with a 21.48.
That is how you run a heat, ladies and gentlemen. For those young kids watching now, how do you want to show your class and your quality, but also prepare yourself for a final? That's how you do it. Into a minus 1.12. So still loads of time in the bag for Ethan there. Comfortable doing it.
Very comfortable doing it. I've seen a lot of that from athletes of this tournament so far, checking behind them during the races. It's a risky play, but when you're confident in your ability, there's nothing more impressive than that. And, Ethan putting in a good shift for some of us out there today on the track in a minus wind as well. It's looking like an interesting final. I'm sure we're going to get some great results from the second race coming up.
Indeed. So Ethan Franklin is directly through. It's only the fastest qualifier through each heat for non-automatic qualifiers for these senior boys. So we'll have 4 heats to come. 3 more will be on offer for these young men as heat 2 begins to get underway, as well as the rest of our field action is also just beginning to prepare themselves. They're going off at about 10, so yeah, just getting underway as we're ahead of the program actually on the track.
Well, we've got another star athlete in this, another GB runner. Usually doing the 400s this season, but Abuka is back again in lane 6 this time. He did the 200s last year, and now he's started to switch to the 400s this year, but he's decided to do the 200s of this champs. 21.11 coming into this, and I'm sure he can more than break the 21 barrier in the final if he makes his way through this heat.
Absolutely. A little bit of following wind for these lads, hopefully down in the afternoon, should give them that extra little bit of boost to really get underneath those 21 seconds.
It's looking very close PB wise in the outside few lanes. I mean, we've got about 3 people sub 21.5 here. They're going to have to push with top 1 qualifier. There's not a lot of easing up or letting anyone take places.
No. Very, very similar. Well, almost the opposite, but very similar to how there's distance races where you've got just 4 automatic qualifiers and no non-times. It's really a surge through those last couple laps to get your own spots. Similar with these sorts of qualifiers in our sprint, you've got to keep going right till the end to give yourself the best possible chance to get through to the final. These boys will be wanting to do that too, as Charles Unsworth there just visualises his run around the top bend and into the home straight. He goes in 7. Alan Mahatu of South Yorkshire will be inside of him in lane 2, with Oliver Driscoll of London in 3, Marcus Kirk of Cumbria in 4, Lucas Salzai of Surrey in 5, Sidabuka Nwajeki of Northamptonshire is in 6, and Adam Pearson is in 8.
So lane 5's got a good start here, but we're going to see some of our athletes coming out. Lane 7 is flying a little bit here as well. It's very close.
Great tight racing from them. Oh, it's a blanket as they come with the last 50 to go, but Abuka is beginning to move away from Adam Pearson. He takes it 21.09 into a plus 0.9, so that wind is absolutely swirling.
21.09 is pretty comfortable, considering it did seem like a lot of those athletes trying to pace themselves there. You could tell with Ibuka's height and the kind of dominance he irradiates in his massive build that he got ahead there, and he knew he had the legs for it. He was just stretching out there. But I think that there's going to be some fast qualifiers from that heat. Top 4 fastest qualifiers. I think in this last heat you're going to either have to gun it or win it to probably get through it off that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Here we go then, we've got heat 3 on the track with another star athlete right through the middle. That's Harrison Nash of Warwickshire, I should say.
Yeah, Harrison Nash has been grinding out some serious 200s. I think there's a PB recently, that 21.25. So he's coming in pretty good form. On his inside lane 2 is similar, 21.27 from Mayo Alabi. It's going to be a very close one there. See if Mayo can make up the stagger. But it's going to be a tight one for that first fastest qualifier.
Yeah, very tough heat draw for those two boys, because obviously with it only being the winner of each heat making it through to tomorrow, you've got to really push each other, because they both have a great chance, if they do make it through, for challenging for those medals.
Most definitely. I think in the final it's going to be definitely a blanket finish. We're going to have to get the cameras out for that photo.
Oh, I'm definitely going to be there. We're up at our commentary box. We've got some lovely padded seats to be able to keep us nice and comfortable. We're going to be stood for these finals, because we're not going to be able to tell just by seeing on our screen, which is, it's a great testament to how much quality there is in each field.
Yeah, I just noticed the padded seats actually. I was so comfortable I didn't even realise. I think I would have known if it was plastic though.
Just me, your back would have known if it's plastic. But as we said, we've got Mayo Alavi of West Midlands. He goes on the inside in 2. For Shane Neam of Essex is in 3, Oliver Lawrence of Middlesex is in 4, with Harrison Nash of Warwickshire in 5. Scott Harris of Hampshire goes in 6, with Seb Goodrich of North Yorkshire in 7. And Adam Owefuman of Surrey on the outside in lane 8. There's a hush around the stadium as these boys get into their blocks and get ready to go.
I think that might have been I don't want to jinx anything, but I'm worried that might have been from Harrison Nash. It seemed a little bit like a twitch. And in these senior boys races, it is an immediate DQ for any false starts. So unless it was a technical error.
The officials have been pretty lenient thus far with our young athletes.
I can only hope.
So hopefully it's just a yellow and black, just a warning for Harrison, just to keep himself still in those blocks. But obviously this is championship racing, you can't take anything for granted.
It's a very hot day as well. There's a lot, and there's always technical problems with some of the speakers and things like that. It could be anything distracting these athletes today. So there's no doubt in their ability. It's more than just a conditions game.
I do often wonder if these boys will, if any of them do go squad, if they go, yeah, I've just got to run under process like like the Pro Tours do.
Honestly, there's so many run under process the last couple of years.
And that, I believe, is a DQ for Harrison Nash there. That is so unfortunate for him.
It looks like he is going to appeal. So whether or not it's a noise game or some sort of speaker problem, it's very common. I think they're going to check with the track
we're going to have
now.
a chat with the refs and the officials. We'll see if we can pull up, if we can get a replay of that. Ooh. See if we can pull up how have a look. As we just roll back the footage.
I think I saw when it was live, there's a little bit of a heavy twitch. Not necessarily leaving the blocks early, but yeah.
Just enough, just to offset those reaction times. He might be able to justify that was just hearing a little bit of crowd noise, and maybe be able to just give himself a run more than anything.
I've definitely seen it before. It's not rare to say that athletes do twitch in the blocks and don't get called up on it, as long as you're not setting anyone off necessarily, which is a lot easier to do in a 1 than a 2 to set people off. In a 2, you're often not spotted.
So we've still got Harrison there just protesting to those officials. The other boys are just keeping themselves loose and limber. Maybe doing another stride out, maybe doing another practice block start, just to keep themselves mentally in the zone there.
It looks like I think that might be Harrison's coach, or assistant coach, Jacob Spencer, has come on the track there, just to help provide his case. Jacob's a little older, a little more experienced. It can be very nervous, especially if you're like 17, 18 years old like Harrison is. It could be very stressful. It's nice to have an adult with you sometimes to support you.
Indeed. Meanwhile, on the home straight, we've got the Interboys triple jump that's going on, and the Kent athlete there really riling up the crowd. Unfortunately, he does foul that jump, which you can see on the quad stream on the England Athletics YouTube channels. Obviously, we've got 3 streams simultaneously going on, but unfortunately a no jump for our Kent athlete down there, but really getting this crowd going as a result, which is incredible to see.
It appears that he might be showing him a video of the race, and the athletes are now leaving the track, which makes sense to get in some shade, because you do not want to be sat in that sunburn. Coming on the track pale, leaving the track sunburn is not an ideal thing for a 20-second race.
No. I do hope in all the preparations these boys did apply some factor 50, because the UV is high, ladies and gentlemen.
I've got a feel for the timekeepers who are going to be pretty much stuck on the inside of the track until they get to have their lunch break.
Well, to be fair, actually, the timekeepers, I feel sorry for the timekeepers on the inside. We've got some timekeepers off in the stand with us as well, just to rotate around. So hopefully they get a chance to come into the shade too. But yeah, just a slight delay in proceedings. Almost writing the schedule back to where it originally was, actually. We were ahead of time with these heats, and we should be just on time frame back when these last 2 heats go off, and then we've got our 3,000 metre senior girl final after.
It's a very selfless act from Harrison to put us back on schedule.
Oh, absolutely.
I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's a lot of nerves in the air right now, and you can definitely feel that. Not necessarily from the athlete himself who is being accused of disqualification, but the other athletes. You don't want to be on the track any longer than you need to be, and I can definitely imagine that this build-up is not helping for a lot of our less experienced athletes.
It's a waiting game. We've got Jacob Hudson going to see the senior track referees now. I think he may have the stream up.
Yeah, I think
on his phone.
He's probably trying to explain. Look, I know that he had a little bit of a jitter. I know that he might have preempted something there, but he didn't leave the blocks any earlier. He didn't set anyone off. So let's just call spade a spade and leave it at that.
So it seems that we have heat 4 that's now going to go instead of heat 3, whilst that formal protest has been put in.
It's very interesting. I've never actually seen that before.
No. Great jump as well down there from our Middlesex athlete in the inter-voice triple jump. Just in the meantime. But yeah, we'll have heat 4 just setting up their blocks. So I can let you know that Jamie Goldsmith for Hampshire will be instead going in lane 2 instead of heat 3, with Sawyer Ragg of Cornwall in lane 3. Oliver Dunn of Lancashire is in 4, with Joshua Kay and Welford of the West Midlands in 5. Caelan Taylor of Middlesex is in 6, with Ethan Ochieng of South Yorkshire in 7, and Marcel Winter of Essex on our outside in lane 8.
Our favourite to win this heat would be Caelan Taylor of Middlesex with a 21.3. Been a pretty consistent time today, the low 21s. So we'll see if he can try and perfectly gauge this heat.
Indeed. It seems that that wind is now picked up back into a headwind. I can just see those. You've got a set of flags of English schools ones just in front of us, and they are all sort of waving in that direction down the home straight, which would indicate that a headwind is occurring. But it also is occurring in that same direction on the back street too, so it might be a tailwind on one way, headwind on the other. It's always difficult to predict here at the Alex.
I think at the Alexander right now we've got a bit of a tornado going. Every time I've ran, it's been one of those, at least if we get a headwind on the back straight, we might get a tail on the home and then end up with a head on both. So you never know, it's unpredictable. You've just got to turn up and try and be as wind resistant as possible.
Absolutely. Well, it's a good indication both for our 4 athletes who will be a little bit later on, but also our athletes many of our athletes will be back here for nationals in a couple of weeks or so. Various under 13, 17 and then 20 and seniors. And then obviously British Champs is also here this year as well. Great to see the Alex getting so much love and so much use out of it, and it'd be great for the crescendo of these national championships this year to have British Champs on this track in a couple of weeks now, isn't it?
Yeah, British Champs, I'm pretty sure it's, I think it might be just before August, or at the start of August.
Yeah.
It's a similar time to under 20 Euros, I think, so might see a few of our under 20 athletes pulling out of British Champs before.
Absolutely. I'm assuming you are down to do British Champs, it will be hopefully in Euros instead.
Yeah, I was down to do British Champs, but I think you get like 4 or 5 days before flying out to Euros, so I think it's not worth the risk sometimes.
No. We will nip that Euros chat in the bud for after when Heat 4 is been and gone, but these boys are ready to go. can also see that those senior girls have now made their way to the back straight as well. So it'll be interesting to see if they put the senior girls race on before, whilst they do this protest for this last heat. But regardless, we still have Goldsmith, Ragg, Nunn, Welford, Taylor, Ochieng and Winter. Heats 4 of the senior boys 200 metres. Here we go then, underway, clean start this time, a very even start between all of our athletes. Watch out for the Middlesex athlete who has made up that stagger on the outside. He is going very, very well. That is Caelan Taylor, who had the fastest time coming into this race, and he is motoring away down that home straight. But Ochieng of South Yorkshire outside of it is beginning to pull that gap through, and it's all...
I think he might have taken him on the first finish there from Ethan Ochieng.
Too close to call. Very, very good racing from both of those athletes. Taylor gives a shake of the head as he crosses the line, as he's not quite happy with how that went.
Yeah, I think a 21.61 wasn't exactly what he was looking for. But if you're going to save yourself for the final, you can't obviously commit too hard. But for that first qualifying spot, especially with a 21.61, it might be the difference with some of the fastest qualifiers coming from the previous heats.
Indeed, indeed. But a great time there for 21.61. That would be a new personal, well, new season best, hopefully new personal best for Ethan Ochieng.
Yeah, neither athlete looks massively content with the time right now, as they're very stressed on finding out whether or not they're going to get to come on the track again.
It'll be very much a case of more to come, reload it, as our young boys say on their socials. A lot of talk on the socials probably, but who will come out on top is anyone's guess.
And look who it is back on the track, Harrison Nash.
He's done it.
I think the officials might have just got bored of the conversation and just given in what he wanted. But I'm glad to see we've got a full heat, because we don't like to see red cards around here.
No, absolutely not. Is Harrison known for an electric start? He's
not known for his false starts, which is good. But yeah, I would say he's one of those athletes. He pushes hard in the bend and then he just rolls off into the home straight, because that's the most important part. Is you can see the stagger on the bend a little bit, but when you see them come off onto that home straight, that's when you can see when athletes start to extend their lead. Absolutely. He might be a bit psyched out now, as most athletes would be after being feared for their life that they might have just come all the way here and not get to run. So that you've got to take that into consideration. But yeah, I think a lot of our athletes here are going to put a great display in this heat. It's one of our fastest heats.
Indeed. So just to re-run through, we still have Maya Wallaby of West Midlands in 2, Fashun Eniam of Essex in 3, Oliver Lawrence of Middlesex in 4, Harrison Nash, who's just gone back into the show just to have a chat with the officials, but he hopefully should be in 5. I say that, he is just being walked somewhere. So we will hold tight as to what's happening with Harrison Nash there, but
not too sure who it is.
He might. I don't think he's being. I think he has been DQ'd, and I don't think he's being allowed to race. So that is very unfortunate for poor Harrison. I think he was told to set his blocks just in case, but I don't think that protest has gone through. I think that's the team manager for Warwickshire there, just with him.
I know he'll be gutted. The process is they usually make the decision on the track, then they take the decision to the box room where they're all looking at the stream, they review the footage, and then they come back, so it can take a while. But anyway, he is now starting race 3 of 4, running a bit delayed.
The rest of these boys are underway at the first time of asking. Clean lane inside of 5. It's now anyone's race, but it should be Maya Wallaby who comes through. Let's see as they come into the home
lane
straight.
8.
Watch out for Offenham of Surrey. He's going well on the outside. He's leading it as they come into that last 50. It's between him and Alavi, but it seems to be Offenham 21.38 into a plus 1.3.
Massive PB there. A drop from a 21.6 in advance.
So that should be a cracking personal best there for Adam Offenham of Surrey. Maya Wallaby should have hopefully done enough there to get second, and a non-automatic qualifying spot. But for such a delay for these boys to be able to still produce a 21.3 is very, very good running all around from our young men there. So he will join Ethan Franklin and Ebuka Keji. Sorry, as I said yesterday, apologies if I butcher a surname. But they will be joining those two. Adam Pearson should also be in the final. He ran a 21.26 in that second heat. And then we should see potentially one of these boys in the heat 4 or heat 3 even. Yeah, both Taylor and Ochieng from heat 4 should be through. They both ran 21.6s. And potentially Charles Onworth as well in heat 2. It's difficult to tell. We should get those results come through whilst our senior go 3,000 metres.
Interesting to see in heat 2 we had a disqualification for Marcus Kirk of Cumbria. I didn't notice anything on the start, so I can only assume it might have been a lane infringement.
Absolutely, may have just taken a few too many steps on that inside, which is a very common occurrence in those 200 metres.
Right, next up we have the 3,000 metre senior girls final.
Absolutely, not for these ladies though. They had their heat yesterday? Let's just check.
I can imagine with, I think there's 16 athletes on the track right now. It would have been quite rough if they had a heat the day before, but...
Well, the senior boys did.
I can't imagine how many they must have had then.
Bless them, we were here till 6:30 last night watching the 4 senior boys finally get their heats underway to qualify through. Quite nice for them though that it was a little bit cooler in the evening, so it wasn't quite the searing heat that these ladies will have to endure. But regardless, we have from inside to outside Faith Taylor, Neve Robinson, Megumi Hishoko, Leonie Devendale, Zoe Hughes, Freya Murdoch, Darcy Murphy, Madeline Pearce, Erin Wells, Sarah Barrett, Kira Shaw, Imogen Edwards, Ava Clough, Alice Fern, Freya Bradley, and then Zoe Gilbody. Standout athlete there on the outside for Shropshire. He's got a 9.21 coming into this competition. But Julie, remember Zoe Gilbody a few weeks ago at our UAB Track and Field Festival, going with Jess Bailey for a lot of that pace just before Jess took that race away from her. So interesting to see how she will cope with this championship race here.
I think Madeline Pearce is currently leading the pack right now, being brave and taking it out, wearing the bib number 7 from Buckinghamshire. She is run a good time this season, 9.55. Will she be able to, if she can hold on here, it could be a pretty good show.
Absolutely, it's a good honest pace thus far.
Yeah, it's nice to see when they spread out a little. It's never a good race when they clump up and slow each other down.
No.
It's a very tactical race when they do that, but it's nice to see some athletes going out there being like, I know what time I can put down, I know what I've got to run to put it down. Absolutely. And so I'm going to go out there and I'm going to run my own race.
It's a great mixture of championship racing, because we saw that yesterday as well with our senior boys in the heat. So the first heat, they were almost pedestrian, tripping off over each other. They went through the first 400 at about 85, which was astonishing to see almost for athletes of such calibre. In that second heat, we had Matthew Cross, who just took it from gun to tape, put about 50 metres between him and the rest of the pack in the first lap alone, and controlled the race with great aplomb there. So
yeah, you can always, sometimes you see, I remember in 2022 in Manchester with the English schools, a lot of athletes came off the track with spike marks all up their calves, a lot of blood dripping down them. It looked like we just sent them off to war rather than sent them to race. But that's the battle that you go through in some of these races. It can get pretty physical, and I can't lie, there's not a lot of officiating that can be done about it when there's so many laps.
No. I can't imagine quite the argy-bargy that you have to deal with on the start line. Obviously, where we are at university, we've got a lot of friends across different distances, and very good friends with some of our 1500 boys, and they say that sort of fight you have to do in that first 100 metres is quite testing for them. It's almost harder than actually doing the race, because when you're just in that rhythm and counting off those laps, that's almost the easy bit. Finding that good position off the start line and making sure that you're not bunched together not tripping over one another. That's almost the hard bit of racing.
Yeah, and, I mean, and 1500 runners, they're not exactly the roughest blokes. I mean,
No.
middle distance, they're usually some of the nicest people you meet, but get them on the track and they might do whatever they can to win. You can see they're setting up the 110 metres senior
good.
men's hurdles now as well, so I think that might be lining up for after this 3K race.
Indeed, indeed. Very conscious not to name drop there because he will get embarrassed, bless him. But no, let's. Whilst these ladies are going around, we've got 5 laps to go of this heat. I can let you know the results of our senior boys and senior girls heats for these 200 who will be in the final later. Ava Freeman and Savannah Morgan, they will be in the final with Casey Musgrave joining them from South Yorkshire. In Heat 2, as you saw, Callie Dowdy of Essex and Lily Cowan of Surrey, they are both through. And then finally, Tammy George and Oluwadisman Showimimo of Kent, they are also both through. And our last non-automatic qualifier is Tammy Adesina of Nottinghamshire in that heat, running 24.87 to just squeak through.
Yeah, it was a very quick, it was pretty much 24.20, 24.20, 24.23 from the top 3 in each heat. So a pretty consistent performance across all the way around. It's going to be tight for a medal. It's definitely going to be a big performance needed, and I think a lot of PBs from a lot of athletes for that.
Indeed.
That first heat did fly as much as we thought it did. They really did go pretty much all sub 20, 24.4 there.
Indeed. I'll also let you know that the senior girls pole vault has just started. You can see that in the top right of your quad stream. If you're watching in on that, obviously you can't hear us on that quad stream, but if you want to know that what's going on there, that is occurring. We've still got our inter-boys treble jump there, really getting the crowd going, which is great to see. It's a great competition there. We've not quite got the result. Oh, we do actually have the results coming through. I can tell you that Tito Anuanuke of Middlesex is leading at the minute with a 15.10. That is the Essex athlete of Sean Connor Atafo, who has just jumped there in round 2. A cracking jump. I'm very excited by that. He's jumped 15.05 in the first one, so we'll be interested to see if he has bettered that time. That jump even.
These guys have been pretty much jumping against each other here. They're about 30 centimetres away from the rest of the pack and only 5 centimetres between them. It's going to be pretty tight for that gold medal, I can only assume.
Indeed. Well, it's very exciting as well, because a lot of these athletes will both be wanting to better themselves, but also better the championship record that will be set down. The championship record for the inter-boys triple jump is 15.91. That was set by Jonathan Moore in 2000, so a championship record that stood for 25 years.
We've seen records go though. I mean, that long jump one yesterday, goodness me, 780
Indeed.
from I think it was a 740 before. Yeah, I mean, put him on the all-time list, definitely. I think he might be one of the top of all time in the long jump for his age.
And obviously we've got that added incentive as well with this partnership with Pride Direct and Puma, that if you do achieve a championship record, you do get a Puma kit drop too. So for our inter-boy who did win that long jump, he's got that kit drop. See if one of our triple jumpers can achieve that similar feat, or if one of our girls in the 3,000 metres can get that time.
I don't know if we've gone through it yet, but the 200 metre senior boys results are all
they through
out now? Finally out. The fastest qualifying haven't been decided yet, but we can pretty much work that out, I think. So far it says that everyone who's DQ'd and DNS'd is qualified. I'm not too sure how accurate that could be.
So who do we have through? We've got definitely through Ethan Franklin, and we've got Ibuka KG. We've got Mayo Alavi and also Kaylin Taylor.
There we go. And the fastest qualifiers.
Ethan Oshiek did make it through, as well as Adam Offerman in Heat 3, and then Adam Pearson and Charles Underworth in Heat 2. So we've got a stacked final there waiting to come. Meanwhile, on the track, whilst we've just been catching up with what's been happening around the stadia, our 3,000 metre senior girls have been turning up the pace, and here goes Zoe Gilbody now. With about 2.5 laps to go, she has begun to turn on the burners and move away from the
Freya
rest of
Bradley
the pack.
in second.
Indeed, she moves away from little Freya Bradley there for Avon, and the Buckinghamshire athlete of Madeline Pearce in third.
They were fighting with each other, trying to take that first second, seeing who wants to lead it, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Zoe Gilbody has just decided, you know what, I'm setting the pace from now on. She's got a nice little 20-metre gap so far.
So it's a great move there from Zoe Gilbody as she takes the bell. 1 lap to go, 8:13 on the clock for her.
Unless anything drastic happens, I think our top 3 are secured. It's just a case of what order are they going to come through that line in.
Absolutely, absolutely. Watch out for the clock as well. Our championship record is set by Paula Radcliffe of all people with a 9:04. So about a 50-second lap, which might be just a bit of a stretch for her, would see her break that championship record. But nonetheless, she is going to take this crown at an absolute canter. This is some great tactical racing for her. She really sat in those first few laps, bided her time, and then made her move to great effect with 200 to go.
To be fair, I think a 50-second lap would also break the women's 400 record, but one can only hope.
Absolutely.
She is coming very confidently in. She's stretching out more than the gap than she was on the last lap, and in second place we can see Freya Bradley is also holding on to that second place.
Indeed. So here comes Zoe Gilbody. Hopefully she should set a new season best for her. She'll be very, very close to that. 9:18, 19, 20, 21, just outside of it. 9:23 dead for her to be the senior girl 3,000 metre English schools champion.
And look at what it's taken from her. Everything. You have to leave everything out on that track to make sure you can win.
Massive congratulations to her. Freya Bradley gets silver for the Avon team. Madeline Pearce for getting bronze, for the great reward for that early pace work that she did.
And I think that might be a big PB from Madeline Pearce as well, coming in with a 9:55. She came through the line there about 9:40.
Great rewards all round as the rest of our ladies just come in. Massive congratulations to all of them for braving the elements almost and doing a 3,000 metres in this heat. It's not easy by any stretch of the imagination.
A lot of our 200-metre runners would hope to have less than 10 minutes stuck in the sun on the track, and these guys having to run for an entire 10 minutes in most cases. So yeah, very well done to Zoe Gilbody for taking the win there. It's not easy to set a PB and win a race, you tend to find in these middle distance, long distance races, because you are definitely pacing off your opponents. You have to usually pick one or the other, whether you're going to run for yourself
or run for someone else. Yeah,
someone else.
Indeed. So that's all our senior girls now across the line.
I hope.
Congratulations to them all. Because we've got the next set of our finals. So we've got the 100 hurdles senior girls along the back straight, and then our 110 senior boys along the home straight. So, as well as our long jump senior girls also on the back straight. So, a bit of dual action occurring. Both sets of athletes have just set their blocks, and then we'll be able to have a run out over the first couple hurdles, figure out their rhythm, figure out their stride pattern before they then take their marks. It also gives the officials just a chance to set the rest of these hurdles. And as always, we've got to give a massive shout out and a massive thank you to all of our officials who give up their time, volunteer across the stadium to make this event run as smoothly as it does. Simply wouldn't be able to run as smoothly or even at all.
I can't imagine having a bunch of athletes set themselves up would go very well. I think there would be a very low chance of DQs as well without any officials.
Indeed, indeed.
A lot of PBs maybe.
True. I couldn't imagine students trying to work an electronic timing though. That would be
it'd probably be
very interesting thing.
Timing yourself with the whoop.
He set a new PB and a new strain PB as well. Well done to him.
I think that might be the future of athletics, the way we're going. Strava PBs might be worth more these days.
Yeah. Can't wait to see the Stravas at the end of this 2,000 metres hot and humid. What's the best caption that you can they can find as a result?
We have a very competitive 110 metre senior boys final here with Josh Taylor and Toby Wright. Very similar in PB. If I'm not mistaken, they might actually have the same PB. And they're going to be battling for that Euro under 20 spot coming up in a couple of weeks. Back here again at Nationals. So this is kind of a preliminary round to that. This is basically their way of showing each other this is what I can do. Toby Wright going over first. 2 hurdles there.
It's almost mano-a-mano between the two. Really, who can draw first blood? Who can set that psyche from early that I will be quicker than you in a few weeks when we get to those all-important qualifications for under 20s.
We can't forget also about, I think that might be Adam Dingley. Yes, Adam Dingley in the lane 4 there, just inside of Toby, and Josh Taylor on his outside. Those middle 3 lanes are going to be the ones for us to watch, I think. But in lane 2 we have Jack Wheatley, lane 3 Trey Corliss, lane 4 Adam Dingley, lane 5 is Toby Wright, lane 6 Joshua Taylor, lane 7 Jaden Alan Bramble, lane 8 Ogba Mudia Arubo, and lane 9 Montana Dennis.
Indeed, and whilst we have that on the home straight, we also have on the back straight our senior girls who are also about to go over the first couple hurdles to set themselves. In that final we have Esme Pounder of North Yorkshire, Maria Gordon of Durham, Leah Wagstaff of Cambridgeshire, Eden Robinson of Somerset, Lily Gale of Kent, Jessica Bliss of Sussex, Imogen Lochran, I should say, of Derbyshire, and then Ellen Roberts on the outside for Surrey.
And once again in that senior girls race, those 3 lanes, I've seen Leah Wagstaff race before, a very confident hurdler. I think it might have been under 17s a couple of years ago. I think she might have won a few competitions at that. But Eden Robinson, I watched her in the heats yesterday. She's absolutely flying, running her own race.
Yeah, we saw a great heat from Eden Robinson yesterday. She really took it to the field, was really, really comfortable over those first few hurdles, and then just sort of eased it down, really showed her class there and why she has the quickest time on paper. We believe that it will be the senior boys that will go first. So you can only have one race at a time, even though they are going on opposite straights. So there's a little bit of deliberation between the two, see who will be going first. And have a lot of nerves on both straights. It's a big deal to be English Schools champion.
It really is. I've been trying to milk it for about a year now. That's why I came back, just to let people know. But yeah, there's no doubt that's running through these guys' minds. I've raced against a couple of people in this race as well, back when I did 100 hurdles at English Schools.
Wow.
I think I raced against Trey Corliss. It was me and him dipping for the finish, but anyway, they're lining up now. And they might take their time getting in their blocks, as a lot of hurdlers like to do.
Absolutely.
A bit of their starting rituals.
Well, I was going to say that your group has got a lot of English Schools pedigree sort of within it. From
I mean,
the top down.
There's a lot of red vests in this final as well. A lot of sleeves. Adam Dingley just setting up there.
So, as we said, inside to outside, Wheatley, Corliss, Dingley, Wright, Taylor, Alan Bramble, Aribo and Dennis. 110 senior boys final. Oh.
Seems...
It's not quite settled.
I think it was Trey Corliss there, just raising us back a little bit and backing off from the blocks. It's just a green card, probably a technical error. Might not have been, speakers might not have come through. But they're going back down again now.
So we definitely will have these 110 hurdle senior boys that will go first, and we'll go straight across to our senior girls. And we've got a couple more hurdles races after that as well, with our inter boys and inter girls going off after. So here we go then. Once again, 110 hurdles senior boys final. They are away, first time of asking, and it is.
Toby Wright and Josh Taylor just tied in that first and second right now. Josh Taylor just extending it a little bit. Toby's going to try and come back. His hurdle a bit heavy. Dingley takes over.
Here we go. The Josh Taylor takes it. 13.79.
And he'll definitely take that. Very good celebrations coming through the line there.
Incredible work from Josh Taylor. He takes the scalp over Toby Wright. And first blood to him in this battle of championships towards under 20s this year.
Yeah, it was a very heavy hit, unfortunately, on this penultimate hurdle from Toby. Dingley came through just feeding off of it. I'm not too sure whether he managed to catch him or not. I think he might have just held on with a strong last hurdle. And a good performance all around from all the boys. It's not easy hurdling in any wind. There's no such thing as a tailwind or a headwind really in sprint hurdles.
No.
Because you're either getting too close to the hurdle or you're too far away. So with a bit of a swirly effect going on around here. We've got the senior girls actually straight away.
Here we go.
Back to back.
Back to back. Pounder, Gordon, Wagstaff, Robertson, Gale, Bliss, Loughlin, Roberts. Here we go then. Very even start between Robertson and Gale through the middle. Watch out also for Bliss on the outside. She is really taking it to Robertson. It's Robertson, then Bliss. But it seems to be Ida Robertson who's just pulled away and will take the title. Can't quite see the clock, but Ida Robertson can on that back straight there. But Ida Robertson is your senior girls 100-metre hurdles champion.
Jessica Bliss,
very happy with
very
that.
good run there to come out of nowhere. Maybe not considered to have been in medal contention before, but it looked like she really gave Robertson a run for her money in that race.
To about hurdle 7 and 8, she was right on Robertson's shoulder and applying some really good pressure. And she did similar in the heat yesterday. Really showed her quality from the outset through those first 6 and 7 hurdles. Probably demonstrating what a good 60 hurdler she is as well. Faded ever so slightly. Just a battle for second and third with Gale and I think also Ian Robinson. Oh no, sorry, Leah Wagstaff from Cambridgeshire. Yeah, third and fourth was a very tight finish there. I think it was one of those off the last hurdle, trying to dip for the line kind of jobs. But great racing there from those ladies. We've got a couple more finals on the back straight. We've got our junior boys 80-metre hurdles first. Then we have our inter-boys 100-metre hurdles. That will both occur on the track on the back straight. And whilst they go off, our inter-girls 80-metre hurdles final will occur after. And then we have the home straight that will have our 100-metre finals. Junior girls first, all the way through to our senior boys finals, back to back to back, running through it. So lots of final action for you to keep you really engrossed on this Saturday morning here at the Alexander Stadium. Whilst that occurs, we've still got our field as well. Give you a running update of that inter-boys triple jump final. The atmosphere is really building here. These boys, only about 15-60, but they know how to work the crowd. And I can tell you that Harley Henry of Bedfordshire has moved into the lead with a 15.26 jump. Tito Ideneko of Middlesex has now moved into second. 15.10 still for him. And Sean Connor Attifo has now moved down into third for Essex with 15.05. Watch out also for Jemilionu Hughes of London, who's in fourth, 14.79. They are a little bit of a cut away from the rest of the field at the minute. Yeah, got a while left to go here. I think we're on maybe the second round of jumping still. And yeah, there's nothing's concrete as we've seen already. A 15.26 coming out following a 14.06. That's an extra metre and a bit there. You don't usually. A lot of jumpers will be begging and praying for 10 centimetres every jump. To take a metre in between rounds. Absolutely. Keep adding those metres on. That's a British record. It's another clap going here. So this is the Essex athlete of Sean Connor Attifo, working that crowd really well. He can see it on our quad stream. If you want to move into that, but I can let you know that he is a little bit far away from the board there, but still a great jump, a legal jump to really back up his series. That will get measured. Oh, my apologies. It's not Sean Conor-Attifo. That is actually Emmanuel Iwachukwu.
We have two Essex jumpers with only one number in between them. It's hard from up here to see the difference between some of the 27s, 28s.
It's even worse when you wait till we start doing the distance on.
There's a 28A as well here, goodness me.
Oh.
There's two 28s.
We've got 3 Essex athletes in this final.
I think this might be our junior boys heading over to the 80-metre mark.
Indeed, so we'll keep you updated with that final. We've also got our shot put for the intergirls that are just warming up at the minute on the top bend. Our pole vault is still occurring. If you want to have a look at our outer field stream, we've got the distance boys who are still throwing out there, probably just coming into the last bit of their competition. And as well as we've got the javelin senior girls that have just finished, so we'll wait to see the results as they come through for that final and let you know who is the champion there. Our long jump senior girls have just got started.
Yeah, just going through some of the lineup for the long jump senior girls. If I can pull it up here.
I think that is all of the finals that are currently ongoing as our junior boys just prepare themselves for the first couple of hurdles too.
Yeah, for the long jump senior girls today, we've got Ella Woods of Hereford and Worcestershire and Daisy Snell. Two athletes that have competed with each other for the last few years now. It's been back and forth between who can take which competitions. It's going to be very interesting to see who can do it on today. Obviously, Daisy Snell coming in with a better season's best of 6:31. But sometimes current form isn't everything. People show each other up. People prove themselves.
Absolutely.
Some people come back from injuries, even this late in the season.
It's weird to think that we were back in May. We were like, it's just the start of the season. We're already nearly halfway through July. The season's really ramping up to
it really is. I'm kind of just I'm waiting for it to end. I don't know what it is this year, but it feels like it's going on too long. Maybe I'm getting too old now. I'm getting a bit weary.
Don't say that, I'm older than you. That is a horrible statement if you're saying that.
But I mean, still got nationals, still got British champs, still got international competitions, still got YDL finals for a lot of these athletes as well.
Very, very true. Another big milestone as YDL finals in their calendars.
Yeah, YDL finals sometimes a similar atmosphere to English schools, no doubt about it. Surrounded by not only your county mates a lot of the time, but a lot of your club mates from all over the country.
Absolutely.
And to be able to win that and qualify for DNA in Europe, a lot of people are going to be wanting to do that, even as late as September when it is.
Why is this that? So, our junior boys are just ready to go. Interesting to note that in the heats, our junior boys and our inter boys aren't allowed to use blocks, but in the finals they are.
Very tough.
So we've got some boys with blocks, some boys without, but I can tell you that inside to outside we have Thierry Kerr of Greater Manchester in 2, Jake Phillips of Kent in 3, Fabian Nayan of Essex in 4, Caden Thomas of Bedfordshire in 5, Charles Riley of Lincolnshire in 6, Jay Sane of Merseyside in 7, Jacob Clark Jones of Kent in 8, and Gabriel Edwards of Essex in 9. These boys all making it through the heats yesterday for this final. But who will come out on top? We saw some great running, especially from our inside lanes, from Fabian Nayan, from Fabian Nayan even, from Caden Thomas and from Charles Riley.
Yeah, Caden Thomas is going to want to take this here. Running 11.09, he might be looking for that sub-11 today. I think it might be a little bit of a headwind on the back straight.
Indeed, it's a shame we can't quite see those clocks on the back straight. Need a reporter on that side. I might enlist help for one of my training mates who I know is in that stand to come and tell us that they are underway nonetheless. A great start from the inside. That is Caden Thomas of Bedfordshire. But watch out for Charles Riley of Lincolnshire. He has now taken over the lead and he is moving away. He takes it. Wow.
What a dominant run by Charles Riley there.
He is your junior boys 80-metre English schools champion from, I believe, Fabian Nayan of Essex and then Caden Thomas in 3rd.
Junior boys, when did they start making junior boys like that? That is a man, a very strong performance from a very strong man.
See down on the home straight, 10.96.
10.96, that's a man.
For Charles Riley.
We were expecting a sub-11, but not necessarily knowing who it might be from. And Charles Riley showing us that.
Incredible.
Fine, I'll do it myself.
Absolutely. Such good work from him.
PB and a gold medal. What more can you really want?
It's the dream, that. It's the absolute dream. Just having a look from yesterday. I think he came into this field as one of the outsiders. Yeah, indeed. Did not have one of the quickest seasons best on average. Fabian Neyer and Lewinsky Kirkland did have the 2 quickest seasons bests before coming into this field, so taking some huge scalps. Obviously, as we saw yesterday, Lewinsky Kirkland did unfortunately fall in his heat, so didn't quite make the final, but to be able to take that scalp over Fabian Neyer is a great sort of mental preparation for him to come back here for Nationals in a couple weeks' time. And yeah, what a great final that is. We've still got even more to come. Our officials will just set the hurdle heights for these inter boys. Move them off, move them back a little bit, for they have 100 metres to go. In the meantime, we also have our junior girls 100 metres who are just beginning to set their blocks on the home straight. Just having a look, and that might actually be... Yeah, it is. It's the inter girls who are going to go first on that back straight. So we've got the inter girls on the back straight, and then our junior girls on the home straight. They are about to go, so we'll give you that lineup first. Got China Ray Smart of Nottinghamshire in 2, Mia Moscow of Surrey in 3, Neela Chukwu of Greater Manchester in 4, Honor Oteg, standout athlete from Essex in 5. Adeobi Odobugne of Buckinghamshire goes in 6, Amazing Hibbard of Hampshire in 7, Atonia Kinosoa of Derbyshire in 8, and Soraya Mills of Berkshire in 9. As I said yesterday, Honor Oteg is the standout athlete in this field. She is the all-time second fastest under 13 girl over 100 metres last year. Obviously at under 15 now, moving up into that junior girls category. But with the aid now of blocks, we could see what she will be able to do.
It can be really tough, especially from sprinters, but also those hurdles athletes where the blocks, they kind of become the difference between 0.1 and 0.2 seconds in every race. And if you're used to a certain stride pattern or a certain lowness or depth in how you go, to not have them in the heats, it can be make or break whether you make the final.
Absolutely. I'm sure for a lot of these girls, especially girls and boys, for the junior and the inter boys, they both, when they're doing their speed sessions, practice both with and without blocks to really get mentally prepared for such a big competition like this English schools final. Hopefully
a lot of the athletes will have known in advance from previous races that you are not, that is the rules.
Indeed, but here we go, the junior girls final. Cleanly away, first time of asking, and Honor Oteg, the great drive phrase through. She is storming through the middle, taking a metre out for the rest of the field already, and she is out and away. Here we go, 11.80 for Honor Oteg. That is a new personal best for her, into a plus 0.3 wind.
And then I think it might have been Greater Manchester coming in second place there, and then Ogbunnudik coming in third. It was a little bit of a battle there for second and third. Very good results around. That might be PBs all round. If 11.80 took it through the line.
Absolutely. Probably looking about a 12, in and around an 11 high or 12 low for
certainly
the girls outside of her. But Honor Oteg takes that title. Her first English schools title, that is, for her. I believe it's her first year of English schools entirely. So to come in first year of English schools, taking the junior girls 800 metre title is a fantastic achievement for Honor Oteg, and congratulations to her.
Certainly. Straight back into action again, already on the back straight.
Welcome on it. It doesn't stop round here.
It doesn't stop.
No.
I like when they do the whole lap races. They're nice and calm. When we get both straights going and the jumps and everything, action packed. Sometimes you've got to pick and choose what events you get to watch, which can be disappointing if you've got friends on each. But I guess you just got to pick your favourite friend sometimes.
Pick a favourite friend. Get multiple streams up. Get it. Bring all your devices along. Yeah,
you've got two eyes for a reason. Just keep an eye on both races.
Indeed. But on this back straight, we've got Grace Anumu of Greater Manchester in 2, Grace McCollin of Warwickshire in 3, Molly Mills of Greater Manchester in 4, Izzy Ray of Berkshire in 5, Emily Scott of Essex in 6, Olivia Crawford of Cheshire in 7, Tess Heffel of Kent in 8, and Nia Thomas says unattached, but I can see she's wearing the London vest in lane 9.
I think we've all been seeing a lot of Izzy Ray recently. I think she might have broken the British record recently in the
Wow.
hurdles. So she is in brilliant form.
Cracking form. Well, yeah, she comes into this competition with, yeah, indeed,
Yeah, she ran I think it was 1 week ago, she ran a 10.94 in the YDL match in the 80-metre women's hurdles.
Obviously, an entry for sport, so you can see, keep up to date with all of our results on entry for sport. It says she's got 11.19 season's best. It was taken down on our reports to a 10.99 on the entrance, and then obviously, yeah, she said British record of 10.94 now, so we're hoping to get somewhere near that for this final for Izzy Ray.
And then obviously we've got some people like Emily Scott and Molly Mills who might be wanting to just kind of sit on that kind of pace, knowing where it could take them. It's important though in sprint hurdles not to necessarily pace off the people outside of you, because everyone's legs are a little longer, everyone runs a little faster. You might not make the hurdle in time.
It's the great sort of thing with these sort of schools competition, the growth and maturation of different athletes across the different categories from junior to inter to senior. You can see just how the different developments have occurred and where their strengths and weaknesses lie in.
Most certainly. I mean, you see some familiar faces from the juniors moving up to an extra 20 metres of hurdles when they go into inters. And sometimes you get repeat winners, sometimes you get new people up and coming, just started. But anyway, they're getting ready to go off right now.
Oh,
looks like a bit of an early start there.
Grace Amuwu of Greater Manchester has her head in her hand already. Sometimes you have to play a bit of an actor really, just to sort of deceive the officials, but I think that is a clear, blatant false start for Grace. Don't want to get ourselves back on the stream, but we'll just replay that on our mini screen. We've got 3 screens going on up here. Technologies these days is a thing of beauty, but we'll just have a closer look.
Yeah, it was a little bit shaky in the blocks.
But she's been given a second chance. We can see, I think she's just been given a warning.
Beauty of the inter age category is they are a little more welcoming to
Absolutely.
mistakes.
So happily enough, no one's disqualified. We've still got Amuwu, McCollin, Mills, Ray, Scott, Crawford, Heppel and Thomas. Inter girls 80-metre hurdles final. Little bit of twitches all around, but they are away safely. Izzy Ray straight into her running. Watch out for the Warwickshire athlete of McCollin inside of her, but Izzy Ray takes it.
Ooh, heavy hit there. Hopefully she's okay. She really wanted to get in that top 3. She knew she was on the edge of it. Izzy Ray taking it there.
With the face paint, 11.01 for her. She is your English schools champion.
Getting caught up about hurdle 2 or 3 by Grace McCollin, but then just extending her lead a little longer. I think the athlete who's gone to the floor, unfortunately, will be hoping that she got in the top 3. I think that would make her feel better about the injury.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, home straight, here we go. 100-metre junior boys final. Miles Gillard in 2 for Hampshire. Toby Moxham in 3 for Devon. Lawrence Foster of Essex in 4. Tristan Sabura of Kent in 5. Pierce Spencer Sims of Surrey in 6. Lemenu Osei Bentu of Buckinghamshire in 7. Nathaniel Wade of North Yorkshire in 8. And Giovanni Lakota of London in 9. They are away. Watch out for Pierce Spencer Sims and Tristan Saburu. 10.92 and 10.94 between them as their season's best.
The
and
Surrey
Pierce
athlete
Spencer
is
Sims
flying.
is moving away. He is gone. Clock does not stop, but he has taken that title.
Looked like it might be a low 11 from what I could see.
To a minus 0.7 win. but Piers Spencer-Simms is your champion. He obviously won, he came second in the 200 here last year at English schools in that junior boys category. So to be able to take the win in the 100, rewrite those wrongs, and probably that disappointment he had on coming second is a great achievement for Piers Spencer-Simms, so congratulations to him. He is your 100 metres champion from Tristan Saburu. Unsure as to who came third. We'll get verification on that when that comes through.
Yeah, it seemed that Tristan came out just a little more sluggish than he hoped, and Piers really took advantage of that. Got out early, then just extended.
Absolutely. We can also let you know that the javelin that we said had just finished earlier. Wow, there we go. Yeah, the javelin has just finished. You take that Harriet Wheeler of Cheshire has come third at 45.14. Aisha Jones, who's not quite on the podium, but she did come second, 48.62 for her. And then Harriet Court has taken the English schools title in 52.68. And I can also let you know that that is a new championship record for Harriet Court. Massive congratulations to her. The old championship record, just having a look through the results, yeah, it was 50.54, so she's taken 2 meters, or extended that championship record by 2 meters, and has achieved a new Puma kit drop with that, so massive congratulations to Harriet Court.
It's interesting to see that. I think Aisha Jones might have decided not to take her last 3 throws, it seems.
She did indeed. She thought she was comfortable, and in the 5th round, Harriet Court took that title, well, took that gold medal, and then took the title away from Aisha Jones. She's going to be a little bit disappointed. She's going to compose herself really, then come back to get her medal after, but great throwing all around from our ladies. Meanwhile, does not stop. Intergirls are on the start line, ready to go. Gissy Nicole Caparelli of Hertfordshire is in the inside in 2. Maya Hayward Mills of Surrey's in 3. Ruby Rogers of Oxfordshire in 4. Chevelle Marshall of Surrey's in 5. Abigail Ajakai of Buckinghamshire in 6. Celine Obina-Alo of Durham's in 7. Ivana Eze of Essex is on the outside in 8. And then Bulawifiti Kearney of London is right on that outside of lane 9.
Some very, very similar times running across the pack here. It's going to basically be a game of whoever can fly out the quickest. Obviously it's Chevelle Marshall in lane 5.
Watch out, yeah.
Decent time.
Watch out for Obina-Alo. Watch out for Marshall. Watch out for Hewitt Mills. And that Surrey vest on the inside too.
Watch out for everyone.
True. Here we go then. Junior Intergirls 100 metre final. Away cleanly, very even start all around. Sabina Obey-Olo has got into her running. Her very, very upright style carries her through very well, but it's through the middle. Chevelle Marshall will take it 11.76. Just outside her personal best there.
With a minor tailwind as well, negligible.
But an incredible run from Chevelle Marshall to take that English schools title from Celine Obina-Alo of Durham in 2nd.
Put in a great shift to get out from the people around her, but unfortunately just on her inside, couple lanes over, Chevelle Marshall was playing her own game.
Hugs all around for those ladies. Great way to, even though they're fierce competitors, great friends as well, as they will compete against each other for many years to come.
So we've got another hurdles race in the back straight.
As the 110 senior boys hurdles are also just getting their medals down below us. Yeah, great to see that those senior boys getting the medals. They are the future of hopefully university athletics as well. Hopefully a lot of them in university colours when they're in the next year or two at championships like Bucks, where it's like this, but even more high stakes really. Or following in the footsteps of Ollie and going out to America and hopefully being an NCAA athlete, which comes with its own added pressures.
Don't tell me that now. No one told me about the added pressures.
Well, you got NCAA regionals and NCAA champs.
I was hoping just for a holiday, to be honest with you. I didn't know there were so many commitments involved. But yeah, Joshua Taylor, Toby Wright and Adam Dingley there on the podium. Stretching from a 13.78 from Josh Taylor, and then Toby and Adam just fighting that 14.12 and 14.6 respectively. Some very good results. As always in the 110 hurdles, we had some good ones in the last couple of years with your Noah Hansons and Goriolas, things like that. Jaden Deans, they all set the standards. Probably hold some of the championship records.
It's great to see that for those that are watching, the pathway that this sort of competition can take for somebody like Dan Goriola, going from English schools champion to be able to achieve senior international best like at European indoors this year. The pathway that is forged for these boys is incredible to see.
It's definitely a canon event competition. It definitely triggers a lot of doors to open for you, especially with SIAB usually following up. I never got allowed to do it. I never made. When I was inter, I came third, so I was reserve, which means no. Sorry if anyone listening is reserve right now. I'm more than sure that you might get called up. And then obviously when I won last year, I think your seniors don't do it.
Yes,
junior competition. But there are other benefits to winning other than SIAB, such as bragging rights.
So we're just having a wave to some of our VIPs that are also the mayor that's just come and just joined us in and around. We've got a lovely host of esteemed guests next to us, so
some lovely jewellery as well.
Yeah, great to see the best of Birmingham out to watch such a great competition on here on finals day. Meanwhile, the 75-metre hurdles junior girls finals just taking place on the back straight. There we'll go before we cross over to the inter boys 100-metre final, which is designed to be an absolute scorcher. I cannot wait to take you through that final. But first we've got Olivia Jones of Greater Manchester in 2, Gabrielle Reid of Surrey in 3, Juliet Callow of Humberside in 4, Isabella Moulton of Essex in 5, Talia Junaid Evans of Kent in 6, Matilda Murray of Kent in 7, Jess Seddon of Greater Manchester in 8, and then Emily Todd of Hertfordshire in lane 9. Through the middle, Isabella Moulton with a season's best at 10.95 is fastest on the entry for sport papers at the minute, but Talia Junaid Evans is very close behind her, just 300ths between those two. And our ladies are away, first time of asking. It's the Kent athlete on the outside, that's Matilda Murray who's got the best start. But on the inside, Juliet Callow of Humberside is moving really well, so is Isabella Moulton and Talia Junaid Evans, and it's very, very close to call. Cannot tell who took that. A blanket finish, but 10.99 was the winning time.
Juliet Callow seemed to fly in the second half of that race. Really? In the yellow and blue vest, number 39.
He'll bring you all of those results of who won those hurdle races in a brief moment, but first the Interboys 100-metre final is about to begin. Kieran Macbeth of Northamptonshire goes in 2, Karen Dapper of Hampshire is in 3, Bronson Hearn Smith of Essex goes in 4, Divine Ahimi of Oxfordshire is in 5, Owen Keelyside of Middlesex is in 6, Finley McKittrick of Cleveland in 7, Oliver Johnson of Cheshire is in 8, and Pascal Junior Ijuwu of Hertfordshire is in 9.
We're looking at Divine here, probably coming out.
Absolutely, we all know about Divine Ahimi, and he's made a cracking start already. He's going to go for this championship record if he can do it. He has moved away with a gap of 2 metres for the rest of the field. 10.41, a tenth outside of his personal best that he set last year.
You know you're a good athlete when you can run a 10.41 into boys and not celebrate.
Very, very comfortable for him.
He obviously might be a little disappointed. He probably knows he can do a little quicker, but I mean, a win is a win on the day. You can only race the people you're against. And that is a great time from the young man there.
He may look slightly disappointed that he didn't get near his PB, but I can let you know that for Divine Ahimi, that is a new championship record. He's beat Mark Lewis Francis's championship record that has stood for 27 years. It was previously 10.54 that Mark Lewis Francis has done, and obviously we know what he's gone on to achieve, Olympic medals and all the likes, and that is something that Divine Ahiri will definitely set his sights on and should be on his way there to achieving. But yeah, 10.41 for Divine. Massive congratulations to him for another English schools title.
I think Mark Lewis Francis might be at home seething right now seeing that one. Trying to hold on to that little record, yeah, but unfortunately if you've got a record and Divine's walking up on the day, you should be scared.
Under threat.
Honestly, I don't even scroll Instagram anymore. I just see a new Athletics Weekly post. Oh.
So Divine Ahiri has taken that from, we can see on track load, over Keeley side of Middlesex in second, and McKittrick of Cleveland took the bronze medal. Bronze and Helen Smith from Essex just behind them in fourth. But two tenths in a 100-metre final between Divine and Aresh, just showing the class and the quality that he has.
Looks like we're going to have our 100-metre senior girls before our Interboys final.
We are indeed. There's Interboys just waiting in the shade whilst those officials put out those hurdles for those boys.
Some very good athletes lining up here for us. We have Catherine Bell in lane 2, Amira Adekshokan in lane 3, Sherry Afuma in 4, Sarah Kennedy in 5, Esme Dubois in 6, Tiana Rizzo 7, Sammy Kashmar in 8, and Dalola Kajope in 9. Esme Dubois and Sarah Kennedy are going to be very close together here. I know that Esme's had already the Loughborough international cap this season, so we have some very prestigious athletes in this race. And I'm not just saying that because I train with her. A couple opting for, well, most of them actually opting for blocks in this final. I think it might just be Sammy Kashmar, who's going old, tried and tested.
Indeed. See, with the senior competitions, you're allowed to use blocks in the heats as well as the final, so a lot of these will be well accustomed to getting their block start routines underway. But here we go, senior girls 100-metre final. Underway very well. Tiana Rizzo of Somerset probably got the best start out of them all, but they are now into their running very, very well. Tiana Rizzo is beginning to move away from the rest of the field, but it's still very, very close. Tiana Rizzo seems to have about a metre gap, and she will take it.
Battle for second, third and fourth there, but obviously Tiana Rizzo really extended that lead in the last 40 metres.
11.98 for the Somerset athlete. It's about a tenth outside her season's best and probably personal best. Rounded down, I should say, to 11.97 for Tiana, with Sherry Afoma of Lancashire in second. She ran a 12 dead there, and then Sarah Kennedy of Hertfordshire coming through for the bronze. .12 dead for Afoma and 12.03 for Sarah Kennedy.
Yeah, good run there from Sherry Afoma in lane 4. Yeah, to take second place there off of Sarah Kennedy. But it did seem like those 4 lanes were really putting on each other there. I think that might be Esme Dubois just taking 4th place. I think it was a very close one. That's why the results might take a little while to get that photo finish sorted.
Absolutely.
But hurdles again, back straight into it.
Yeah, those hurdles just filtering through on entry for sport. Who will give a full... Oh, hello. The view's going to go well. That's good fun.
Yeah, with all these screens, I forgot to mention earlier, it does feel very like TikTok brained. I feel like I'm very zoomer right now. My attention span is being met.
You'll quickly find that by the end of the day you will be so overstimulated.
Yeah. I feel like I'm seeing a spider's perspective of things. Like I have 8 eyes in all different directions.
You become quickly used to it in this.
I'm gonna get home. It's gonna be like drinking 7 Red Bulls. I'm just be shaking in bed.
And typically typically find that absolutely nobody hears from me after a day of commentary because, and then all of my friends wonder where I have gone because I do not use my phone for about 3 hours after because I just can't see any screen anymore without my eyes burning.
Honestly, we need a little bit of like Subway Surfers commentary underneath this, and it'll be sorted. But anyway, we've got our athletes lining up. It's taking a little while for us to be able to pull up these start lists, but
it is. Got senior boys 100 metres that's just about to take place. They just come out and ready to set their blocks, but the inter boys 100 metre hurdles final is going to go first on that back straight. They have had their practice start over the first couple of blocks. All of the hurdles are up and ready, and those boys are to attention behind their blocks too. Harvey Beckles of Hampshire is in 2 on the inside. Bertie Lee of Oxfordshire is in 3. Emil Morty of Buckinghamshire is in 4, with Hans and Jeremy of Kent in 5. Malachi David Mackenzie Callum of London is in 6. Harry Lee of Essex is in 7. Hugo Douglas Reeves of Durham in 8. And then Munya Nweze of the London team. Not the London team, sorry. That is unattached, but I believe yellow, green and yellow. Can't quite see which team colour that is. Some of these are coming off as unattached and I don't quite know why. It's a shame. Have a quick check. There we go, he is for Staffordshire in 9. Multiple entry lists going on just to keep you aware of all the counties represented.
maybe because he's from Staffordshire, he didn't want to be known as attached there. But I'm not going to assume anything.
Big love to everyone in Staffordshire. Here we go then, they are
it's off
away.
quick.
First couple hurdles, that's the Kent athlete of Hans and Jimmy, who's beginning to stretch away from the rest of the field. Very tightly contested in behind for second and third, but Hans and Jimmy has walked this competition.
Oh my
Points to the
goodness
camera
me.
in celebration at the time. 13:23 for Hans and Jimmy. I think that might be Emil Morty of Buckinghamshire who came second. He also celebrates. But Hans and Jimmy, 12:87. That's been rounded down to. So that is a new personal best for Hans and Jimmy. That is why he points at the clock.
13:23 rounded down to 12:87 is an interesting round down.
Absolutely, but Hans and Jimmy definitely has got that.
Goodness me, that's a good time.
It was actually Douglas Reeves of Durham who snuck second on the outside in 13:12.
And then
And Emil Morty, yes, did get the third place position for Buckinghamshire.
when I did English schools 100 hurdles into boys, I ran like a 13:12 and I was like, oh, I'm very happy with that. And now I'm watching 12:87, he's pointing at the camera. I mean, I'm kind of glad I switched over to the 400s instead. I don't think I had much chance with the up-and-coming generation coming in now.
Yeah, 12:87, that is confirmed as he's just outside that championship record. It sets at 12:70.
It's races you watch like that where you just think when they go up to 110 hurdles, they are going to absolutely fly. You're going to be seeing that name a couple more times, I can only imagine, in some of your Euros competitions.
But the crowning race of English schools, the one they all want to win, the 100-metre senior boys final. Emmanuel Astaferi Ochere of Essex is in the inside 2. Ashley Avis of Avon in 3. Bright Tory of Middlesex is in 4. Max Clark of Kent goes in 5. Dylan Williams of Essex is in 6. Barnaby Rhodes of Shropshire is in 7. Joel Masters of Warwickshire is in 8. And Kyan Markland of Bedfordshire is in 9.
Now, watching the heats yesterday, we definitely thought Joel Masters and Dylan Williams were going to be our main two contenders. Dylan put some good time on him. And I think a lot of people at home are thinking Dylan Williams is going to put a good display out now.
But you can never count out Joel Masters,
never
obviously.
count out Joel Masters. Got an outside lane.
Euro on the 20.
Great start from the inside from Williams.
Here we go, as they come down the home straight. It is still Dylan Williams He's taken it, 10.50. That is a new season's best for Dylan Williams.
This season's been a great season for Dylan.
Tell a lie, it's not. There's a 10th outside of it. Entry Sports is a new season's best, but it is 10.39 the season's best, so 10th outside. But still English schools champion for Dylan Williams.
Yeah, a great athlete. I've been to a few competitions with him, spoken to him a few times. He had pretty much a breakthrough this year. He had a great indoor season with the 60s. Went to Iceland, dropped a great time, dominated there. Then had his love for internationals. He had Mannheim the other week, destroyed in Mannheim. Unfortunately, wasn't able to do the final because of timings with relays. Had a great last leg relay split, and I mean, he's pretty much, he must be living on a high right now. The adrenaline in his body the last few weeks must be mental.
Absolutely,
lots more to come for the young lad. We're all getting a photo together. Look how lovely that is. That's the first time I've actually seen that.
They've all been doing it. It's just a great.
I guess no one's been offering me when I do it. They send us straight off the track, but
a great little touch and a great memento for all of those boys.
Yes.
But yeah, Dylan Williams has won that round, and that's 10.49 for him. Came third here last year, so real redemption up for him to now take this title in his final year of senior boys title. Bright Toria came second in 10.58, with Max Clark of Kent coming third in 10.61.
Very interesting how they were very, very close, about 10-20 metres out, and then to have been like about 0.1 between them. Yeah, it was a very big contention for the lead there, and then Dylan Williams, I guess, just had that extra kick. You sometimes spot on athletes on a big stage like this.
From all around. So we've got a break of about 2 or 3 minutes just before our junior girls, who had their heats a couple hours ago, they're going to come out and have their final in about 3-4 minutes time.
Right, I've currently been abandoned on the commentary, so we're going to go through our lineup for the junior girls 200 metre final coming up. We have Anna Wright in lane 2, Joy Lorinde in 3, Samantha Agamo in 4, Annabelle Fasuba in 5, Grace Goad in 6, Amia Spencer in 7, Anu Jayola in 8, and Amy Johnston in lane 9. With some more triple jump action going on here. Another clap started from our athletes. Absolutely soaring there, getting a great crowd reaction. I'm sure he'll be more than happy with that result. That is our second place athlete celebrating now, Tito Odonaki. Very, very content from Middlesex there. Currently holding down second place with 15.11, and he's had a massive jump. We will see, hopefully shortly, how massive that jump really was. Another clap going from 27, our third place athlete right now, Sean Connor Atafo. 15.05 here. I think he's trying to see if he can follow in Tito's footsteps on that last jump. Our podium is getting very mixed up at the moment with some of these big performances. Goodness me, great jump from quite an early release, quite short of the board. I'm sure he's got more than that in his locker.
No, I need to change my position. Can I do this?
So here we go then. We have the junior girls 200 metre final. Just on their first block start in preparation. We have Anna Wright on the inside for Somerset in 2, Joy Lorinde of Essex in 3, Samantha Ogmoa of West Midlands in 4, Annabelle Suba of Devon in 5, Gracie Goad of West Yorkshire in 6, Amaya Spencer of Kent in 7, Anu Jayola of London in 8, and then Amy Johnson on the outside for Cumbria in lane 9. And also their hurdles on the back straights. Results just come through. This could tell you that Eden Robinson did end up winning the senior girls 100 metre hurdles in 14.06 from Lily Gale from Kent in second, 14.30, and then Jess Bliss of Sussex in 14.31. Very, very close between Gale and Bliss there. Leah Wagstaff just coming in fourth in 14.43. Meanwhile, the Intergirls was won by Izzy Ray in 11 dead, Grace McCollin in second for Warwickshire in 11.18, and then Olivia Crawford for Cheshire in third, 11.19. So again, very, very close between those ladies, with Molly Mills in fourth, 11.24. For the 75 metre junior girls final, Juliette Callow did win in 11 dead. Talia Junaid Evans came second for Kent in 11.06, and Isabella Moulton of Essex in third, 11.09. So as I said, really, really close finish for these junior girls. Blanket finish, just a tenth of a second between them all. And then finally our inter-boys 100 metre final was, as we said, won by Hanson Jomu of Kent, 12.87. Hugo Douglas Reed of Durham came second in 13.12, and Emil Morsey of Buckinghamshire third in 13.15. But the junior girls final is now underway. Watch out, as we've said before in this stream, for Annabelle Suba of Devon. She is moving really, really well along that top bend and into the home straight. She has got a gap of 2-3 metres already. She is moving away at a canter from the rest of the opposition, and she is going to storm to English schools with 23.73 for Annabelle Fasuva. That is absolutely incredible. Congratulations to Annabelle Fasuba. As we said, she is the fastest under 15 girl over the 200 metres since 1989. And she has shown absolutely why she is so quick. That's a new championship record for her as well, beating Diane Smith's record that stood since 1989. What a scalp for her. That's incredible, 23.73. And still so much more to come. That's her first English schools. We will look forward to seeing what she will do here at English schools for years to come. Watch out for that name, because she is definitely one for the future. Just behind Anna Fasuba, we've not quite got it trackside as to what the rest of those boys had done. But I could also let you know, just for these junior boys in the 200 go off, the results of our pole vault for the senior girls, who are just getting their medals down on the home straight below us. Could let you know in third was Madeline Dodd of Surrey, 3.60 metres. Lillian Jervis Allen of Buckinghamshire came second. She vaulted 3.70 metres with Isabella Turner even, of Hertfordshire, winning that competition, and your English schools champion in 3.90 metres. Well done to all of our ladies there. These results coming through as quick as possible for you. We've still got our high jump going on. Our discus senior boys have got underway. And our triple jump is still ongoing, just in its last closing stages down there. Shot put is also just finishing up on that top bend, as well as the pole vault is just warming up at the minute. On the outer ring, that discus for the inter boys has finished, but we've got the hammer, which is about to start in about 10 minutes on that outer field. So if you want to tune into that, by all means, cross over to watch the junior girls hammer. But on the track, the junior boys 200 metre final is about to begin. Starter's whistle has gone. Corbin Pollard of Buckinghamshire is in 2. Charlie Hughes, if I believe that's the West Midlands, is in 3. Jason Adelucan of Great for Manchester's in 4. And Halo Maccabee Rose of Surrey's in 5. Ben Jackson of West Yorkshire's in 6. Brendan Abrahams of Middlesex is in 7. And Alex Asahi of Essex is in 8. Peyton Okoro takes that outer lane of lane 9. Those boys get themselves ready into their blocks for those using it for the start of this 200 metre junior boys final. Away first time of asking, nice even start between a lot of them, into their running already at about 30 metres. It is the outer 2 lanes of Abrahams and Asagi who are making the headway first of all. Watch out for Brendan Abrahams as he comes into the home straight. He has a lead of about 1 metre or so from Maccabee Rose inside of him, but it's Brendan Abrahams who's beginning to move away now. He is going to take this English schools title. 22-1-2 for Brendan Abrahams. That is a new personal best for him. From Maccabee Rose of Surrey in second. Incredible run for Brendan Abrahams. Just outside that championship record. Set at 21.99. But congratulations to Brendan Abrahams there. Still just waiting through for those results from the other 200 metre semi-final, or final I should say even. We then have the Intergirls 200 metre final that is next, followed by the Interboys 400 final. The Intergirls just getting warmed up, getting their last starts in on the track. Then we have our 200 metre senior girls and 200 metre senior boys finals. Before we move into a bit of distance running, a bit of steeplechase for you. So lots of action still to come. Will we wait to see that steeplechase? Almost be a luxury for these for those steeplechase athletes to be able to dip their toes into the water jump. It is a sweltering at the minute. Getting a live BBC weather update for you. Other weather apps are available online. It's sweltering 27 degrees, high UV at the minute.
Oh, what race?
Feels like trackside, 30 degrees, so optimum sprinting weather for these ladies and gentlemen. Not quite for distance running as much, but these athletes are fierce, they're competitive, they will make the best of it nonetheless. So here we go then, into girls 200 metres final, all 9 lanes being used in this one. In lane 1, really tough lane draw for her on the inside. That's Olivia Mutton-Gowsey of Kent. In 2, we have Sophie Hewells of Staffordshire. In 3, Nicola Overletz of Cambridgeshire. In 4, we have Lily Hartman of Essex. In 5, Keely Little of Devon. In 6 is Maisie Boylan of Norfolk. 7 is Ella Rennie of London. 8 is Martha Herringshaw of Avon. And then in 9 is Emily Cadman of London. Watch out for Ella Rennie, she has the fastest season's best coming into this. Obviously we saw these heats yesterday for these girls. And a lot of these girls that did those heats and also competed in that 4x100 metres relays, especially with Ella Rennie taking those intergirls, the London intergirls team, to English schools glory. So can she achieve both team glory and an individual glory now in this final? But only time will tell. The next 24-25 seconds will tell us. Oh, and unfortunately she's got a head in her hands already. That is Nicola Ovloesits of Cambridgeshire. Now we saw with Harrison Nash that he was unfortunately disqualified in the senior boys category, but in our inter-boys hurdles, no, inter-girls hurdles, sorry, that Grace Amawuru of Greater Manchester was allowed another chance. So what will the officials do this time round? Just waiting and seeing. All of these athletes are back behind their blocks as the officials make their decision. And it's just a warning. That's good to see for Nicola Ovloesits. I think the officials even, are just distinguishing the difference between some of our younger athletes who are a little bit nervous on the start line and our senior athletes who have that little bit more championship experience here today at the Alex. So Nicola has a second chance. We still have all 9. Whittle, Gowsey, Hoos, Oberwelwitz, Hartman, Little, Boylan, Rennie, Herrickshaw and Cadman into goals 200 metre final. Away at the second time of asking. Good start from Herrickshaw on the outside. Rennie is tracking her very, very closely in 7. She is making the best of the running at the minute. She's taken that stagger out of Herrickshaw and she's coming into the home frame. But also watch out for Keely Little in 5. She is moving very, very well on the shoulder of Ella Rennie, but Ella Rennie now begins to move away in that black arm sleeve. She is going to take this title. Team glory, individual glory, 23.72 for Ella Rennie. For the London team, congratulations to her. Keely Little comes in for second. And Maisie Boylan, I believe, has just strolling through for third, sneaking through there. We're waiting for official results to come through when they do. But congratulations to Ella Rennie. We'll just have a look. That is just outside the championship record for Ella Rennie, just a 10th in it. Championship record stands at 23.62, so very, very close for her. But definitely something. Hopefully this is her first year of intergirls category. She can come back next year and really, really challenge for that championship best. And as we speak about that, we've got our inter-boys who are also lining up on the start line. It's another fiercely contested competition. These boys also had their heats yesterday, so nice and fresh for this final. I'm going to tell up the start list for you. Just 8 in this final, so we're not using lane 1 like with the intergirls. Just got 8 of them. So from lane 2 we've got Eddie Joseph of West Yorkshire. Gabriel Ogawuwu of Nottinghamshire is in 3. Oluwala Toby Ogadeko of Essex is in 4. Farrell Favisiwa of Surrey is in 5. Ethan Hegarty of West Yorkshire is in 6. Ross Priestley of Buckinghamshire is in 7. Noah Latisek of the West Midlands is in 8. And then Shannon Agada of Cleveland goes in lane 9. The one to watch here is Farrell Favisiwa, the Croydon Harriers athlete from my home club, which is brilliant to see the talent from Croydon coming out into English schools here. But Farrell Fabasiwa in his trademark red arm sleeves, not quite his trademark red shorts as well, but he has a personal best of 21:10. He's been lighting up the times this season. He has an electric start, and the ability to hold that speed endurance is second to none, so we shall see what he can do in this final. Absolutely no bias here in this commentary though. But indeed we have Joseph Ogawuru, Okadengo, Fabasiwa, Hegarty, Priestley, Latasek and Agada for the Interboys 200 metre final. Away cleanly, first time of asking, Farrell Fabasiwa is already into his running, taking out the stacker on Hegarty outside of him and Priestley. Look at Farrell Fabasiwa go, it's him against the clock at the minute. Ogadengo is trying to challenge him on the inside and he's doing a very, very good job, but Fabasiwa has got it for about half a metre between him and Ogadengo outside, but Fabasiwa is going to take it 21:38 into a slight headwind just outside of his personal best by a couple tenths for Farrell Fabasiwa, but he is your English schools Interboy champion once again. He's taken the junior crown, he's taken the Interboys crown last year, and in his final year as an Interboy he's taken that title once again. We're going to just wait for it confirmed, and it is 21:37. That is a new championship best for Farrell Fabasiwa. Congratulations to him and to his coaching team and all the people back at Croydon Harris, because that is an incredible, incredible achievement for the club. I'm very, very proud to be able to commentate over that for him. Indeed, that is Farrell Fabasiwa 21:37. Ogadengo came in second with 21:44, and Ethan Hegarty of the West Yorkshire team came through for third, 21:70, showing trackside with Tech for Sport. So congratulations to those three boys. As the senior girls just prepared themselves for their final. Just a small shout out to Croydon Harriers, actually to Chevelle Marshall as well, also part of that Croydon Harriers sprint team, led by Paul Weston, and under him the coaching team, who consistently produced some incredible sprint talents. There's a vast group there who work really, really well, who are really dedicated to the course, and it's great to see so many of them out at English schools today achieving some incredible things, so just a massive shout out, congratulations to them. But impartialities aside, or partialities aside I should say, we have the 200 metre senior girls final. They've set up their blocks and they're ready to go. Tammy Adesina of Nottinghamshire goes in 2, Casey Musgrave of South Yorkshire is in 3, Ava Freeman is in 4 of Hereford and Worcestershire, Tammy George of Middlesex is in 5, Callia Downey of Essex is in 6, Savannah Morgan of Northamptonshire is in 7, Oluwataman Shoamino of Kent is in 8, and Lily Cowan of Surrey is in 9. Ava Freeman here, one of the standout athletes, along with George of Middlesex in 6 and Downey of Essex in George of Middlesex in 5 and Downey of Essex in 6. So watch out for those 3 middle lanes. Away, first time of asking. Those 3 middle lanes very even through those first 50 metres, nothing to separate between them. Tammy George is just beginning to move ever so slightly away, and oh, that is a shame. Callia Downing has just pulled up ever so slightly, but watch out also for Savannah Morgan on the outside. She is giving chase to Tammy George very, very well, and it's going to be Savannah Morgan who will take it. Ava Freeman is coming up on the inside. Oh, 24.02 for Savannah Morgan before she unfortunately falls. But she has taken the crown, I believe, from Ava Freeman up on the inside in second. Freeman using that 400-metre hurdles strength that she has, her primary event, to her advantage to have that speed endurance over those final 50 metres. And I think she's just pipped Tammy George there for second, with Tammy George coming in third. But Savannah Morgan under the radar slightly, but not when it came to that race. She took some major scalps inside of her to take that title and be your senior girl 200-metre English schools champion. So congratulations all around to those ladies. Some incredible running all around, especially with such a quick turnaround from the heats to the final. And then here we go, we're back for the senior boys final. They've had about an hour and a half or so between heats and finals to warm down, re-warm back up, visualise their final, and get themselves prepared and ready for this race. This is due to be one of the quickest races of the weekend, so hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen. The championship record for this is set by Matthew Hudson-Smith on his own home track, but the old version of it, the old Alexander Stadium, of 20.98. And the calibre of these men in this field, they have the capabilities to go underneath that championship record. So for inside to outside, we have Ethan Oshieng of South Yorkshire in 2, Adam Offiam of Surrey in 3, Adam Pearson of North Yorkshire in 4, Ibuka Unwakeji of Northamptonshire in 5, Ethan Franklin of Essex in 6, Caelan Taylor of Middlesex in 7, Maya Alabi of West Midlands in 8, and Charles Unworth on the outside in lane 9. Remember, watch that clock. 20.98 is the championship record. We know Ethan Franklin has run under that already this year. He's run 20.84. The quickest in the field by some margin, 3/10 to the next best. So definitely watch out for him for the Essex team in lane 6. But 200 metres senior boys final. Ochieng, Effiam, Pearson, Nwakeji, Franklin, Taylor, Alavi and Unsworth. Just asked to stand there. Starters not quite happy with the athletes in the on your marks position. Maybe a little bit too much time getting settled into those blocks. Will just be a warning for these young men. It looks to be, just having a stand with a peer over, it looks to be that Caelan Taylor of Middlesex has not come to the start line for this final. Hopefully he is okay. So we are down one athlete already in this final. But just to go through again, without Caelan Taylor we still have Ochieng, Effiam, Pearson, Nwakeji, Franklin. No Taylor in 7, but Alavi and then Unsworth. Great start there from Ethan Franklin. Put about 4 metres on. And Mukeji inside of him already, and he's already making up that stagger on Alawi outside of him, even though that there is no athlete in 7. It's Ethan Franklin against the clock. He has a gap of about 2 or 3 metres. Alawi is feeling to come back. Has Ethan Franklin overcooked it too early? It's Franklin, but Alawi's coming. 20.86. But who has got it? Is it Franklin? Is it Alawi? Into a minus 0.2. It's definitely a championship record for either one of those two athletes. They have broken Matthew Hudson-Smith's record, which is an achievement of the highest caliber, studs from 2013. It is Ethan Franklin who has got it by just a tenth, not even a tenth, 100th of a second from Alawi. 20.85 for Ethan Franklin. Mayo Alawi 20.86 with a gap to Charles Unsworth in 3rd. Congratulations to him in 21.07. But wow. That was absolutely incredible from Ethan Franklin. His start to about 50-60 was out of this world, and he held it very, very well down that home straight. Alawi gave chase very, very valiantly, but Franklin had just enough to take the title. To be a new championship record for him, and a new Puma kit drop as well for Ethan Franklin. So congratulations to him. What a incredible rounds? Phases? Whatever you want to call it. Incredible set of races there from our 200 metres. Ending in another championship record for Ethan Franklin. Congratulations to him. Can also give you the final results of those inter-voice triple jumps. We gave you running updates as it was happening, but Harley Henry of Bedfordshire did end up winning in 15.26 from Tito Odin AK of Middlesex with 15.11, and then Sean Cotter-Attifo of Essex in 3rd, 15.05 for him. Senior boys discus is still occurring into its final couple of rounds there. Debari Alade of Kent is currently leading in 52.85. Behind him, Owen Garrett of Avon is in 2nd, 49.57. Godwin Matawada of Hertfordshire is in 3rd, 55.01. Which is Louis Nash is just the latest to have thrown there. He's just thrown a no throw. His best is still 39.80 metres. We've just got a brief pause in track action, because we have, as you said earlier, the turn after these 200 metres of our steeplechase events. the inter girls will be going first, followed by our senior girls. Then we'll drop down into some 800 action for you. We've got the junior girls first, followed by the junior boys. Then our inter girls, inter boys, senior girls, and then senior boys 800 metre final at 12:31. Meanwhile, also just in the field, just beginning, the junior girls hammer has started on that outer field. Also occurring within the track, I should say, is the pole vault senior boys. They are due to get started in about 10 minutes. The warm-up for pole vault always a little bit more extensive compared to other events, so they're just making sure they are fully warmed, fully ready. Senior girls high jump is also still occurring on that bottom bend, just where our inter girls will be high jumping over. But yes, the 1500 metre senior steeplechase has just begun. As these ladies make it around the track, they've got 3 3/4 laps to go. Give you the start list, which is Poppy Feasty of Avon, Izzy Robertson of Buckinghamshire, Amelia Arbon of Nottinghamshire, Maeve Minnelli of London, Holly Turner of Staffordshire, Ida Pastor of Merseyside, Tara Ferguson of Surrey, Grace Colley of Buckinghamshire, Bethany Naylor Davis of Sussex, Georgia Griffiths of Staffordshire, Imogen Freeman of Surrey, Olivia Paul of Wiltshire, Evangeline Warren of Essex, and then Evelyn Wildman of Buckinghamshire. At the moment, a front group of about 8 or 9 is already formed at the front. This is a straight final for these girls. With the yellow vest, that is 79, I believe. That is Bethany Naylor Davis of Sussex in that lighter yellow vest. Leading from the front immediately, the Essex athlete behind, that is Evangeline Warren in second. Just checks back ever so slightly on that steeplechase barrier. It's all about finding your rhythm in this steeplechase. Obviously, it's harder than typical hurdles where you've just got that constant rhythm as you go over the barriers. These steeplechase runners got to really make sure that they find their rhythm and then still keep that consistent pace as well. But Bethany Naylor Davis seems to be doing the best of that thus far. She's opened up a gap of about 2 metres to Warren behind her. The Buckinghamshire athlete of Grace Colley is in third at the minute. And then followed by the Merseyside athlete, that is Isla Pastor in fourth. But a group of about 8. My bad, that is not Grace Colley, that is actually Evelyn Wildman, who is currently in third. 2 Buckinghamshire athletes. Very, very similar vest, but similar numbers as well, with just 7 and 8 on their backs. But Naylor Davis is very easy to tell in that bright Sussex vest. She is currently in the lead, still with that gap of about a metre, with Wildman moving into second, going past Warren. So is the Staffordshire athlete. That is Georgia Griffiths. She's moved into second now, also going past Wildman and Warren, still jostling for position. They're beginning to just close that gap on Naylor Davis. Whew, as it's very, very hot up here. But yes, Naylor Davis and Griffiths is just working together now ever so slightly at that front. They've opened up a gap of about 2-3 metres. Naylor Davis still maintaining that gap, but Griffiths has now joined onto the back of her as they come with 1 lap to go. Griffiths has now moved into the lead as she goes over that next barrier. Watch out also for Wildman from Buckinghamshire. She is also moving onto the back of Naylor Davis as well with 1 lap to go. This is still absolutely anybody's race. They've just put some daylight between her and the Merseyside athlete of Pastor in behind. Warren looks to be out of it now, but it is Griffiths, Wildman and Naylor Davis who take the bell together. Griffiths is beginning to make her move ever so slightly as they come with 300 to go. They've got long left to take their final moves. Naylor Davis is now looking to be out of it. A gap has grown between her and Wildman and Griffiths. Griffiths has now moved, hugging that inside, but Wildman has moved around the outside. She's got 250 to go and looking very, very strong, full of running still. She takes this next barrier very, very well. No checking in her stride whatsoever. Griffiths has now got no response to this. Wildman, she was the fastest on pavement, and she looks to put that into practice as she takes her final water jump. It looks like nobody can challenge Evelyn Wildman. Georgia Griffiths doing her best, still in second, but this is all about the timing and that kick from Evelyn Wildman. She's got one more barrier to go. Can she do it? She absolutely will. Still so smooth over that last barrier. 14:48 on the clock. This looks to be a new personal best as well for Evelyn Wildman to take the English schools crown. 14:54 for Evelyn Wildman. Griffiths will come through for second, and Ireland Pastor overtook Naylor Davis over that final water jump for third. All achieving new personal bests for these athletes. Naylor Davis took all of that early running very, very well, but she will come through for fourth, with the Surrey athlete of Imogen Freeman in fifth. But congratulations to Evelyn Wildman. She is the English Schools Intergirls champion.
Be the same whether this is. One does, one finds. I'm ready. Yeah.
just a small break there in proceedings, just to catch you up whilst we were watching from afar as to what just happened in those races. Expertly guided around by our camera crew, but Ella Davey won the 1500 metre senior girls steeplechase in 4:51, with Ray LaFay for Sussex coming in second and Jasmine Wright of Greater Manchester in third for the the Greater Manchester team. And then in that fiercely contested junior girls 800 metre final, it was Poppy Guest of Surrey who ended up winning in a new personal best of 2:10, just taking it away from Cora Naylor, sorry, of Hertfordshire. But we are back, ready to go for the junior boys 800 metre final. In this is Michael Emmanuel on the inside for Berkshire. Jake Davis for Bedfordshire is in 3. Oliver Bradford Peck of Dorset is in 4. Harvey Brown of Cheshire is in 5. Jesse Bryant of Wiltshire is in 6. Hamish Dover of Suffolk is in 7. Adam Paget of Nottinghamshire is in 8. And Jack Baranowski of Lancashire is in lane 9. Obviously, all of these boys also made it through heats similar to the junior girls yesterday. So had a race under their legs already. It'll be interesting if they play it tactically, or will somebody take out from the front like Cora Naylor did in the junior girls 800 metres. At the minute, the front running is being taken up by Michael Emmanuel of Berkshire, with Jack Baranowski of Lancashire just in behind him. But watch out for the long-haired Harvey Brown. He ran really, really well in his heat yesterday to control it from the front, and he's looking to make his move as they come through the first lap. Michael Emmanuel still leads, but watch out, they are 4 abreast coming down this home straight with 1 lap to go. Pushing through to the front is Jesse Bryant of Wiltshire. My apologies, not just by Wiltshire, that is the Dorset athlete of Oliver Bradford Peck. He at the minute has made the first move, and in behind him is, believe that might be 33 or 63, that is Adam Paget of Nottinghamshire. So it is Bradford Peck from Paget from Cheshire, athlete Brown. He has some pressure behind him from Jack Baranowski. But this is all about at the front, Oliver Bradford Peck of Dorset. He has made a killer move at 3:50 to go, and he's not looked back since. He is doing a storming job as he comes down the home straight. What can he do? He's still on for about a sub 2 minute time, and he's moving very, very, very well. He's going to take the English schools title in 1:56.8. Baranowski. Oh, sorry, that's Jake Davis even, who comes through for second. Those Lancashire and Bedford vests look very similar, but that is Jake Davis with that red sash of Bedfordshire who came through for second place. Well done to Oliver Bradford Peck, who has let me see, has he broken his personal best this year? He absolutely has. That 1:58 that he set previously before English schools has been broken, as he's run 1:56.80 there. So an English schools title and a new personal best to go with it is a crowning moment for Oliver Bradford Peck, and he will be back for another English schools attempt next year. The action comes thick and fast, no time to sit and breathe as the Intergirls 800 is already on the start line. Matilda Robertson of Surrey goes in 2. Maya Schofield of West Yorkshire is in 3. Elsa Norris of Hampshire is in 4. Molly Grant of Lincolnshire is in 5. Daisy Connor of Sussex is in 6. Isabel Goodman of Lancashire is in 7. Ezra Harold of Essex is in 8. And then Bella Taylor of Suffolk goes in lane 9. So this is another one where it's a really tightly contested field, but Molly Grant in lane 5 in that green Lincolnshire vest with that red strip is definitely the one to watch. She has run 2:04.84 this year. Looked so comfortable in her heat to take it in 2:09.63. Just to keep your eye on the records. As they get underway. Just going to pull up the 800 records for you so you know what to look out for. The championship best is Phoebe Gill's 2:05. What a name that will be to take it off for Molly Grant. Obviously, Phoebe Gill going from English schools in 2023 to the Olympics in 2024. What a step up that was for her. But can she be bested in terms of a championship best by Molly Grant? Only time will be able to tell. But at the front, the early running is being done by the Sussex athlete. That is Daisy Connor at the front. Ezra Harold of Essex is just in behind her in second, with Molly Grant in third. But the field is still tightly bunched together, still absolutely anybody's race. As they come down the home straight for the first time. It is still Daisy Connor out in front as they take the bell. 1:04.64 seconds through 400. It's very strong running, but not quite as quick as they could go. It's still tightly bunched with them all. But Daisy Connor decided to make her move ever so slightly. With about 300 to go, she's bridged the gap between her and the chasing pack of Grant, Harold, and I believe the West Yorkshire athlete of Schofield in behind. Schofield now is beginning to charge towards Connor, and she has done so. She's overtaken Connor, so has Grant. Did Daisy Connor go a little bit too early? I think she may have done. Here comes Molly Grant now. She's taking it to Maya Schofield. Maya Schofield will not let her pass easily, but can Molly Grant get around her? Schofield checks her shoulder to the left, but not to her right, otherwise she would have seen Molly Grant come around her outside as they come into the final home straight. It's all about Molly Grant now. She's taking it from the front. Maya Schofield does not have an answer. She's checking around to see who's coming next. Ezra Harold has decided she wants to make a move, and she does around that outside, but it is Molly Grant who takes it. 2:08. Ezra Harold comes in second. Maya Schofield comes third. Well done all around to those ladies. Molly Grant is your English schools inter-girl 800 metre champion. Not quite a championship best that Phoebe Gill had set, but nonetheless joined some esteemed names who have won this inter-girls 800 metre title and gone on to do some incredible things both nationally and internationally for England and for Great Britain. And that will definitely be a target that Molly Grant has in her sights as well. So well done there to our inter boys as well. Very, very tightly contested final that was. We'll bring you, see that result there. It was indeed Magnus Riddle who won that in 1:51.77, with Ewan Sperry of Avon in second, 1:52.1 I can see, and then Charlie Chambers of Hampshire in third, 1:52.9. And the finals do not stop there. We have straight away the senior girls 800 metre final 2. This one could change. Georgina Langdon of the Berkshire team on the inside, Freya McFadden of Gloucestershire in 3, Grace Tuesday of Sussex in 4, Emerson Churcher of Hampshire in 5, Eva Jar of Cheshire in 6, Holly Saniger of Avon in 7, Caitlin McCloy of Derbyshire in 8, and Lottie Langland of, I believe that might be North Yorkshire there on the outside. Here we go, then they are underway. Who will take it out from the front? We saw some great running yesterday from these heats, really tightly contested battles in order to make it through to this final. And at the minute, Julian Langdon on the inside is working really, really hard in order to get the break and get there first. And I think she has done that from Emerson Churcher of Hampshire and then from Eva Jar of Cheshire. But they've all slowed down and bunched a little bit, about 31 through the first 200 metres. So there's a group of about 4 or 5 of them that are just working very, very well in this summer heat together. Could be any one of them from Jar, Churcher, Langdon. Just in behind there is Saniger of Avon, and then Langland on that outside as well for North Yorkshire as they come down the home straight for the first time. Keeping it a nice solid pace of about 62 through that first 400 metres. So not rapidly quick for some of these ladies, but just enough to keep the pace true, keep it honest, and then really work off that for the rest of this lap. Who will make the first move though? Churcher on the outside is looking like she wants to pick up the pace a little bit, but Georgina Langdon's really holding that inside rail very, very well. Holly Saniger's just tracking well in third behind them, creating a little bit of gap between her and Eva Job behind from Cheshire. The beginning of a breakaway 3 that's just formed. Lottie Langland's just been run out of it now. She's back in 5th. But it seems to be just these top 3 to begin with. Holly Saniger now begins to make a move around that outside. Emerson Churcher doesn't quite have an answer yet at the minute. Jude Langdon, going from gun to tape, has done really, really well on that inside row. But watch out for Holly Saniger now. Here she comes around that outside. It's between her and Georgina Langdon. Holly Saniger begins to kick. She moves away really, really well. And I think she's just going to take this. Here we go then. Holly Saniger is going to be your English schools 800 metre senior girls champion in 2:09.42. She is in disbelief as she crosses the line. Congratulations to her. Georgina Langdon takes a very, very well-deserved second place for all of that work she did with the pacing. And I believe Emerson Churcher held on for third there for Hampshire, but she is in absolute disbelief, is Holly Saniger. You are the English schools champion. We've got one more 800 metres as well before we just give you a little bit of roundup as to what's happened in the field. But yeah, Holly Saniger still in disbelief. She can't believe it. You are an English schools champion. Georgina Langdon, as I said, came through for second there, 2:10.87, and then it was Eva Jar of Churcher who came third. She just pipped Emerson Churcher. Emerson Churcher worked really, really hard to keep that pace honest and true, but I just don't think she had it in her legs. As Eva Jar just pipped her on the line, 11:49 to Emerson Churcher's 2:12.71. But no rest whatsoever. Senior boys 800 metres is about to begin. this record, championship record, sets back to 1989 with Paul Burgess in a 1:48.6, and that is under threat with somebody like Tom Waterworth of Cambridgeshire in this pack. Tom Waterworth done a 1:46 even already this season. That was at a BMC in Watford. No, yes, 140, between 146 and 147, but they have just slowed ever so slightly. They've made it a bit of a tactical race. At the front is the West Yorkshire athlete of the 85, that's Rafferty Murphy. From top to bottom we have Zach Brannan of Northumberland, Finlay Goddard of Greater Manchester, Tobias Cheeseborough of Norfolk, James O'Brien of Greater Manchester, Rafferty Murphy, as I said, at the front for West Yorkshire, Jack Kinraid of Shropshire, Tom Waterworth, as we mentioned previously, of Cambridgeshire, and then Colin McAndrew of West Yorkshire as well. But it's just a slow pace. It's only 60 seconds through the first four, so absolutely anybody's race. They can all work really, really comfortably at this sort of speed. Rafferty Murphy done a lot of the early work so far, and he's beginning to kick away. Tom Waterworth just tracking his moves in behind him. Also watch out for 55, that is Tobias Cheeseborough of Norfolk. He sits on the shoulder of Tom Waterworth at the minute, but he's just started to go backwards ever so slightly as the Northumberland athlete of Zach Brannan comes up the inside, but here comes Tom Waterworth. He was the standout to begin with, and he begins to make some move around the inside, but he is being challenged by Rafferty Murphy, and Rafferty Murphy is beginning to kick away. He was the other one with a 1:47 time this season, and he is going to beat Tom Waterworth and take the English Schools crown. 1:52.79, my apologies, for Rafferty Murphy. Both of those boys so evenly matched coming into this race, and Rafferty Murphy did all of the work on that inside rail, and he applied a sprint finish for the ages to move away from Tom Waterworth and take the title. Tom Waterworth to be a little bit gutted with second place there, but nothing to be sniffed at. And third was Tobias Cheeseborough of Norfolk. Coming back at the rest of the field there in a time of 1:54.53. So congratulations to all of those 800-metre winners. We've got a little bit of a lull here, just whilst the mixed relay juniors heats just get themselves set up. So I can let you know some of the other results that have occurred in and around the stadium. The Hammer Junior Boys is occurring at the minute, just on that far side in your quad screen. Senior girls high jump is also still going on in the infield. We don't get live results through for that just as yet, so once that competition has ended, we'll be able to provide you with the live results from that one. Similarly, the senior girls long jump also finished a little bit of time ago. The results for that also hasn't come through just yet on that back straight, so once that has occurred, we will be able to give you those results. Similar with those discus boys on that outer field. But the senior boys pole vault is underway as well on that top bend there. So lots of field action for you to keep on top of as we move into these mixed relay heats. We have 3 heats of these for these mixed relay juniors. A great opportunity for these athletes to, well, get used to sort of running these sorts of disciplines as the mixed relay becomes a more prominent feature in a lot of athletics programs It's good to be able to let these athletes experience this from an early age, adjust to different speeds of different athletes running into, especially from woman to woman, woman into man in particular along that back straight will be the really interesting one, how they can approach and judge the closing speed of the female into the male and how quickly the male then goes off. And then we have 2 male legs to finish. We obviously saw great success with this at the mixed relay competition, not mixed relay, the World Relay Champs in Guangzhou this year, where the British team did very, very well. So similarly, you see if there is similar levels of success in this. Now I'll also say bear with me here as we make out as to which teams are in which heat. There's no definitive start lists for these, but I can see that that is Bedfordshire, I believe, on the inside in 2. That is Buckinghamshire in 3. Cheshire, I believe, is in 4. Then we have an empty lane in 5. I believe that to be, if I can just see his number correctly, that is 23. So that is the Dorset team. They are in 6. The Derbyshire team are outside of them in 7. And then finally on the outside, that is 21. So that is the Devon team there in lane 8. So the starter just makes sure that all of the teams are, well, all of the officials are ready, all of the teams are in their correct positions at the start of the changeover. A lot of these athletes not quite used to working together, so they will all just start at the start of the takeover box, give themselves about 10 metres of changeover in and out, making sure that no batons are dropped and every the baton moves around safely. So we are underway there with the first heat. We just pan it over, a very even start between all of them, but as they come into the first changeover, it seems like the outer 2 lanes, that is Devon and that is Derbyshire, have made a very good start. But watch out also for Dorset on the inside. The Dorset team are moving very, very well. But this is the crucial changeover, woman into man. Devon have done that very, very well and opened up a very big gap on the rest of the field. Dorset athletes are giving chase, and so are Cheshire too. But Dorset are leading at the minute as they come into the final changeover. Cheshire are in 2nd, Dorset in 3rd. Derbyshire giving chase very, very well, but look at Dorset. Devon go, sorry. They are going to win this first heat and make it through to the final, 46-1. Dorset come through for 2nd, they are also automatically through. Cheshire will have to wait until all of the heats are over, as it is the fastest 2 and then the 2 non-automatic qualifiers. Well done also to Buckinghamshire as well. Must have had some issues with the changeover, but they have just finished, make sure the baton goes round. But yeah, there we go. Devon from Dorset, your first 2 through to the heats, to the finals of the mixed relay juniors later today. So Heat 2 is already up on the start line, so we just make out who is in this heat. We've got 57 on the outside, that is the Northamptonshire athlete, and then we've got 55 inside of her, who I believe to be Norfolk. It is Norfolk. Then inside her is Merseyside with 51. It's not Merseyside 51. Did it? No, my deep apologies, I do know my numbers. It is Merseyside 51. I would say. No, that is the Durham athlete. That purple, not looking quite as purple through my screen as it does down on the start line, but that's a distinctive Durham purple vest there in 4. Gloucestershire are in 3, and then just on that inside, I believe that is number 2 or 3. That is 2. Who we've not quite got a number for, but we'll let you know at due course. I believe that might be. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Can't quite see that, but they're on the way regardless. Gloucestershire have made a very, very good start, taking that stagger out of Durham already. So have Northamptonshire on the outside, as they've made that first changeover very, very cleanly. Merseyside doing very, very well inside of them, so it's Northamptonshire, Merseyside and Gloucestershire, your top 3 at the minute, as we make that crucial changeover. Very, very safe from Gloucestershire, very well done from Northamptonshire as well as Merseyside. And now the blokes start to move. Norfolk are beginning to work their way back into this one, but it's Merseyside leading at the minute. Gloucestershire are moving very well to then come back inside of them, as are Norfolk, as are Northamptonshire. It's anyone's race. Merseyside just fading ever so slightly, so it will be Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire who take it. 47-1-2 for Gloucestershire. The Northamptonshire athlete very, very happy that they have made it through. As it was number 1, that was Avon on the inside. But indeed, very, very happy celebrations from the Gloucestershire team. Almost can't quite believe that they've made it, but they have. They'll be running, they'll be back here in a few hours later to be part of that final. Them alongside Team Northamptonshire making that top 2. Norfolk and Merseyside are going to have to wait alongside the top 2, or the next 2 in that first heat, to see who will make it through. At the minute, Norfolk's time of 47.4 is just enough to make it through, and as is Merseyside's with 47.52. No, my apologies, it's not. Team Cheshire at 47.41 in that first heat, so it's currently Norfolk and Cheshire who are the 2 non-automatic fastest entrants into the final. But we still have one more heat to go. One more heat that could potentially challenge those non-automatic qualifying times. Inside to outside, we have 85. That is West Yorkshire in 8. West Midlands is inside them in 7. Sorry, I believe. No, that is Warwickshire. My bad. That is 81. That is Warwickshire are in 6. 69 is Somerset in 5. Then we have the Shropshire team of 67 in 4. 65 is inside of them. Just waiting to see. That is the Oxfordshire team. They are in 4. And then that bright yellow vest, 59. That is the Northumberland team, who are in lane 2. So here we go then. Final heat of the mixed junior mixed relay 4x100 metres. Away cleanly as well. Really good starts from all of these athletes today, and it seems that the Somerset athlete has made the stagger on Warwickshire already. West Midlands and West Yorkshire on the outside doing very, very well. Very good changeover there from West Yorkshire, and that second leg runner is away. West Midlands giving chase very, very well. Also watch out for Shropshire on the inside. They are doing great stuff as well as they make that changeover very cleanly. West Midlands did a very good changeover, just very tight on it ever so slightly, but safe nonetheless, and they are in the lead at the minute alongside Shropshire. They get the hand over on that final changeover, so it's West Midlands and Shropshire. West Yorkshire giving chase very, very well. The rest of the pack just a bit cut adrift, but it is West Midlands who are going to take it. 47-18 once again from Shropshire. They high-five, celebrating together. They are through to the final. West Yorkshire will have to wait to see if they have made it through. I don't think anybody else in that heat has done just enough to make it there. But the West Midlands athlete, very, very happy he is. He is through to him. He and his team, should say, are through to the final. Alongside Shropshire, Team West Yorkshire have run 47.46. So I could let you know that that is not quite enough for West Yorkshire. They will not make it through. It will be Cheshire and Norfolk that will join Gloucestershire, Northamptonshire, Dorset, Devon, Shropshire and West Midlands for the mixed relay junior final. That final goes off at 4:05 this afternoon. So it'll be very, very interesting to see what will happen there. Meanwhile, the intergirls heats mixed relay are just about inter heats for the mixed relay are about to begin. We've got another 3 heats, another 2 fastest, 2 non-automatic qualifiers for these teams to make it through to the final. I wonder if it will follow a similar structure in terms of how the heats are set out compared to how they were for the juniors as well. But I can see that as Bedfordshire, they are on the inside in 2. Buckinghamshire are in 3. Well, they will be in 3. Just being told by Cheshire, great camaraderie, just where the line is in particular. But they are in 3. Cheshire are in 4. That is 13. That is Cleveland in 5. Can't quite see who is outside of that, but that looks like a light blue vest there. Might be either Cambridgeshire or Avon. We'll have a look when they come out. But Derbyshire are outside of them in 7. Devon are outside of them in 8, and then Durham are on the far outside in lane 9. So crouch starts once again for these heats for the intergirls. They're just asked to stand up once again. Starter not quite happy. Nothing that the athletes have done, just green card all round. And they will go again. Away cleanly, first time of asking. Very even through that first leg. The Cheshire athlete maybe going out fastest of all, and with a clean change over there. Oh, and that is a dropped baton, I believe, for the Cleveland team, so they are out of it. Watch out for Devon as well on the outside. They are running very, very well at the minute, and a very good changeover as well from man to woman. Derbyshire also running very well on their inside, as are Cheshire, as they come on the inside bend. So it is Cheshire and Devon. Devon just making a slight meal of that changeover to end it off, so Cheshire having a little bit of an advantage over Devon, but it's Cheshire from Devon there. Yes, I'm correct. Always tricky just to make sure that the numbers align to the team, but it is Cheshire from Devon who will make it through to the final later on. 44.55 for Cheshire, 44.83 for Devon, and then Derbyshire with a 45.50 in Bedford with a 45.96. So they are our two non-automatic qualifying times to look out for as we continue through these heats. So we have our next heat on the track. Avon is in the inside in lane 2. Then we have Leicestershire and Rutland outside of them in 3. 43 is Lancashire, who will go in lane 4, with Norfolk outside of them in 5. Then we have 61, that is North Yorkshire. They are in 6. And it starts to get tricky to the outside. Shropshire, I know, in 9. Oxfordshire are inside of them in 8, and then there is just one more, can't quite see. At the minute. Believe that to be Suffolk, potentially. Very difficult to see with our eyes for the commentary position just who is there exactly on that outside in 7, but hopefully we shall see when they come speeding by us to this next heat. Here we go, that they are away, and it is a good start from Oxfordshire and Shropshire on the outside, as is for North Yorkshire as well. They are moving the best at the minute. Oxfordshire with a very safe changeover. Oh, and a drop baton there for Shropshire outside. So they are out. North Yorkshire doing a very good job on that inside. And also watch out for Avon directly on the inside in lane 2. They are moving very, very well as well. But it is at the minute the Oxfordshire team that are probably moving the best alongside Avon. Watch out for Diviner Heavey. He is on this last leg for Oxfordshire, trying to challenge the Avon athlete. North Yorkshire also doing very, very well, and that is 67. That is not Shropshire, that is 57. My deepest apologies. That is Northamptonshire as well. The team we couldn't see, who we were just managing to spot. But 45.16 is the winning time. Oxfordshire will make it through, rounded up to 45.18 alongside Avon. No, that's not right. Well, Entry for Sport is telling us one thing. Entry for telling us that Northamptonshire ended up piffing it on the line from Avon and then from North Yorkshire. So that's a storming leg from the Northamptonshire athlete. I believe that might have been Wukunu Keiji, who was on that last leg and made up that ground to great effect. But finally, we have our last heat of the mixed relay inter. We have on our inside South Yorkshire. They are in 2. We've got 74, that is Staffordshire, I believe, who are outside of them in 3. Yeah, 73, 74. That is Staffordshire outside of them in 3. Then we have 75, who are Suffolk. They are in 4. 81 is Warwickshire, and they are in 5. 63 is the West Midlands team, who are in 6. Then we have West Yorkshire outside of them in 7. And then right on that outside is a red vest, who might be Hereford or Worcester. Can't quite see who that is. Somerset at 69, that is Somerset on the outside in lane 8. So, just to go through that again: South Yorkshire, Staffordshire, Suffolk, Warwickshire, West Midlands, West Yorkshire, and then Somerset on that outside. It's the final heat of the Inters mixed relay. Just a brief pause, just while the starter make sure everything is ready, and then we'll get this underway. Oh, there's a little twitch there from the Staffordshire athlete. Could just see that just as they were in the set position. A little bit of uncomfortableness there from them. We've seen a lot of leniency with our junior to girls and boys here, so it should be okay for them. Just a little warning, just to be settled. Hopefully no disqualifications there. Officials just making a decision down on inside. There's a green card around. It's great to see. They will go again. So it's in South Yorkshire, Staffordshire, Suffolk, Warwickshire, West Midlands, West Yorkshire, Somerset. Away, second time of asking. The West Midlands team have made a great start on the outside, as have West Yorkshire outside of them, already taken that stagger out of Somerset. Very clean changeovers all around. West Midlands and West Yorkshire definitely the two to watch on the outside of them. Look out also for Warwickshire on the inside, as well as Staffordshire inside of them too. They are also moving very, very well as they make that crucial changeover man to woman. West Yorkshire, oh, don't make that changeover. Hope that girl is okay. She just falls down as she does it, but West Midlands still out in front, doing very, very well. Warwickshire, sorry, inside of them, as are Staffordshire. Warwickshire now, with that changeover, just moves slightly into the lead, but here comes the West Midlands team, and they are going to take this final heat, 45-2-0, with a celebration to finish. Save that for the final, young man. But nonetheless, 45-2 for the West Midlands team, rounding that to 45-19. Warwickshire came second, 45-49, and then absolutely anybody's guess for those final two non-automatic positions. At the minute, Derbyshire with 45-50 and Bedford the 45-96 were two non-automatic qualifiers. We then lost Bedfordshire to Avon, who came third in Heat 2 as they clocked time of 45.71 to be the second non-automatic qualifier at the minute. And we can see just those confirmed results. Just says Staffordshire with a 45. I believe that's 45.99. Just get that up on our screens here for you. It's 45.89, so it's still not quite enough for Staffordshire. They are out. And it's only West Midlands and Warwickshire that will make it through in that final heat. So our 8 through to the mixed relay inter-final is Cheshire, Devon, Derbyshire, Oxfordshire, Northamptonshire, Avon, the West Midlands and Warwickshire. Finally, we have our senior mixed relay 4x100 metres. Fastest 3 in this one with 2 non-automatics. We only have 2 heats for this event as our big guys and girls make their way around this track. Inside to outside we have Cheshire, Derbyshire, Durham, a blank lane, Lancashire, Leicestershire and Rutland, and then North Yorkshire on the outside. It's not as quite emphasis on having to run as quickly in this. Obviously everybody's still going to want to run as quickly as possible, but with 3 automatic positions you've got a little bit of breathing room here. Away first time of asking. Leicestershire and Rutland made a very, very good start on the outside, closing that stagger to North Yorkshire, as have Durham and the team inside of them. I believe that is Lancashire. It is, yes, but Leicestershire and Rutland done very, very well. Also, look, watch out for Lancashire now. They are eating up that ground on the inside and have made a very good change over result. Very well timed from that first Lancashire male athlete. He is now away and gone from the rest of the field. Durham on the inside also making a very good late charge, but it is Lancashire from Durham. Leicestershire and Rutland dropped back to third, but still doing very, very well to hold their position. North Yorkshire coming very quickly on their inside, and it will be North Yorkshire who just takes it on the line from Leicestershire and Rutland. Lancashire, Durham and North Yorkshire, your top 3. Here we go then with our final heat of the mixed relay senior. You can see Northamptonshire there just setting up their blocks. They are on the inside with a gap outside of them to Shropshire. I believe that is 67 Shropshire. can also see the Somerset team there. Outside of them, there's Warwickshire there too. West Yorkshire outside of them in 8. And that final team on the outside, I believe, is Buckinghamshire out there in lane 9. Yes, it is indeed. That is Shropshire there in 5. So, Northamptonshire on the inside in 3. Shropshire in 5. 71. Just going to get a zoom in just to properly check who that team is in 6. I believe that might be South Yorkshire. We'll definitely get a confirmation once that is over. But Northamptonshire, Shropshire, South Yorkshire, Warwickshire, West Yorkshire, and then Buckinghamshire are all away. Warwickshire got a very, very good start there, eating into that gap from West Yorkshire and from Buckinghamshire outside, and a good changeover too, just sorting out her hands as she does it. But they are away. I believe that might be Eden Robinson of Somerset. It's actually Somerset that's inside as they make their next changeover. Oh, Warwickshire have messed up that changeover. It is indeed Somerset in that 70. They are in the lead currently from West Yorkshire. Northamptonshire on the inside doing very, very well as well. So it's Somerset up and away from Northamptonshire and from Shropshire. They are your top 3. West Yorkshire coming through in 4th. Warwickshire unfortunately just run out of it with that laboured changeover between woman and a man. As we said, that is the crucial one. Judging that speed between man and woman is the most important factor of this mixed relay, and Warwickshire just got it wrong there. But they are all through. So Somerset, Northamptonshire, Shropshire all through. West Yorkshire with a time of 46.12. Are not through. Leicestershire and Rutland and Cheshire in heat 1 were both quicker than them, so they will, 5 from that first heat will all make it through. Only 3, Somerset, Northamptonshire and Shropshire, will make it through in heat 2. And that is your mixed relay senior final. So we've got a small break in proceedings just for the Champions Parade, well, Parade of Champions just to occur, English Schools Staple, that will be occurring out on the track. Parade of the athletes with former champions, just to really celebrate the English Schools athletes here. They, the ones that have just finished their race, quickly strip themselves down and join their teammates. With that, we will be back at 2 PM where we will have the first of our Interboys 1500 metre finals. This will be the Steeplechase one. And then a series of 1500s after that and into some longer sprints.
Okay, John, I'm just waiting for the go-ahead from Medalists.
So we're not talking 51 years ago. And the youngest of them won in 2021. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the final session of the English Schools non-performance laboratory competition. The programme will commence with a grand parade of the 47th competing Celtic teams. But this year to celebrate us activities, we have an honour guard with over 140 previous English Schools champions. The Emperor of the discus, who fought in the Netherlands in 1954. The Emperor is also in the discus on the second war. Yes, the French fire forward in America, Please welcome the Steeplechase Association. The parade is being led by the English Schools band. The English flag carried by Lawson Gates, Zoe Lewis, Samuel, John Rock, the company, Dark Ranger. For number 2, 6-time English Schools champions. And Joe Snow, with over 150, 200, and 400 in the Esaa. Royal Blue Shorts, Royal Blue Vest with white and black ankle back. Numbers 5 and 6. Black shorts, white and black circle stripes, wearing 7 pants. Honoured guests, we'd like to step back to the stage, if they so desire. We then have the Channels. We're going to join the 19th Lake Association. Black shorts, white vest, and red purple stripes. Black shorts and gold stripe, gold vest with black diamond stripe. And to the the hosts of School International next weekend. Round 1920, Royal Blue Shorts, Scarlet Vest. Black shorts, scarlet vests, for the white side. Awesome. 4, black shorts and green jackets. Followed by Essex, 27-28. Maroon shorts, maroon blazers, followed down back. Green blazers, Nottingham with you across the cheer, like the South Koreans and Girls. Winning touchdown returns, maroon shorts, goal posts, with the maroon blazers spot. The line comes from the Greater Manchester, winning 51-22. Road Blue orange and blue side. Action Medalists. Okay, action. Merseyside. Featuring number 51 and 2. Navy Blue Shorts. White Vest. Northamptonshire, 57 to 58. Black Shorts, Royal Medalists, purple, white stuff. Oxfordshire, opinions of 5 black shorts, white vests, and the Royal Blue Land between. Shropshire, 67-68, Royal Blue Shorts, Royal Blue Vest, gold hat. And then number 4 and number 5, after his fingers. Black shorts, white vest, green, black flash, cross, yes, good luck. White shirt, into number 2. Black shorts, gold vest, and black flash. The Western West, 8 Black shorts, counties. They take their place in the centre of Victories, the largest voluntary athletic championships in the world, which this year celebrates a centenary as the association was founded in 1925. No one receives anything for their services but gratitude when the athletes are all concerned to acknowledge the importance of this, the English School Championships. Let us show our appreciation to all of those who have given so willingly of their time and effort, whatever their level of support. Honoured guests, gathered here at Birmingham Stadium are the school's champions of all people, accompanied by more than 100 former champions, representatives of the more than 4,000 gold medalists who have become champion in their games since our first championship in 25. We remember that the COVID was beginning. The most important thing in the Olympic Games is not taking part. The essential thing in life is not conquering but fighting well. It is important to realise that you first have to be a qualifier before you can be a champion. And every athlete here this weekend is a qualifier. Looking into it. Louis Hinston, Georgia Bell, Jacob Vincent Hughes, Amber Randy, Matthew Hodgson-Smith, Dina Ashton-Smith, Keely Hodgkinson, and many other Olympians competing in these championships, and do not always win. We therefore commend these 94 school championships in the spirit of sportsmanship and continue support the success of English schools athletics in the future. I would now like to introduce Mr. John Richard, Chief Executive of World Athletics, who has something to say to the assembled group of athletes. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Let me start by wishing everyone competing here today the very best. And I hope for those who have competed already, you have really enjoyed your schools. I've got to say today, as CEO of World Athletics, this really is one of my most enjoyable activities, as it gives me immense pleasure to award a World Athletics Coaches to English Schools Athletics Association to recognise and celebrate their centenary year. The plaque is down in the infield and will be awarded shortly. And who would have thought back in 1925, when this competition was first created, Those of you who are able, please still stand for the national anthem. Laurie, we are ready. As directed by the stewards, let us all enjoy an afternoon of excellent athletics. Just a quick reminder to those who now want to confirm what the continuing highlights. That's the ball inside you. later today.
It's for a lock-off, Steve.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed the parade of champions there, celebrating the great past and present of English schools in its centenary year. And following on from those great successes, we have Ollie Parker back with us to carry us through for the next hour or two, where we conclude the proceedings of these great 2 days of championship racing here at the Alex.
Yeah, a very nice parade, hopefully followed by some very nice running. And we're looking at some good performances, and I think we might see some more championship records go, although we've already lost so many today.
Absolutely, absolutely. The highlight probably being Ethan Franklin's one where he took off Matt Hudson-Smith, where Matt has since then reposted his congratulations to Ethan. I just saw before we came back, which is really, really lovely to see, both present and the future, seeing the successes of one another, and Matt will definitely, well, Ethan will definitely be a role model. Matt will definitely be Ethan's role model. That's the way of it.
I think Ethan might be the role model of a couple of athletes here after his performance today.
Absolutely. We'll see if we can get any role models out of this 1500 metre steeplechase into boys final. From inside to outside, we've got Daniel Phelps of Wiltshire, Harvey Wood of Buckinghamshire, Leo Bray also of Buckinghamshire. Bray wears the 7 and Wood wears the 8. Seth Dyson of Cornwall, Joshua Penny of Northamptonshire, Archie Henderson of Bedfordshire, Owen Gagg of Somerset, Aubrey Murray of Hertfordshire, Toby Pritchard of Hertfordshire. Murray wears the 37 with Pritchard wearing the 38. Josh Norton of Berkshire, James Petrie of Kent, Alfie Bone of Norfolk, Sam Turner of Middlesex, Oliver Ward of Kent, Stanley Wyatt of Avon, Harry Klein of Surrey, and then Benjamin O'Grady of Kent on the outside.
An absolute mouthful of a list there. So many athletes we've got in these middle distance races, and they're just getting started now. But actually, they are now
not quite.
Just jinxed it. Actually, they're being pulled back. Might be for a bit of argy-bargy, a bit of twitching. It can be a case when you're not getting that on your mark set in these middle distance races these boys have.
Yeah, absolutely. It's obviously a lot of these boys are still developing both physically as well as tactically with their races, but it's interesting to see who's sort of big enough to push one another out of the way, who gets their elbows out first.
Yeah, the 15 is one of those good races where it's just longer than an 8, so you can't really go flat out like some of the boys like to bomb it, but you have to go quick enough to fight, because if you lose places too early doors, that last lap really creeps up on you.
Absolutely, yeah. It's an interesting decision to want to run for 1500 metres and then decide to want to do it over steeplechases.
Yeah, no, it's it's definitely one of those things where you got to be pushed into that kind of event. There's no way you're willingly choosing it.
No.
It's one of those YDL, we need points kind of things.
And to take it all the way up to 3,000 in a few years' time, which is like, just as they go with first barriers, a little stumbles here and there, but yeah, when they take off in a few years to 3,000, as soon as they reach post-18 and post-English schools life, be interesting which one of these sort of stick around, or which they want to ditch the barriers and go over a flat 15 or 3 instead.
Oh yeah, it's so common to see lots of 1500 runners drop to 8s, and then even when you're at 8s, people have started dropping to 4s as well. There's a lot of a range of events that come from these middle distance runners. Going back on the Matt Hudson-Smith thing, it's nice to see that just before he posted the congratulations, he reminded everyone that he is top of the world rankings. just had to make sure that people didn't think that he's fallen off since English schools, which I'm sure nobody believed.
That's hilarious. Oh dear.
Creeping a little bit of a stumble there. It's hard on these races to keep that racing line as close as you can without touching that inside of the track, because once you hit that metal, your foot is going to go haywire.
Absolutely. As obviously as a four hurdler yourself, you find that rhythm, you find your stride pattern in between the hurdles, but to be able to sort of find that rhythm for such a long distance in between each wood barrier in the steeplechase. I can't imagine how much trickier that must be.
Oh yeah, definitely, and especially on those last laps where they're really giving it everything. You don't want to be stuttering into the hurdle, clipping any hurdles, or steeples in that case. You want to be making sure that you're being pretty consistent throughout. Because one little mistake, and you see it all the time with the world champs, you could just take a foot, take a heel on one of the steeples, and you're going head first.
You're gone.
And you're gone. But these three are really laying down a level of authority on this final here. I mean, the rest of the pack are sat about 25 meters behind. Seems like it's going to be one of the cases again where you know your top three, just who's going to finish in which place in the top three.
Absolutely. So at the minute, that is 41. That is Oliver Ward, I believe, of Kent. It's Benjamin O'Grady. Sorry, there's 3 Kent athletes. One with a 41 and 2 with 42, so it's very difficult to tell, but it's Benjamin O'Grady of Kent who is in first. Then we have the athlete, I believe of 77. That is Harry Klein in second, and then Stanley Wyatt of Avon in third. So our 3 fastest men going into this event are 1, 2 and 3 at the minute as they take the bell into their last 300 metres. We know the medals will be going to these 3 young gentlemen, but in which order, we do not know.
Finally got a kick from Harry Klein here. He's starting to try and take the lead, but just behind him as well.
It's getting very, very dicey out there as the Avon athlete, that is Wyatt, has now moved around the outside of O'Grady into second. Klein decided to take up the lining in the last 200 metres, and will he surge is the question, or will Wyatt begin to make his mark? They make the final water jump. Clyde's just come off that better than Wyatt has, but O'Grady is still working very, very well behind. Can he take it? I don't think he can. It's between Klein and Wyatt. Final barrier.
Great hurdle from Klein there. Unfortunate from Wyatt.
Klein gestures to the crowd. He is the English schools champion, 4:17.
Wow, if that's correct on the system here on that we've got here, that is a very big best this season.
I think it is it's probably a new personal best for Harry Klein. Stan Wyatt was very, very close there in second. Just had a falter on that final barrier that stopped his ability to push Klein all the way. Gave Klein a little bit of time just to celebrate and bask in his glory down that home straight.
Yeah, Benjamin Grady doing very well as well to lead the pack most of the way. Just you found that it looked like he gave a lot of it to those first few laps, and then by the end of that last steeple he was holding on for whatever he could, turns around, sees he's about 50 metres clear anyway, and just takes his time nice to the line. Take another English schools medal as well. The top 3. Harry Klein, Stanley Wyatt and Benjamin O'Grady.
So next up on the track we have the Intergirls 1500 metres final. These girls came here about 6 p.m. when we were a little bit delayed last night to do their heats, fighting valiantly in that heat, in their heats, both, no pun intended there. But 12 of them made it through to this final. We've got Holly Cross of Merseyside on the inside there, Olivia Avery of Gloucestershire, Elizabeth Rose Tutt of West Yorkshire, Sophie Richmond of Kent, Sonny Allen of London, Eleanor Foster of Devon, Izzy Wheeler of Surrey, Georgia March of Middlesex, Olivia Steer of Devon, Grace Idjo of South Yorkshire, Isla Porter of Lincolnshire, and then Olivia McGee of Warwickshire on the outside.
And keep your eyes on Olivia McGee here. I've seen her race a few times before this, a couple of YDL fixtures, and she's a very dominant display over those steeple barriers. Good 1500 runner, yeah, also a decent 1500 steeplechase runner. Oh, and it's not a steeplechase, is it? It's 1500
it's
flat.
15 flat, so...
Well, good thing she's a good 1500 runner. You can see she's a little taller than the rest of the field. We'll see how she can use her size kind of to dominate that inside lane, make it a bit difficult to overtake.
It's just a bit bunched in at the minute. Very, very championship racing going on. No one really wanted to take it out at the front.
It does seem like that, yeah. The pushed all the way out into all 5 lanes at the moment.
especially where it's just a little bit hot in this afternoon sun. Everybody's just watching each other's shoulder, making sure that no one's tripping over each other, but also no one is doing too much work than what they really want to do. As you can see, Olivia McGee now tries to sort of almost bundle her way through the pack to get towards the outside so she can begin to start plotting her move that she wants to make. But at the front it is Sonny Allen of London who is currently taking it on. Georgia March of Middlesex is just tucked in behind her in second. And we've got a Surrey athlete there.
Izzy Wheeler, I think.
Absolutely, yeah.
But Olivia McGee just coming around the edge now. Kind of, I think that the athletes on lap 2 now are starting to realise they need to start picking the pace up if they want to. If it is whoever's going to make that decision first, really.
Indeed. Couple laps left to go. We've got a Devon athlete now who's just taking it to the front. That is Olivia Stills. We've got 2 Devon athletes tightly packed in to that front pack. No one really dropped off the back of it yet. Her teammate Eleanor Foster's just tucked in behind in the mid-pack there. But that is Olivia Steer just needing to get out in front at the minute.
But yeah, you can kind of tell that everyone's got a little bit of fight left in them still. So there's going to be a big kick here coming up. I think when that bell goes, we're going to start seeing some people fly.
Absolutely. That is the South Yorkshire athlete as well as Grace
A bit of a tumble there. I think a bit of contact might be going on that bend.
Yeah, Grace Igo of South Yorkshire is just on Olivia McGee's shoulder in second and third. We've got a Merseyside athlete
Holly Cross.
That's the one. She was in fourth, just being pipped back to fifth as Georgia March begins to surge slightly towards that front pack. They're trying to sort of split up the group a little bit. The pace has begun to increase as they come into their final 600 metres, but Olivia Steer is still out in front. Olivia McGee still tracking her every move, and here comes Georgia March around the outside. She made this move once in the opening sort of laps. She's getting to make that sort of move again. Can anyone respond to it?
Yeah, you can kind of see the heat is wearing on some of these people. We've got a bit of some head swinging in the race going around now. You can see that people are having to fight some serious lactic demons. And here it is. This is going to be a big push here. Someone's got to get in front on this bend if they want to set the pace for the rest of the race.
3:22.4 through 1,100 metres, I should say. The race is now absolutely over. A group of 3 is beginning to break away of Steer, March and McGee. It looks like unless one of the people behind, potentially maybe Ijo of South Yorkshire, can find a surge in order to join onto our front group. But at the minute, a gap of about 2 or 3 metres has formed, and here goes McGee.
There we go. Started extending those legs, swinging those arms. You could tell it was a matter of when they were going to pass Olivia Steer. Georgia March has been fighting for it for a little while now. And as we're coming into that home straight, it is going to be emptying the tank of whatever we've got left.
This is a dominant surge here from Olivia McGee.
4th place as well currently. We've got Sonny Allen, who is trying to catch up, just going to take Olivia Steer as well. It's a big hunt for the line now.
Watch out for Georgia March. Georgia March is beginning to close down on McGee. I don't think she has enough track in front of her. She doesn't. McGee takes it.
4:27.44 through the line, and she's gone to the floor straight away. Oh, she's back up. Very quick.
It was just a very elaborate celebration from her.
I think it was a little bit of a... I think she's very happy. I'd hope so. Yeah, and she's hugging her mum. It would seem that's very lovely. Oh. I'm a big fan of that. People coming off the track straight after the race, going straight to their parents. I remember Charlie Stadden did it. 2023 it would have been. Straight off the track, got his first bronze medal in the schools, jumped over the thing into the stands, go see his... I think it was his dad, when I hugged his dad.
Bless him.
But anyway, enough about reminiscing. It was a great run from Olivia McGee there to take it. And also from Georgia March to just pace off of Olivia Steer all the way around.
Absolutely, especially where Georgia March was really leading those surges and trying to break up the pack. Really good to see that she was rewarded with that.
It's nice to see someone take a commanding role in a race, not just kind of fall into the good old strategy of just sitting and laissez-faire.
So, last 1500 metres before we look onto some long sprint action. We have the inter-boys 1500 metre final. They are all lined up, ready to go. Starter's whistle has signalled that we are going to get underway in a couple seconds. The men on the start line ready to take this on is Sam Lambert of Warwickshire, Hugo Berry of Cumbria, Thomas Thake of South Yorkshire, Thomas Matthews of North Yorkshire, Luca Norden of Essex, Jake Percy of Sussex, William Hum of Berkshire, Freddie Rowe of Essex, Evan Grime of Greater Manchester, Finn McLean of Cambridgeshire, George Armstrong Smith of Sussex, and Ewan Withnell of Derbyshire. Evan Grime is one of the standout athletes in this field for Greater Manchester. Watch out for him. He often does start at the back and gradually works his way through. Has a very, very good 800 PB as well of, I believe, about 148 or 149.
Yeah, it seems like George Armstrong Smith as well in the yellow vest there, 79. He's just decided to cut in early as he can, get at the front. He seems to be going out quite consistently. Seems like he knows what his pace is, looking at the floor, not even having to look up at where he's running.
But it always stresses me out when they sort of look at the floor and not look outwards, and I'm like, are you...
Sometimes if I'm very tired in like a lactic-y session, I'm just like looking at my feet while I'm
100%.
running. Anything to pretend that the finish line isn't there. I don't know how I'd feel about doing that in an English schools final.
I've got a terrible sense of spatial awareness. I will definitely run into somebody if I started doing that.
But yeah, a nice little pack again, like usual championship racing, as we've seen in the women's previously. It's allowing the Greater Manchester athlete from the back just to catch up a little bit. It's almost like he dropped back to kind of see what the pace they were going at. Just go, all right.
Indeed, that's classic.
What have I got to do to get past them? The tall Kent athlete, I think that is coming around.
So as we go, they were going out into about lane 2 or lane 3 even. Nobody wanted to take this on at all, and it's always playing into Evan Grimes' hands this. That sort of sit and kick finish where he's really, really strong over that shorter distance as well will suit him.
Thomas Thake of Yorkshire has just come through as well to now take the lead into this penultimate lap.
Absolutely. So we've still got around about 2 laps to go, just under 2 laps until this race concludes. Thomas Thake of South Yorkshire starting to pick this up a little bit now, start stretching out the boys in this field.
And there's a kick. Just held off by our red vest. Thomas Thake just checking again over his shoulder to make sure that there's nobody too close. And I don't think he'll be very happy with the result because it is starting to pick up. There's Grime.
Here we go. Here comes the kick now. Evan Grimes decided enough is enough, and as we approach the final lap, he's taken us on from the front. 3:06.59 for the... Oh!
He's back up though, and he's going still.
Well done to him. That is one of our lighter athletes. It might be Finn McLean of Cambridgeshire, or I think it's Hugo Berry of Cumbria, I believe, who fell. So well done to forget about. But still at the front, Evan Grime has put daylight between him and the rest of the pack. A gap of about 5 metres, but it's not growing. Watch out for the Essex athlete in behind. Freddie Rowe is beginning to make a charge towards Evan Grime and the home straight. Also watch out for the Derbyshire athlete as well. Ewan Withnell is trying to make a move, but Evan Grime steps on the gas once again. I think Freddie Rowe, just like the 1500 Intergirls behind, has just run out of time, and Evan Grime spots the camera as he crosses the line. 4:02.13 to become the English schools inter-boys 1500 metre champion. I said watch out for him. He's so prolific over 800 as well as 15.
does not disappoint and puts on a brilliant show there. It was just a matter of when and where he was going to come by, and he perfectly timed it, kept the distance. And a great run there also by Ewan Withnell to hold off fourth place from Finn McLennan. Just holding off on the home straight to secure English Schools medal and celebrating through the line. You love to see it. Because it's not all about winning English Schools.
It's not.
Coming third is just as impressive. You get on that podium, you get a medal.
Absolutely. As we've just heard, some of the best athletes didn't win English Schools. So there we go.
True.
Yeah.
I came third myself, and that I was actually more excited to come third than by the time I came first a couple of years later, because it was, you know, you don't get your national medal, and then you come to English Schools, you win in front of your family, your friends.
Absolutely,
you win on winning on a stream as well. a lot of athletes, I think about 90% of your races as an athlete, standard club level, will be just in front of a home crowd or on your own in front of your mum or your dad. So to get to do it in front of people across the country, you can watch on, and you get to repost that video, you get to watch it till the end of time. That's how I go to bed every night.
I said, those poor souls. Yeah, those poor souls have to listen to my voice over their videos, so Godspeed to them.
Yeah, you've got to make sure as they're coming through the line, you just say as many terrible things as you can, so it's unusable footage. I'm always dubious of that now. Whenever I see someone running, I'm like, I either say something amazing or say nothing at all, because I don't want to say the wrong thing.
No. Can you imagine?
Yeah. Most of the time with these races, I'm just lost for words. I don't know what to say. Especially with some of those 100 and 200 races earlier, I'm kind of just like gripping my thigh a bit in stress. I haven't even met half these people. I'm like, hold them off.
Honestly.
Don't let them overtake. Yeah, I think the weather is still just as warm as it was earlier, but the wind is picking up a little bit more than this morning, so it's feeling a little cooler, a little more breathable. Speaking of which, we have our 300 metre into girls, I think.
We do indeed. We'll bring you just a quick roundup of some of the results out in the field after, once these inter girls have completed their 300 metres. So we have Ella Bibby in lane 2. She just out of frame. We can't. It says unattached. Can't quite see what club she is with. She is with Merseyside. That is it. There we go. Mary Taylor is in 3.
Buckinghamshire, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, indeed. Holly Ryan of Surrey goes in 4. Shiloh Tomosho of Essex is in 5. Noah Chukfua of Essex is in 6. Caitlin Hadfield of Derbyshire is in 7. Chloe Poor is in 8. And then Joella Jeffries of Staffordshire is on the outside in lane 9.
Yeah, we've had some really good runs today. I mean, there was a time in which running a 38 as a 300 on Intergirl, you were like, oh, that probably wins English Schools. And now we've got so many of them in this final. It's going to be really interesting to see who can do what. Keep your eyes on those central lanes, as always. Lanes 5, Shiloh, and lane 6, Noah. Both running 38.3 and 38.7 respectively.
Absolutely. Here we go then. All of them using blocks from the outset, and it is Shiloh Otomosha of Essex who's got the better start, making up the stagger on Noah Chukfua, also of Essex already.
A great run from Holly Ryan as well, who's just caught up the stagger on Shiloh on her outside.
Also watch out for Chloe Poor of Hampshire. She just faded ever so slightly into the home straight.
Clearing.
Holly Ryan, it is, of Surrey, who has made the greatest surge off that bend. She's put daylight between her and Otomosha and Chukfua.
Noah's
Chukfua is now
catching up.
coming back over Otomosha, but it is Holly Ryan.
38.03.
Right. That is speedy.
Very, very speedy. We see Mary Taylor and Holly sharing a nice little hug there after the line. And I'm no doubt that her hands are on her knees, because that is a very tiring run and a very impressive display from an athlete who might not have been considered for a gold medal. Could have been considered for medal contention.
Yeah.
and ended up taking it by storm, just creeping up on that inside. We thought that Omototo might catch up the stag runner teammate. We did not keep an eye out for Holly Ryan flying on her inside. Now English Schools champion with a 38.0 time.
Absolutely. So whilst those Interboys just get their blocks set up ready for the first of the foragers, could just recap off the day's field events. So Moyo Stepman Hoyson of Northamptonshire won the Interboys discus with 58.59. Oliver Kulalabi of Hampshire came second, 48.54, with Rafi Wilkinson of Hereford and Worcestershire in bronze with 46.90.
I actually I saw Moyo training the other day at my local track, and that boy is a beast. I couldn't believe that I am older than him, because he is built and he is an amazing thrower. 58 winning by almost 10 meters. I'm surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if that was near championship record.
No. In the Intergirls high jump, Scarlett Grundy won for Merseyside in 171, with Minna Williams of Middlesex coming second in 168, and Alicia Chilvers of Oxford also jumping 168, but with one foul at that 168 height. She is third on countback. What haven't we done? We haven't done the long jump senior girls. Daisy Snell won that for Kent in 6.15, with Ella Woods of Hereford and Worcestershire jumping 5.82 for silver, and Talia Jade Mason of Buckinghamshire coming third at 5.69. Sharing that podium with Eve Drury of West Yorkshire, so well done to all four of those girls.
Yeah, we knew that Ella Woods and Daisy Snell were going to be in good contention that first and second. Daisy Snell just proves with a great jump of over 6 meters to take it.
Absolutely. In the Intergirls shot put, Amelia Adesay won for London in 15.53. Ellis Thomas of Essex came second in 14.59, and then Matilda Hewitt of Essex came third in 13.49.
It's a good day to be from the London area, isn't it?
Absolutely.
A London, Essex, London top four.
Essex are always very, very strong here, and just see the talent radiating throughout the entirety of
Here comes our 400
field. We'll come back to that roundup in a second. We have our Interboys 400 metre final. This contains Debana Okoro of Berkshire in 2, Lucas Cameron of Kent in 3, Matthew Ogbalegbe of Essex in 4, Rowan Whittaker of North Yorkshire in 5, watch out for him, Charlie Tong of Middlesex in 6, Miles Henry of Nottinghamshire in 7, Zach Reynolds of Hampshire in 8, and then Josh Hurst on the outside for Hertfordshire in lane 9.
This race is going to be probably one of the best today. I watched the heats yesterday, and Rowan Whittaker and Charlie Tong battling in the heats, knowing they have a final the next day, but to go both sub 48 in an inter-boys race. We're going to see how they get off here.
Away cleanly, first time of asking. Charlie Tong on the outside made a very strong start immediately.
Same with Matthew Agbalegbe on the inside of Rowan Whittaker. But Charlie Tong seems to be taking this by storm. Rowan coming into a stride a little bit.
There we go. Rowan's just starting to get into his running now. Starting to move down the back straight and trying to make up that gap on Charlie Tong. But Charlie has moved further clear, taken that Sturger out of Henry and Reynolds outside of him, and working his way onto the shoulder of Hurst. But here comes Whittaker on that inside.
Charlie Tong's struggling to hold him off, but he is so far. Rowan's going to extend his stride a little bit, and it is going to be a battle for the line. Who has more in the tank left? Seems to be Rowan right now.
Rowan Whittaker's just judged this slightly better than Charlie Tong, and he will come away to take that English Schools title. 47.53 for him. Holds his hand in aloft. Charlie Tong with his head in his hands. He knew that he had it. Very, very nearly had it, but just overcooked it slightly in that first 150.
It's so hard on the outside lanes of people to gauge it, especially with these kind of conditions. You go out as hard as you can and you don't know what the person inside you's planning, and that seems to be the case in this race. Great run by Rowan Whittaker in the heats. A little slower in the final, but by no means slow at all.
Savannah Okara of Berkshire just came in for bronze there in 48.66, so well done to him as well. Especially from lane 2, that is a cracking run from him.
Yeah, absolutely flew. I think he was definitely charging for a medal by the end there. And another great race here. We've got the senior girls 400 metres. We can see
Very exciting.
Eleanor McIntosh lined up in lane number 5. I think she's wearing the number 1. Will that prove a good sign?
Absolutely.
Let's hope to see. Kamaya Bennett on her outside in 6. And there's a few other people in this. Elsie Brindle's another one to watch. Came in with a good PB. It's going to be a big battle for those top 3, and I think it's going to be between Elsie and Eleanor for that kind of champion spot. I don't think either of them have won before, so.
A new winner to be crowned.
So I'll just take you guys through the lineup here real quick. In lane 2 we have Misha Lamvahi. Then lane 3 Daniela Graham Marty. Lane 4 Emily Carmen. Lane 5 we have Eleanor McIntosh. Lane 6 Kamaya Bennett. And lane 7 Elsie Brindle. Lane 8 Patricia Armour. And lane 9 Larissa Wilson. So currently the fastest qualifier in this is Eleanor McIntosh, obviously in lane 5. She's going to have her 2 main competitors sat on lane 6 and 7 outside of her. So whether or not she tries to get past them as quick as possible or just paces off them for the win, it's definitely one of those decisions you have to make, whether you want a PB, whether you feel like you can do a PB that day, or whether you think, you know what, I'll settle for just a win.
It's not as hot as it was yesterday, so it's a little bit more optimum temperatures to be able to run a very, very quick 4. It's a nice little breeze that is gently setting in and around the stadium. Nothing that's hopefully too much of a headwind in either one of the straights for these ladies. Here we go, the senior girls 400 metre final.
Clean starts all around there. And we've got a big push from lane 7 there. Let's take her out. Ellen McIntosh trying to get around Kamaya Bennett. Elsie Brindle trying to get around Patricia Armour. Ellen McIntosh has made up the stagger on the other athletes in the field, it seems, so far.
Here goes Ellen McIntosh. She's already putting the hammer down on the rest of the field. Before they even get to 200 metres, she's going to comfortably reach 2, well out in front of anybody in about 25 seconds. So she's definitely on for a win and a PB here if she can maintain this sort of speed.
Gotta hope she hasn't overcooked it here. So definitely her best part of her race is her first 200. Let's hope she can hold on for a really good time. It's a dominant display from her. She's clearing the field. She's feeling the effects of it, but she's got plenty of space behind her. She's close enough to the line. It's going to be a good time. Looking like maybe a sub 55.
Oh, 54.61, just outside her personal best.
She'll be more than happy with that to take the gold, and she's celebrating, doing a little dance. Very happy to see that. A great run from the other athletes in the field as well. It's a very tactical race of 400. It's not exactly a 200. You can't just go flat out. No. But you ease off at any second and someone's going to fly by you.
Elise Bristol Brindle of Hampshire just came in behind a 56.12 for her to gain silver, with Kamaya Bennett of West Midlands 56.47 for third. So that race was all about Eleanor McIntosh out in front. From 300 out, she set the tone for the rest of her race that she was not going to let up one bit.
Yeah, I know a lot of the athletes here are going through a similar thing, but as someone who knows Kamaya Bennett personally, I know she's not been able to train and compete so much with A-levels going on and things like that, and a lot of the athletes here will have GCSEs, A-level stresses this summer, and so to come back and go straight into a very competitive environment can be terrifying. But she's done more than enough to take a bronze medal, and I know she'll be ecstatic with that.
Absolutely. Hopefully that will inspire her onto hopefully a university career somewhere that will provide more fruitful endeavours at championship races for her.
And yeah, and hopefully she'll stop running for Coventry Godiva and come to rugby in Northampton. Can't keep training at our stadium and not running for our club. All right, I got that out of the way.
There you go.
We're on to our senior boys 400 metres now. Hopefully just as action-packed as the inters were previously. Some slower qualifiers, but you never know what people are going through in the heats, who they're running against. They might be running.
No, well, the heats were a real mixed bag in this one. I know that a few of the athletes who were ranked 3rd or 4th in and amongst the times coming into this competition weren't quite firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, when you lose some of the favourites, like you people like Stanley Chivou and stuff like that, you kind of lose those pace setters that you need in the heats. I see lane 2 here we have Thomas Watton. I actually spoke to Thomas yesterday and he sent me a bunch of photos of him getting medical treatment after the heats yesterday. I don't know if you saw, but he did faint a little bit, and I think his blood pressure was a bit low or high, or whichever one makes you faint. But anyway, he's back in action. It seems like he's ready for the final.
Hopefully for him,
he seemed alive when I spoke to him. Yes. So yeah, Thomas Watson lane 2, Aaron Head in 3, Joe Flynn in 4, Frederick Hake in 5, Rory Summers 6, Joshua Patino in 7, Daniel Skilbeck in 8, and Harvey Nelson in 9. Looking at Frederick Hake with a really fast qualifying time here from Surrey.
Frederick Hake is the one to watch, but watch out for Harvey Nelson in 9. He is very much a championship performer. He won Midlands this year. And those long legs of him very much carry him to some great championship times. Didn't look quite at his best yesterday, not from what I've seen from him normally. But the local boy that he is, he's only down the road in Solihull. Be very interested to see what he can produce from lane 9 in this final.
It's always interesting to see how home advantage can play out for some of these athletes. You know, I know Birchfield Harriers being such a big club, a lot of the people will be training here. So let's see if they can use that to their advantage.
Here we go then, away cleanly, and already Skilbeck and Nelson on the outside have made a very, very fast start, putting daylight between them and Patino from Merseyside on the inside. Hake is also moving very, very well for Surrey in 5.
Hake doing very well here. He's going to make the stagger up by about 150 left to go. It's a good run from Daniel Skilbeck as well, representing Hertfordshire. Just overtaken there. They're going to come in pretty level with the top 4 here from 5, 6, 7 and 8.
So is Skilbeck of Hertfordshire into the home straight, but now Hake starts to move. He starts to put his authority on the race. Also watch out for Rory Summers of Devon on the outside of him. He's just moved into 2nd, so it is Hake from Summers. Joe Flynn of Shropshire just making a late surge on the inside for 3rd.
47.63 through the line. I think that Frederick Hake will be very happy with that. Decent time, and the result, you can't ask for more.
Might be a new personal best for Frederick Hake there. It would be a very, very fitting way to sign off his.
It's a good battle from Rory Summers there as well, getting overtaken kind of early doors, about 150 metres in, to keep battling and say, no, you're not just going to fly by me and leave me in the dust. I'm coming back.
Absolutely. This is what I said, being on the on one of those outside lanes where you could just sort of run your own race. You can leave all of that noise behind you of getting caught up in other people's races. Does really play to your advantage.
Yeah, it was a tough one there for Daniel Skilbeck because he flew by his lane 9, got quite clear, and then as you end up breaking the stagger, you can't tell if you've burnt out too early or not. He tried to hold on, but Joe Flynn, sneaky there in lane 4, just creeping by and putting himself on that podium. Maybe when a lot of people weren't looking at him.
No. So we now turn our attention away from some long sprints to the 3,000 metres that starts on that back straight. We've got the inter-boys final. 12 athletes who all had their heats yesterday to make it through to this final this afternoon. Sandy McDonald of Cambridgeshire, Mikey Bacon of South Yorkshire, Pio Aaron of Greater Manchester, Max Taylor of Merseyside, Caspian Holmes of London, Rory Barclay-Wass of Devon, Tom Ford of Hertfordshire, Archie Lane of Warwickshire, Joseph Hill of Kent, Joe Skanes of Kent, Alfie Cook of Northumberland and Teddy Murphy of Hertfordshire all competed in this heat yesterday to make it through. I think remember the first heat with Joe Skanes and Pio Aaron was considerably slower compared to heat 2. Some real tactics were playing out amongst all of those. The London athlete already, that is Caspian Holmes, that was it. Caspian Holmes, who Jody just squeaked through yesterday. He's got out very, very quickly today.
Maybe trying to give us a message saying, oh, even if I just squeak through, I'm making sure that I am not going to be seen as someone who isn't meant to be here. Yeah, and he is leading the pack.
He's got to be careful. He does have 7 laps left.
He does have 7 laps left. I hope he doesn't think he's a pacer for today. If he knows he has got to go all the way.
It's glorified Diamond League, this.
I do love that, the Diamond League, that little light that goes around on the inside.
Oh, the wave lights.
Yeah, yeah.
I love the wave lights.
It's terrifying.
They do go around pretty quick, to be fair.
There is nothing more depressing than when you're watching like the 3K and they're not even trying to keep up with the world record, and you're like, oh well.
Oh.
It's not going to be a world record. Why am I watching it? To be fair, I'm coming to English schools, and if I'm hoping that everyone's going to run a world record, it might be a bit optimistic. But it's been, well, I don't know if it's been done before, but it could be done before. Here we go, the boys.
Definitely set a championship best.
It's always interesting to watch these first few laps. Everyone's order kind of shifts about, and then kind of argy-bargy, and no one sits in the same place usually. It'll be interesting to see who the next person is going to be that flies by Caspian. Because I don't think he's going to want to be there forever. It's not exactly the best. You want a slipstream in these kind of races. Got a little push from what seems to be the Devon athlete, is that?
Absolutely, just a little bit of elbows coming out there.
It's all fun and games, a little bit of elbows, part of the race.
Whilst these boys just cycle around, can bring you the rest of our field events that have occurred. So in the senior girls high jump, Carmen Rose won for Surrey in 178. Matilda Secker of Kent jumped 175. She came second on countback, with Daisy Burton of the West Midlands and Isle of Payne of Gloucestershire also jumping 175, but having identical cards, so also sharing that bronze medal.
What do you think about medal sharing? What's your opinion on it? Because it's quite a new comment. You're a fan?
I'm a fan.
I am a fan. I've heard some people say, when Tamberi did it and stuff, it was like quite cool, and then it's kind of lost its charm over time. But I agree with it to an extent. I remember seeing a comp where they had one person came first, 2 people shared second, 2 people shared third, and there was only like 7 athletes jumping. I was like, poor one sod's gone home with no medal.
See, that's what I have an issue.
It was easier to get one than not, almost.
Absolutely.
But I do think it's all fun and game. Like everyone wants to do their best to get a medal, and we should celebrate people that are able to compete just as well as each other.
Indeed, if you've made it here, you've done all the hard work to be up in those medal winning positions. Reward everybody for all their hard work that they've done.
But it would be fun to see if they fight to the death for it. That would be an interesting idea. Maybe at the 200th year of English schools.
True.
Bit dystopian for 2025.
Meanwhile, in the junior girls hammer outside, we had Aspen Stobart of Dorset, who won a 50.72. We had Mia Flint of Bedfordshire, who came second in 47.42. And then Adana Anna of Surrey just missed out on that silver with the bronze in 47.37.
What a name, may I add, as well. Adana Anna.
Adana Anna.
That's a medal name right there.
So true.
That needs to be read out.
She'll be back next year, hopefully, to get a medal. Then we also saw, whilst that parade was just starting, the conclusion of the pole vault for the senior boys. Arthur Riley won that pole vault in 4.60 meters, with Rudy May coming in second for South Yorkshire in 4.50. And Panagis Zampantis of Greater Manchester also vaulting 4.50 meters, but with more fouls in his card, came third instead of second. And we've got the junior boys as well. Alfred Rushton won that one for Staffordshire in 54.40. Osroad Overweight of Kent came second, 49.69, with Benjamin Compton of Northumberland coming third, 44.22 for him.
I can't believe that junior boys can do hammer. I don't think I could pick up the hammer now. The fact that they can throw it 50 metres is even more impressive.
I can't remember which of the weights are different per age group.
I feel like the hammer weighs the same. I might be chatting. I'm about to say a horrible take I'm get called out on, but I think it's similar to a shot put. The weight wise, I think it's like 5 kg or something.
Well, I know the senior men's one is 7.26.
Yeah, that would add up. I think that the juniors is
Yeah.
about 5 and then 6 for the inters. But any throwers out there, feel free to abuse me in the street, beat me up if you hear this.
I mean, my best friend is a hammer thrower, but I still have the question to him, like, how do you get into throwing a hammer? And he can't give me a straight answer. So until such time. Meanwhile, the conclusion of the junior boys javelin outside has also just happened, or occurring too. Hugo Butcher of Middlesex is currently in the lead with 69.89.
Amazing throw.
Looks like an unassailable lead for him. William Connop of Kent is in second with 53.74, and Arthur Rogers of Sussex is in third at the minute with 53.32.
Quite close between those 5 positions, actually. There's about 4 metres in between, well, not even 4, about 2 metres in between coming third and coming fifth there.
Absolutely, and I don't think that is done yet. There are still some jumps that are being put through on Entry for Sport if you want to go and check those, keep up to date. But yeah, we're just checking that championship record just to see that he has broken the championship record.
And still throwing.
Indeed.
Beat by broken it with an astounding throw as well, about 3 metres over the record.
So congratulations to Butcher of Middlesex.
We are approaching off last lap almost in these 3K races.
We are indeed. Back to the track, and it's very much similar to what the heat was like. Joe Skanes taking it out from the front with Pio Aaron following him in second. Skanes has a lead of about a metre or 2 from Pio Aaron, but this is very similar to last year, I distinctly remember, between Skanes and Aaron. Joe Skanes, already a English schools champion once before, and is looking to do the business once again.
Oh wow, he is really extending it here. He's got another lap left, about 600 metres in it.
He's a dominant force, as Joe Skanes, for the Blackheath and Bromley young distance programme, and he's showing absolutely why as he puts about 15, maybe 20 metres on Pio Aaron.
Third and fourth as well, having a strong battle there. We got our Devon athletes, Rory Barkley Watt versus...
I think that's Teddy Murphy of Hertfordshire there.
I think it definitely is, yeah. It might be 37.
37, that's Tom Ford.
Tom
There's
Ford
too
of
many bibs
Hertfordshire.
of the same numbers, but
And we've got to see the numbers from all the way up here, which is not as close as the camera is.
I wear glasses and it does not give the desired effect sometimes.
I think I need glasses. But yeah,
Joe Skanes is up there. He can clearly see the track in front of him, and he has stretched his gap to over 50 metres to Pio Aaron behind him, I should say. Tom Ford is beginning to close that gap to Aaron. I think Aaron is just running out of gas ever so slightly, as that gap is ever reducing between Aaron in second and Ford in third.
but it's all about Joseph Skanes as he comes into this home stretch. 80 metres left to go. He's not even checking behind him. I think he's a good enough runner to know that there's no one behind him right now.
He knows this title is all for himself. He looks comfortable in doing it, and Joe Skanes is your English schools champion for 3,000 metres. Pio Aaron has found his kick. He's found the gas left in his system, and he does get second with Tom Ford third.
A great run by Rory Bartlett Watt, just not enough at the end to catch up. And it seemed like everyone might have been dying a little bit until at 100, and then everyone just held on to their positions. They had a little bit in the tank. And speaking about having a little in the tank, Pio is on his back now, rolling over, probably in lactic hell. A lot of people actually succumbing to lactic hell.
Pio looks like me after a 400.
Pio looks like me after I've been hit by a bus. And a few of the athletes, there's a bit of a graveyard in that lane 9 right now. But a couple confident blokes going around shaking hands still. It's nice to see. Some good photos probably come from this.
Absolutely, some great camaraderie all around, and it's really nice to see how packed this West Stand is watching this action unfold.
Yeah, so It was one of those races, like usual with the 3K, you just don't know what the order's going to be until the race is over. You see similar faces lead, then you see them drop all the way back, and you see it's a lot of turnover rate in the 3Ks, and so you can't really place any bets until those last 2 laps.
You absolutely cannot.
If you know the athletes well, I would put the house on Joseph's gains.
To be fair, if I was a betting man, which I'm not going to disclose on and off a national stream if I am or not, but if I was a betting man, you would definitely put some solid money on Joe Skanes, because he is always a force to be reckoned with whenever he steps onto the track, both on the track and I've seen him do a few cross-country races back when he was a young kid and I was still doing distance, God forbid. I do distinctly remember how strong he was at a younger distance, so it's great to see him develop into such a strong athlete as he has become now.
Yeah, and coming into this 3K Intergirls final, there is a very large gap in the field with some of our athletes being running some very quick times.
It is indeed. We have a massive field here of 21 athletes split across both of the starting curves, just due to the nature of how many girls we have doing this Intergirls 3,000 metre final.
If you came to my area or to my secondary school and asked girls to do a 3,000 meters, I think you might get one. To come here and see so many people eager to run, eager to win, it's lovely to see.
At least you got one. I didn't have any. Off a chance.
Some of the athletes in this, you might see some familiar names. I think Olivia Forrest went to the under-18 Euros, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, showed she's a very consistent and impressive 3,000 meter runner. But we've got Jasmine Christmas, Kitty Scott, Ella Rose Whitworth, our top 3 kind of contenders at the moment. But it's all to play for with so many athletes.
Indeed. So another 7.5 laps for these ladies. Grace Hendy on the inside there, you can see, for the West Midlands. Next to her is Isabel Hall of Greater Manchester, and then outwards from that is Catherine Pye, Matilda Holmes. Got Alice Keane, Sophie Maxwell, Attila Garcia Davies, Penelope Boyle, Raya Petrova, Phoebe Langlands, Imogen Bennett, Rebecca Murphy, Beth Lewis, Isabel Cherritts, Molly Smithers, Isabella Harrison, Olive Geary, and then, yeah, as we said, Olivia Forrest, Ella Rose Whitworth, Kitty Scott and Jasmine Christmas are the ones to really watch in this field. Ooh, a lot of twitching and stumbling.
Twitching. I'm glad that they don't DQ for twitching, because we might have an 8-person final on our hands.
I think it'd be very, very quite entertaining if we watched somebody at a 3K get a disqualification.
I think it'd be more impressive than winning, to be honest. It'd be rarer to be DQ'd than.
Absolutely.
But it seems like the Leicestershire and Rutland athlete is currently taking the lead in this one.
She has worked that.
Not a vest we've seen much today.
No, worked that bend very well. Has Phoebe Langlands. That's where you were, Leicestershire and Rutland, when.
Oh, now that you mention it, yes, I am.
There you go.
No,
I
love
that green vest you were wearing.
Oh goodness me! It used to be yellow. It used to be so much worse. The yellow shorts, yellow vest. There's an era we don't talk about. But the green one's very nice. Got a little fox on it. It's pretty quirky. But yeah, it's a bit of a changeover. It's a tough one in these races, because even if you're leading, even if you're in lane 1, you start to get sandwiched a little bit. You almost want to be doing that extra work in lane 2, just so you have that freedom to cut in or cut out.
Absolutely.
You're stuck in lane 1, you don't want to go through 3 bodies to try and get out. If you can't keep with the pace as well, you're getting a knee right up the backside.
I think I'd get very stressed if I was sort of boxing in the middle of that field there. I want a bit of freedom to be able to sort of think. So as much as a physical game, it's also a mental game as well, running these sorts of distances.
I mean, trust me, with how hot it is, you can only imagine how warm it is in between all those bodies working. You can imagine it's kind of amplified. There's not a lot of airflow in that kind of area.
If I was doing this, I would become one of those social runners with a hydration vest. 2 water bottles, the absolute lot. I would be dying on my knees.
So that tall athlete we can see in the blue vest from Cambridgeshire, that is Jasmine Christmas. We can kind of see she's opening up her own space in the middle there, just to have some more freedom. So she can kind of save some energy, I can imagine. Obviously she's coming in with the fastest qualifying.
navigating her way in and around there, just letting Olivia Forrest of Essex do majority of the legwork alongside Phoebe Langlands there of Leicestershire and Rutland. Ella Rose Whitworth, it is Ella Rose Whitworth of Lincolnshire, and that green vest with that red strip just tucked in behind. We've also got the Northamptonshire athlete of gather her name. It's Imogen Bennett in that dark blue strip, also creating a little shield, a shield of 3 there, just protecting everybody, slipstreaming them along as they begin to slowly turn up the wick of this pace.
It kind of feels like Father Christmas's naughty and nice list every time we have to find a name here. It's like scrolling through multiple pages.
This is the both the joy and the heart of having so many talented athletes wanting to do these sort of races, that it's when you're having to search colours like you're doing a primary school maze quiz, it is very tricky to figure out names of which, especially when their numbers are so invisible at times.
Yeah.
But we do the best we can.
I thought I knew numbers, but all of a sudden I think I'm seeing things. I'm seeing 57s where 6s are and things like that. But as we can see, the order's not really changing. It's very bold of Phoebe Langlands here to keep battling for that. She really wants to lead this race, which you don't see too often. Sometimes people get overtaken this early doors in a race and you just think, you know what, you can have it. I don't want it. But to keep getting overtaken and then be like, oh.
We also have Kitty Scott there, that's just tucked in the middle alongside Isabella Harrison in 3rd and 4th. Jasmine Christmas is just watching their moves at the minute, just planning out what she may do. We've also got the Sussex athlete. That is Rhea Petrova, I believe, who is also just coming around the outside. Tell a lie, so that's 79. We've got 2 Sussex athletes. That's Molly Smithers.
Oh, we
as
lost one.
That is unfortunately Kitty Scott, who's taken a big tumble. She is already surging back towards the front of the field, so hopefully that has not taken too much out of her legs. But this is what we were saying, when they're tightly bunched as it is and no one's really moving that pace forward, you do leave yourself susceptible to a fall like that. Phoebe Langlands is controlling the pace, but is this just a bit too slow for some of these girls?
I mean, a lot of respect to Kitty Scott there to get back up, and she's already back in medal contention position. I think it's given her a bit of hate. I think it's fueled her up a little bit. She's thinking, you know what, if I'm going to fall down or if I'm going to take a little nudge, I'm going to make sure that we're going to run a race. There's going to be one.
It might also be a mental psyche thing, because I think a lot of the girls around her would have seen her fall, and if to see her already back with that pack, they must think to them, are we potentially going a little bit too slowly to really draw out the best from ourselves in this competition? To not the best in terms of how they're running, but the best in terms of keeping this pace as true and honest in order to string out the field and really decide early who these medals are going towards.
Yeah, we've just had Isabella Harrison now take the lead from London there in that number 50. We've lost our Leicestershire athlete a little bit. But yeah, as you can see, Kitty Scott still challenging. She's got that lean going into this. She's really pushing.
We have indeed. So we've got about 3 laps to go. 1,200 metres left for these ladies. Isabella Harrison has decided to surge this forward a little bit. Kitty Scott in second.
Jasmine Christmas in third. She's looking very casual. She's almost with her stride length, she's looking like she's almost walking it right now. Just working her arms more than her legs needs to be.
Long, languished, sort of relaxed running style. It's really, really attractive to see when a sort of athletes sort of have this long, languished style. It makes running look so easy.
Yeah, it makes me think, oh, maybe I could get down there and try it. And then I would end up probably like Kitty Scott about 2 minutes ago. And I probably wouldn't get back up. I think that's a very, very impressive thing that people don't really consider is, oh yeah, you fell over, you got back up, it's like 9-minute, 10-minute race. It's really not that easy. You fall over after a race, you don't want to get back up for 20 minutes. So for these people that are going through this heat, going through this trauma, to fall over, it just causes all your muscles that were quite loose, quite relaxed, just all of a sudden seize up, and you've you almost get that internal bruising straight away. So the fact that she's just powering through that with that adrenaline,
Absolutely.
only to be admired.
So these ladies went through 2K at about 6:33. They've got just 2 laps left, and it's a group of 3 now that has formed. A sort of surge has started from, or had started from Isabella Harrison, that really pulled these 3 away from the rest of the field, and it's looking like that our medals are going to go to one of these 3 ladies. Well, all 3 will be getting a medal, but in what colour and what order we do not know yet. There's a gap that's sort of stretched out of about 15 metres or so, I would say, to the athlete behind. We can't quite see who that is at the minute. It's a yellow vest with a blue strip across it.
Yeah, I can't massively speak on her, but oh, and we've had a little pull away there from Jasmine Christmas.
Here
She's
we go
decided
then.
now is her time. I was going to say it's been a pretty good display, especially from our Isabella Harrison there, who's just checked behind her. She looks pretty comfortable, I can't lie. She was holding the lead, and sometimes you see those people start to swim a little bit, but I think she has a lot more in the tank.
Absolutely. You don't want to be giving it away that you're just checking your shoulder right now, Isabella, but just hold that pace on for another about 300 metres or so, and then you should be fine for a medal. She's still on the shoulder of Kitty Scott in second, but Jasmine Christmas is just turning that screw ever so slightly. She checks behind just to make sure she has created a gap. She has about 5 metres, and she takes the bell. 8:28 for Jasmine Christmas.
And we're starting to see that what she was doing earlier with her relaxed running is paying off. She is more than happy to keep going. I think she wouldn't mind if there's an extra lap in this race.
No.
And there we go. We see Isabella Harrison again just overtake. It's a bit of a leapfrog situation going second and third right now. Just slipstream, and swapping positions. And we'll only really see on that 120 metre mark. But yeah, it's looking like Jasmine Christmas's day today.
Absolutely.
Still checking behind her.
Yeah, I was going to say that long language style that we saw of Jasmine Christmas has turned into a short, choppy sprint here. Really working those legs over and getting that turnover as she comes into those final 200 metres. 150 to go at about 9:13. So just outside of her season's best for her. But I don't think that matters quite as much to her as the win will be. Because by absolute canter, she's done a job on the rest of the field. She worked really, really well in the early stages to keep it measured, keep it controlled. And now she's coming down the home straight to take this English schools title. This is all about Jasmine Christmas here. She wins it for Cambridgeshire. 9:40.78 for her. Kitty Scott will come through for second. And as you said, Isabella Harrison.
Third place.
Will she win it? But she doesn't.
No, unfortunately not for her. But
it's the Humberside athlete of Beth Lewis. She takes the bronze. We said that she may need 300 metres or so before she can really relax, and she did take it on. She really tried to push that pace. But Beth Lewis, real outsider there, probably setting a new personal best in the process, has taken that bronze away from Isabella Harrison, and that's mightily unlucky for her. She did so much of the work.
And nothing to take away from a great end performance from there, from your Beth Lewis runner. That is a stagger that seemed formidable about 300 metres out. I don't want to say it, but I had counted her out of that race until the last 100 metres. She just flew, absolutely. So yes, unfortunate for Isabella Harrison, but obviously, I mean, amazing display from all the girls. Very much so from that tactical Jasmine Christmas.
Indeed. It's a real trend that we've seen in this English schools today, and across the weekend, where we're seeing a lot of real surges from people in behind. I think those really fighting for those medal contention places that wouldn't really have expected it, or put themselves in a position where they've sort of gone for a PB, really attacked the race, and that heat has just caused them to feel it ever so slightly in those final 1 or 2 laps, those final couple 100 metres.
We've still got our final athlete now coming through, just to close out the 3Ks.
Well done as well to our Durham athlete as she just comes through there. That's Catherine Pye. It's not easy to do 3,000 metres, especially in this heat.
And a pretty confident swagger, may I add as well, through the last 100.
So to be able to finish it is a massive testament to her. It's one thing winning, but even just being able to get across the line and finish is equally as admirable.
And Kitty Scott managed to take second after that fall. I'd almost forgotten about it. And it even happened in the first place.
Absolutely, yeah.
Feels like a different race.
Congratulations to her. That is some grit and determination, unbeknownst to many others could even think of.
I'd give up.
Oh, I'd give up.
I personally would give up.
I don't think I could deal with the embarrassment of falling over in the first place.
I'm the kind of person where I would rather milk the pity that people would give me for falling over.
Oh, what? Love a sympathy clap.
Yeah, I would
sympathy
be
clap.
the person that goes around and being like, oh, I was going to win last English schools, but unfortunately someone pushed me over.
I remember once where I was in a league match for my home club, and I did a 5k for the club, and I was slow, and I got many sympathy claps as a result. That was a humbling experience. That we also got very. I remember that same sort of day I did a 1500 metre steeplechase, and those two also gained us a lot of laughs as we fell in the water jump many times, and a lot of sympathy claps at the end of that as we were absolutely pasted.
I'm a big fan of the water jump. I'm still waiting for a way to get it into a 400 hurdles. I'm not sure how they're going to manage that, but I would be so here for it. Because I'm already swimming the last 40 metres. I might as well actually swim underwater.
So true.
Great 300 metre hurdles. Finally getting underway with some long hurdles. My favourite event of the day. I've been literally itching to watch some. We've got some good names in here. Lucia Bertoncini, for example, and Bison Musa. And the 41.92.
That was only the heat as well. All of these times are heat times, so yeah.
Goodness me. Renee Adams as well. Isabella Knight as well, or Isabel Knight even, in lane 8 here. I've seen her race before. She's a very confident flat runner. She's starting to improve on her hurdles. She's stepping up an age group after this year, obviously, to 400 hurdles. And that's always an interesting one, seeing the 300 hurdles, 400 hurdles, because I think the hurdle height might stay the same. I'm not too sure with the women's, but I know that extra 100 metres is a big difference. Asking someone to run a 200 versus a 300 is a big thing.
Absolutely.
So it'll be very interesting to see how these guys get on. Everyone had their own kind of independent heats going into this final. There wasn't any contention between the top twos for the most part. So it'll be nice to see how they do all against each other.
So these ladies just waiting for the officials just to be ready. They've went through one practice start at least. Majority of them all have blocks as well for these intergirls. Very much accustomed in to be able to utilise those blocks effectively for these 300 metre hurdles, where they wouldn't have had the opportunity in the heats, but they do in the finals.
It's going to be an interesting one to see that Lucia Bertoncini in lane 4 and Bison Musa in 5, because you tend to find with the quicker people being on the inside lanes, they find it easier to catch up and then extend their lead. So to have somebody who's maybe not the fastest in the race, or in the final in this case, just to be able to sit on the inside of the current favourite to win, it'd be interesting to see how she can use that to maybe cause an upset.
Absolutely. She's got a slight delay in the proceedings here. Ever so slightly behind schedule, but this race will go off fairly shortish.
Not necessarily what you want to see in this kind of heat. People being out in the sun for too long, as we saw earlier in the twos going back into the shade. The shade has now disappeared on that side of the track. There is no cover.
Unfortunately. Luckily, a lot of the
home straight.
A lot of the races, will be down here on this home straight, where this west stand has got a lovely little bit of cover.
As long as you're not in lanes 1 to 4, you might be safe
Very
from
true.
the rain, from the heat. Might be the first time anyone's been asking for lane 9 in a 400 metre hurdles race.
But here we go then. 300 metre intergirls hurdles final. Panel, Agbula, Bertoncini, Musa, Adams, Martin, Knight and McHugh.
Quick start there from Bison Musa. It's her and Lucia tied here, but Lucia does take the lead onto hurdle 2.
Bison Musa now starts to come back a little bit over hurdle 3, but it is Lucia Bettacini's race at the minute. She is moving very, very well on that inside, but Bison Musa is now starting to kick back. They are neck and neck through hurdles 4 into 5.
Bertaccini clearing. It's all going to be about this last hurdle now. And she takes it very well indeed. Renee Adams, unfortunately, taking full 41.14. I think she's very happy with that time. Head in the hands. Apologies to Renee Adams, it seems, on the floor here. Very heavy hit on that last hurdle. She's in contention for 3rd place up until that moment.
Congratulations though to Lucia Bettanini, one of the standouts of this weekend going into this event, and she absolutely showed why she was the favourite. We can tell you though, Renee Adams of Merseyside is up, which is always good to see, being carried off.
A bit distraught, but well is always better. She was putting a very good display in up until that moment. Just watching it back now, she just gets a bit of a stutter in and can't make her mind up about how she's going to go over it, and that catches both legs under the hurdle. Hence why she fell. Lucia Bertaccini, nice to see her very, very happy, and I think very good display. I think it was in the Hertfordshire athlete, was it? To come through the line as well there.
Was indeed. Indeed, Louise Martin of Hertfordshire ends up taking the bronze. So next on the track we have the 400 metre hurdles for the senior girls. We're just preparing ourselves really for what we might see here, because we're predicting that another championship record may fall in this one. Arabella Wilson of Surrey in 5 is by far and away the standout athlete in this field.
I mean, in Mannheim the other day, she raced with Steph Coro, dropped a 57.98, which is a big PB. Obviously Euro qualifiers as well.
Absolutely.
So she'll be wanting to knock that standard down and probably knock that championship record down. Only a couple tenths of a second out of it.
Indeed. Well, she's another one like you who's heading out to America.
Yes, she is.
In the coming fall, heading to actually to East Side as well, to Duke, which is very interesting decision. They've got a lot of really good 4 hurdlers out there.
Yeah, it's not Harvard though, is it?
It is not Harvard.
No, I'm joking.
To be fair, our uni went to Harvard last year and we all fell in love with Harvard. It's incredible.
It's very like Harry Potter-y, isn't it?
Oh my god, yeah.
That was my kind of thing. It didn't even matter if the uni was good or not. I was like, ooh, it's like the Great Hall. It's like Harry Potter.
It doesn't matter if Harvard is Harvard. Harvard looks great.
Harvard could be awful for all I care. I haven't even checked. I don't even know.
No. You'll be in. From knowing some of the athletes out there, you'll be in very, very safe hands.
But anyway, yes. Gracelyn Kendrick as well. Another Surrey athlete. Another great four hurdler. I think she might be first year seniors, would be my best guess, because I think that she might have won the...
She won the Intergirls last year.
Intergirls last year, yeah. So she's a very strong athlete. Just getting the outside lane of Arabella here.
Gracelyn also at the minute is just standing in the shade,
waiting
waiting for the rest of the girls. Showing very much respect.
Interesting to see Bella's got her socks on this time. I noticed that yesterday. She's quite renowned for wearing both calf socks. So I found it quite odd that I didn't see her in any yesterday. Maybe that was just to show how relaxed she was going to take the heat.
Indeed, just take it easy. Same with Farrell Fabrice earlier, where he has his trademark red shorts and red arm sleeves, and he didn't wear any of those yesterday, just to take those heats easy, just to show that he really meant business in the finals.
It'd kind of be terrifying, I think, if there was something I knew an athlete for and they'd switched up. I'd think that something broke, something snapped inside them. But yeah, I'm more than excited. I'm ecstatic to see this four hurdles race. Usually every time I'm watching Arabella, it's from the side of the track 20 seconds after my race, and
very, very true.
I'm trying to avoid contact with the race because for some reason watching other people makes me feel more sick.
Oh no, watching people is 100% worse than running it yourself. That is a known fact.
But yeah, obviously as well as Zoe Smith on the outside, another strong runner here last year in the final.
Here we go then, 400 metre hurdle senior girls final.
Long set there, but getting off flying. We saw Gracelyn Kendrick have a good start last race. Stutters a little bit and gives Bella that head.
I was going to say, that is incredible first hurdling there from Arabella Wilson. She is definitely attacking this time, going over at about 15s, I would say, across these first set of hurdles.
I think she might just alternated there, gone to that right leg. Yeah, she's dropped to 16s here, but still extending her lead. She's got it very hard. I'm sure she knows what she's doing at this point. You can see that signature kind of lean as she runs, almost showing that she's putting everything into these hurdles. Entering the home straight, we see that stagger, and in second place is actually our Caitlin Bell from Norfolk.
This is a great run here from Caitlin Bell up on the inside. Gracelyn Kendrick just not quite having it in her to challenge for a medal, but this is all about Arabella Wilson. Will she reach the championship time? It's 58.61, not quite.
Great run, and Zoe Smith taking third place. Gracelyn Kendrick is not going to be very happy with that, but Caitlin Bell as well coming with a great run. Did not expect that by any means.
Absolutely. Arabella Wilson, we knew that she would probably win, barring a very big major incident, but for Caitlin Bell, what a performance from her. Somebody who was one of the outside chances for a medal, and she's taken that opportunity with both hands.
Yeah, Arabella's seems, I assume she's just tired, but she's got a lot of accolades, a lot of championships before, so I'm sure she would have been aiming for a good time. She'll be happy with another great sub 59, but obviously everyone wants a PB. Sometimes conditions, it's so hot. I spoke to her yesterday after her race, and she said that she tried to go fast, but it was just really hot, and she couldn't really pull it out.
Absolutely fair enough.
I was like, oh, well, that makes a lot of sense. So yeah, I'm sure she's feeling that even more so today, out off of not necessarily fresh legs.
No. Especially in her last English schools, to get that win, sign off her English schools career with the top step of the podium once again.
It'll be very interesting to see how Bella gets on in some sort of British champs, adults, like seniors environment, when she's got some sort of competition, because in these kind of competitions like English schools or under 20s, she gets that little 2-second lead and kind of holds on the whole way. It'll be nice to see how she can cope when maybe not sitting in first or second.
Indeed. Well, I'm assuming she has the Euro and 20 time, as well as Steph Okoro. Both of them would have it. So you would hope that both of them do get selected to
most definitely.
Go to Euros.
Two very assured runners, extending their lead as the top two in their fields.
Because obviously Steph won this senior girls title last year before coming on to Buck success in the 4 hurdles this year. So esteemed company.
And in the 4x1, which I didn't expect to see it.
It's the Bruno way, that.
If you go to Brunel, you're doing a 100.
Yeah.
Doesn't even matter if you're a hurdler. Doesn't matter if you're a 400 runner.
They love their short sprints over there at Brunel.
And speaking of favourites to win this race, Elijah Olele. I've eaten the mic a little bit there. He is an amazing runner. Set YDL record this season in the under-17s, as well as also just extend that. He's going to be aiming for probably that championship record. I think it might be 51.55 if I'm not wrong. It might be Sam Lunt, which would add up.
Well, have a look. It is Sam Lunt's indeed, 51.83.
51.83
3 years ago.
So even nicer, fortunately. Not very nice, to be honest with you. 51.83 is an under 17. There is only one guy who's really done that recently, and it was Sam Lunt.
Yep.
But other than that, I'm very excited to see if Elijah can put on a show. He's constantly messaging me, taking the mick out of me or calling me short. So, you know what? I'm going to sit here on the other end of the commentary. I'm going to judge him.
That's a lot of big talk from a younger there.
He calls me Uncle Ollie. And Ryan Mortada, who's coming up in the 4 hurdles, is called Uncle Ray, is what I've heard.
Oh my god.
He's texting me Uncle Ollie after every race. So if you can show, we can see him there in that 49 black vest, all black actually, black shoes as well, and black. I think he might have an arm sleeve on.
Uncle Ray.
Uncle Ray
is wild.
It is, and then he goes out and runs like a record as well. And then he's going to take my YDL record. I know he is. Well, we're not mine anymore. Uncle Ray took that.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then we've got Liam O'Brien as well, who came in pretty strong in the heats. And yeah, there's a lot of athletes all running a very similar time here now. We're looking at it. There's not really anyone outside of that 56 except for Elijah.
No. There was a big case yesterday of athletes switching off very much as soon as they got over that last hurdle. I think just conserving as much energy as physically possible, where it was sapping out of everyone around the stadium almost in the heat.
Yeah, I think it was it top 3 qualify, 2 fastest or something like that.
Let's have a look.
Those kind of, because I think there was that in the top 2. There we go. So yeah, you can usually see when you're in that top 2, you got maybe a couple seconds in a 4 hurdles on someone. You can shut it down. It's very common, and we saw that in the senior boys actually. Your people like Ryan Mortada and Shane West and Nicholas Amaskashi just being like, oh, I've got enough gap. I'll get a good lane tomorrow for being the fastest. Why die for it?
Absolutely.
But yeah, all eyes on that lane number 5 here. He's a pretty confident runner on his own. And I know he's going to do very good things today. 52 is expected. 51, he'll be very happy with.
I suppose that's the beauty of running a 4 hurdles, is that you can't really run a 4 hurdles and training at half speed, because it just messes up your stride pattern so much. So
everything's flat out.
Absolutely, you're assured in the knowledge that you can hold that speed. It's not just what happens in that last home straight as a result of it.
Yeah, and especially some hurdle sessions, you get in the first 4 hurdles, so you're like, oh, I can run this quick, that's great. And then when you're doing the first 8 hurdles, you're like, oh, maybe I can't run that quick for the first 4. So it is interesting to see, because obviously when you're training for a 4 hurdles, nobody does a full 4 hurdles. That might be I would be shocked to hear some of the athletes here are doing full 400 meters over their training sessions. Yeah, it'd be good race prep. I think I'd be a bit switched off for a race if I'd been practicing that every single day.
It's always a personal joke of between me and my non-athlete friends of mine, and I tell them that I've run a 400 and I've done X, Y, and Z for it, and they go, "Why don't you just run 400 meters of training?" I go, "That's not the point of running a 400.
Why don't you just run 400, time it, and then you know what you can do."
Literally.
That's like shortcut, kind of like speed run to pulling a hamstring, I think.
Yeah.
Just go to training, run flat out in the cold when it's raining.
God, in the depths of February.
On non-mondo as well. basically just running on sand.
Literally.
Dylan, we can see, not Dylan, Liam O'Brien here, standing in that shade, doing that similar thing to Gracelyn Kendrick last race. Just making sure he's out of the sun. The wind is starting to pick up a little bit here. There's a bit of a head on that kind of starts for these guys. You'd definitely much rather have a tail on the back straight, is what I found in my time. You'd rather You'd rather start strong, get that good pace, and then when you're feeling tired, then get hit by a headwind. If you get hit by a headwind so early, kills your pace, and then you're still going slow because you're not gonna get quicker after 300. So a lot of these athletes will be hoping for hopefully still, and if not, a little bit of maybe a tiny push on that back straight to set them up well.
But here we go, the Kitchener of Humberside, O'Brien of Greater Manchester, Ryan of Dorset, Olalay of London, Carlin of Hertfordshire, Hussein of Merseyside, Dan Brown of Essex, and Aidan Williams on the outside there for the Oxfordshire team. The Inter-Boys 400 metre hurdles final.
There we go. It seems like a good start inside of Elijah there. Harry Ryan pushing out hard.
It's a nice even start by all of them over the first couple hurdles. Elijah's just started to get into his running now, where Harry Ryan has already made up that stagger inside of us. Has had a great hurdle 3 and 4 there.
It's a very casual running, it seems, but I'm sure they're more than pacing themselves. It's a big clump between that 4, 5 and 6.
Indeed. Here comes Elijah now, over 7. Harry Ryan is still out in front, but Elijah's now beginning to start to work that top bend. But this is still all about Harry Ryan from Dorset. He's really taken it to Elijah Olalay outside of him, and he is currently leading us. But here comes Elijah. He's turned it on now as we go over 10.
Confident. He's got enough in the tank.
He won't get a championship record, but he will win the English schools title.
Very happy coming through the line. I don't think he thought that he had it. I'll be honest, but he will be more than happy that he did.
I think he may have been almost surprised at the speed of which Harry Ryan was coming on the inside of him there.
I think Harry Ryan knew exactly what he was doing there.
Indeed.
Psych him out, get past him, put him under the pressure, and it could be enough to get that man. And Harry Ryan there having a hug from Arabella. She seems to be hanging around a bit after the race. Seems to want to watch the men's as well. Isn't there a medal ceremony to be going to?
Ollie, if you want to put allegations out on the,
the
live stream.
It's a good run by Elijah there to take that in not exactly the time he would have wanted. I know he wouldn't have wanted that time. But you definitely have wanted that gold medal. He would, his friends, his family, we would all been expecting him to maybe take that there. And thankfully he's come through and proved himself able to do that. But yeah, not without any sort of challenge. Great run on his outside as well by Luke Carlin, Harry Ryan, and the Essex athlete Daniel Brown as well, flying. But yeah, we saw Harry Ryan take second there as well. 54 dead. It's a very decent time. And then obviously Luke Carlin, who managed to hold off that kind of Elijah onslaught for the first 300 metres. And yeah, it just shows that it's sometimes not about the time you run, it's about the people you race. And there are definitely some people to race more desirable than others. And for me, as a 400 hurdler, I don't want to race Elijah. I don't want him to get older and get into my age category. I'm trying to get older than him. I'm trying to get away.
You give him a couple years when he starts coming onto the senior scene, where as an under-20 where you will be.
Uncle Elijah comes through. Straight back into the action with some senior boys. This is the race.
Who is going to take Ollie's crown? Is the big question.
It's someone, I guess, isn't it? Actually,
well, yeah,
I can't do anything.
You can't stop it.
Can I go down? Come on, third year English schools.
Let me at him.
I'm supposed to be down there, rugby tackling. But anyway, in all seriousness, we have Corey Middleton, lane 2, Peter Gardner, Hayden London, Shane West in 5. Keep your eye on him, 50.99. He runs for Trinidad, and he's got a lot of very good achievements these last couple of years. I mean, a 50.99 as first year under 20, which he is. I'm terrified.
Yeah.
Then Edward Hughes on his outside, Ryan Mortada, another great athlete, Mannheim, Loughborough International. He's starting to do everything. He's probably going to be at Euros as well. And he's going to be hoping to put a good case forward here. If he won today, it would kind of show him in a great light. And then Nick Maxagoshi, another friend of mine from Devon. He's a very consistent runner over the last few years. He's been putting a great shift in. And he's got a nice PB this season of about a mid-52. He's going to be hoping to probably get into that 51 area that's very competitive in that under-20 period at the moment. And Andrew Serrar, or Crerar, in the outside lane of lane 9. I've had lane 9 before, 400 metre hurdles. At English schools, actually. It was in 2023 against Sam Lunt and Onyeka Oko. It's not a nice lane. It's the most blind you've ever felt. I've been asleep and been able to see more than I saw in lane 9. So it's not exactly the most desirable, but seems like Shane West almost falling over. There's practice out of there. But I admire Ryan Mortada's practice run. I've only seen it a couple of times because I've been racing him. I don't have the time to kind of turn around and look at his practice run. Yeah. But he does a little jog. He does a start and then he runs out and he slows down. He does jog and then he jogs and he speeds up and he hurdles really quickly at the first hurdle, and that's his practice run. People not necessarily doing their race prep for that practice hurdle, just kind of getting a feel out.
Oh. Is that more just a psyche that he knows the snappiness going over that hurdle and sort of keep holding that speed into it more than actually practicing a stride pattern?
I think he's done so many 4 hurdles races at this point. He knows what he's doing. He doesn't need to practice 1 hurdle when he's about to do 10. And it's another one of those things, when it's your ritual, if you've done it and then you run a big PB, you're never going to stop doing it.
Oh, absolutely not.
I've been doing the same kind of thing with like facial hair at the moment. I'm trying to ran with a bit of like a horrible stubble, and I was like, okay, now I'll run with a mustache. Yeah. Now I'll run clean shaven, whichever's the fastest. I found out the answer is none of them were particularly fast.
I was going to say, you cannot be putting that information out there when you know that your trainer group will be listening to that.
Yeah, and
Josh and Mav will definitely be plotting against you with that.
Yeah, I've got another phone call. No, Josh Folds doesn't care about his group gets on. He won't be watching. Don't worry. Put that on record. But anyway, this is a very highly contested race, and this is a big race for all the marbles. A lot of the athletes in this you will be seeing at international competition, I can promise you, in the next couple of years. 2 athletes as well certainly going to America. I'm sure there are probably multiple as well in this race that might not be. Shane West is also heading out to the States, somewhere in Texas, and Ryan as well. I think he's also heading out to Houston Christian University, actually.
HCU,
yes, I think that's the one that I saw. That, or I've just made a big lie up on the stream.
Yeah, either that or they are.
I'm going to get a text me like, what the hell? I'm going to Skegness Uni. What do you mean? Anyway.
Yes, East Texas A&M.
East Texas A&M for Jay West. There you go. Spends a lot of his time over that side of the pond when he has to compete for Trinidad, which I know he's had at Commonwealths and Worlds the last 2 years. But they're lining up. Both Shane and Ryan both have quite a long ritual getting into the blocks, which I think can see a couple of athletes are probably going to get a bit tired of. Our lane 3 is empty right now from Peter Gardner. I assume he is not starting. And there we go. We see those long bounds from Shane to that first hurdle. Pretty much tied up here. Ryan already makes a stagger up on Nick on his outside. But it's all about Ryan's in the lead currently. He's going to have his teammate from Kent also sat on his shoulder, just a couple lanes over. And he's over that last hurdle. They're coming through now, about 27 seconds on the clock.
Definitely between Shane and Ryan, but I think Ryan's just
in front. But Shane is known for his last 3 hurdles. He's going to be a confident 15 strider on this home straight. If Ryan doesn't take these too easily, he might have some competition here. It's going to be a charge for the straight. I think Ryan might just have more in the tank. Look, he's pulling away. Shane's trying his hardest, but just loses out. 51.45, shushing the camera, it seemed. Oh my goodness me. And he's straight off the track again, cool and collected like yesterday in the heats. That's a championship
I was
record
going to say, is that
from 51.85, I think it was. Did we say?
beat your time from last year and
Oh, we don't
achieved
need to look into that.
the championship record as a result for Ryan Mortada.
He should be over the moon with that, and I know he will. There we go, kissing the track. Glory to God, as always, with
Absolutely.
Ryan. Very, very humble character. A very, very impressive display to hold off the onslaught that is West as well.
Yeah. Another championship record gone, another Puma kit drop for Ryan Mortada, and one of our athletes here today.
Shane is now on the floor, feeling the effects. I actually spoke to Ryan yesterday, and him and Shane are sharing a room for this year, because obviously they're the same county. I can only imagine there were some pillows thrown in the night at about 3 in the morning. Some alarms set on each other's phones to keep each other up.
Devious intentions as always.
Yes. But yeah, obviously not a PB necessarily for Ryan. Only like 0.16 off of that, I think. But he'll be more than happy with the result. It's a result he's deserved all season. Obviously, he's been doing some highly competitive races, so not necessarily getting to win a large amount, but still running some mental times, and finally gets the win, the championship he deserves.
Is this Ryan's first championship sort of title that he's achieved, or?
No, he's actually usually a sprint hurdler, I think. I'm not sure if he won English school sprint hurdles one year, but he's a very strong athlete. I think he's been racing with Shane a lot. Into boys as well. A couple of years ago he raced Shane, and I think Shane just took him in that, so he's always kind of been sat on that shoulder. Finally had the time to display, hey, I'm 6'3" or whatever. I've got some muscle on me now, I'm a grown man, and he's started to clear a bit more. And the medal ceremony just coming through now. Zoe Smith in 3rd place, of course, from Leicester and Rutland. And then Arabella Wilson now coming through for the gold medal. I'm sure that it's just going to be going straight in the box with the rest of them. But no, very happy. Very good display in the hurdles day. Some really good performances all around. Couldn't ask for more, really.
Yeah. A worthy champion to pass your English school's crown onto.
You know what? I'll allow it.
There
And most certainly an amazing time to do it in. Faster than I did when I was his age. Yeah, there's nothing else to say. He's still sat there kind of just chilling, as he should. I was throwing up at this point. And not only was I throwing up at this point, I wasn't throwing up outside, I was inside.
I was going to say, I do distinctly remember that you do enjoy a chun after your race, because I remember watching you at our festival also throw up for 10 minutes.
Oh, goodness me, yes, that did happen. Yeah, I kind of get in a little bit of a hole.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a hole. You'll often, if you want to find me after the race, you'll often find me like a deranged man going, "Bin, where's a bin?"
No, I'm the same, but I don't really fight for a bin. I just find the nearest bush really and just go with that.
That's
instead.
the problem when you're stuck in the Alex. Is there's no grass, there's nowhere to go unless you're gonna just sit in the middle of the discus field. There's nowhere to be discreet about it, and there's a lot of concrete to walk on in spikes if you're trying to get out.
I do remember that I competed at Portsmouth earlier on this year, and I think it was my first 4 of the season, and I finished it, called my mum, and as I was calling my mum, I thought, I feel sick, and then I threw up behind a construction site behind the side of the track. And that was a low point. That was a real low point for all involved.
Not one for the cameras.
No.
Glad that one was hidden.
My mother was not appreciative of that, but alas, here we are.
Yes. Honestly, it doesn't even matter if it's a race. I don't care if it's a 2 by 100 meter session at training, anything, and it's a good display. It's not, you know what it is. You'd rather see athletes lying down, dying next to each other, than walking about happy that they've ran a 65-second 4 hurdle champs. English schools. You want to see championship records. You want to see grit.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily want to see blood, but you do want to see sweat and tears.
You do want to see sweat and tears. Happy tears, but you do want to see sweat and tears.
Depending how competitive the event is, you might want to see a little bit of blood, a little bit of argy-bargy. Nothing wrong with a bit of competition.
Ollie is very much here for a dystopian English school within a few years.
Ollie is here for as much chaos as can ensue. And we're about to see some in the 300-metre junior girls that are lining up right now. If you want to read that first name out for me in lane 2.
Go on, I can take you through this one. So we've got Aliyah Ajaleklo Godavindo of London in 2. We have Lauren Fowler of Buckinghamshire in 3. Matilda Bean of Warwickshire in 4. Isla Perry of Devon in 5. Serenity Rankin of Kent in 6. Alexa Divers of Hampshire in 7. Marnie Nelson of Lancashire in lane 8. And then Amari Cambridge on the outside for Gloucestershire in lane 9.
Yeah, so eyes on Isla Perry right now, lane 5 in that Devon vest, which would be your white and red one that we can see just outside of Matilda Bean in 4. Those are our 3 athletes, obviously 3 favourite lanes with that 5-6, 4-5-6 kind of lineup. And yeah, we've seen some very good 300s, some very good 4 flats as well these last couple of days. So we're expecting big things from this 300 final. So PBs are going to definitely be dropped. Great start there from Matilda Bean, just catching up immediately on Isla Perry actually.
Yeah, she's already made up that stagger really on Isla Perry as they reach their first 100 metres. Serenity Rankin on the outside is also moving very, very well, and it's largely even outside of them. Alexa Davies maybe of Hampshire just beginning to pull on the afterburners ever
Isla
so
Perry's
slightly.
coming in now.
But here she comes. It's very, very tight as they come into the home straight. Isla Perry just starting to create a little bit of a gap between her and the chasing pack.
Will
but
Matilda Bean be able to hold on?
Here comes Serenity Rankin as well of Kent. She overtakes Divers for 3rd. May have even got 2nd, but 38.61 for Isla Perry.
It seems like Alexa Divers is a bit disappointed with that, but it's just a great run all round from everyone. And definitely should be no disappointment. Coming through 38.61 hasn't been seen before. I mean, we saw it earlier in the inter girls, but junior girls in the 38s. Oh, my goodness me.
Terrifying.
Matilda Bean were very happy there, running a 39.24 as well to take 2nd place. And obviously, we had Renikin come in there with that 3rd place.
Yeah.
Steal from Kent.
That is another championship record.
A lot
junior
as well.
girls, yeah, because Bisan Musa was in that. It was 2nd in that last year to Lily Hartman.
38.61.
Yeah,
which breaks by 0.59 seconds. Which, for non-athletes, might sound, it's 0.59 seconds. For a sprinter, 0.59 seconds. That's rolled in modern terms.
Some incredible sprinting there from Isla Perry. I don't even think she quite knows yet how much she's broken that championship record by that stood for 7 years from Justin Ajayi Kaya. Sorry, so she's probably about our age now or so, I would say. Maybe a little bit younger, but yeah, Isla Perry, the new driving force of long sprinting. I wonder if she can come through a bit like Darcy Costley has of over on that Welsh side.
Well, hang on a minute here. 7 years, maybe close to your age. Okay,
right.
I'm a spring chicken. Okay,
right.
But yes, like you said, Isla Perry not looking too comfortable at the start, but she almost slingshotted her way in.
I'm just doing the maths. I was a junior boy.
Under 15s.
Yeah, 2018. That's my age.
Wow.
I was last year on the junior boys. In 2018. That is terrifying.
Nice to see the pensioners out to commentate still from so many years.
Oi, listen, I'm finishing a degree over here. I am truly old at this point.
They didn't have like the pole vault beds when you were doing it. It was like that kind of gravel landing that they had.
I am of the time where super spikes was nothing but a mystery.
Super spikes were shoes that had spikes in them.
Absolutely.
If you weren't running in trainers, people were like, what? What sweat? Is he allowed? Doesn't seem fair.
That's what decathlon was. It was proper in fashion.
Oh, having multiple shoes in a decathlon. You have shoes for high jump?
Yeah, dog.
You have throwing shoes? Now a lot of those people running those championship records getting those Predirect drops.
So true. That's
might be getting some spare shoes.
That's a Puma kit drop coming for Isla Perry there.
If there is any spare kit knocking about, we are upstairs. We have free time.
Absolutely.
We have been saying nothing but lovely things to all of our champions. So.
If Puma are listening at any point, I do indeed race in your spikes. If you want to shout a boy out, I am very open to any sort of free kit possible.
Trust me, if Puma have heard that I'm on the commentary, they're not listening. I think they've been avoiding me since 2023 now.
Ooh.
It's okay. Just open my emails. Maybe just anything.
Regardless, we have junior boys 300 metre final. Trey Lindsay of Surrey is in 2. Jericho Senior of Kent is in 3. Sam Roberts of Staffordshire is in 4. Tommaso Crosara of Surrey is in 5. Felix Bay Dixon of Northumberland is in 6. Emil Frederick of Channel Islands is in 7. Louis Ashworth of Sussex is in 8. And then Finn McDonough of a team outside there. I think that Somerset is in 9. Not quite sure. It says out of touch on our screens. But regardless, Emil Friedrich of the Channel Islands has got out very, very quickly.
Yeah, and that Surrey athlete as well what's it out? Tommaso Crosara. He was really strong in the heats, and he's showing it now. Look at those arms coming out. But look at that athlete fly in lane 7.
Emil Friedrich has much control over this race, but Tommaso Crosara is starting to come back. He has overtaken Emil Friedrich, and he is going to take this for Tommaso Crosara from Emil Friedrich from Jericho Senior on the inside there for Kent. 35.94 for Tommaso.
And 35.94, if it wasn't for the 35.7 yesterday, we would all be in shock and be like, how has he pulled a 35.9 out of the bag? But as he's shown in the past in those heats, there is a boy that can run a good 300 metres.
He is going to be a force to be reckoned with in future years. It's 35 at, what, under 15?
Yeah, insane. I wouldn't want to train with him. Be a humbling experience. Oh, Emil Frederick seemed to want to get his attention there for a hug, and they've embraced each other pretty strongly.
There's a lot of love going on around there for those junior boys.
Couldn't tell if they were hugging or fighting, but thankfully they've acknowledged they are both two very strong athletes, taking first and second there. It's a tough field to get a medal out in, having to do a 36.44, which is what we had from Jericho Senior there. Well done, third place. And yeah, we noticed with that race, with that Tommaso Crosara run there, he's a very, very good starter. He goes out hard.
He does indeed.
It's all about that first 200 you can see with these junior boys on that 300 metres.
I'd be interested to see how he runs a 4. If he's more of that 2-4 sort of build where he really blasts out that first 2 and tries to hold on as best as he can, or if he really sort of builds into it.
Yeah, you see that with some of these high-level English schools athletes, such as as I've mentioned him before, I'll mention him again, Stanley Chavou, who's our champion last year, just kind of takes that first 200 nice and slow, takes it as quick as he can, and then sees where everyone is, and then goes, okay, I can get you, and then hunts. And then you obviously get that other end of the spectrum, which is, I need to demoralise the people around me, I need to get past them, make them think that they're going to have to kill themselves to get past me, and we're fortunate to have that. Great win today, again, from another Surrey athlete. Very strong in their long sprints.
Indeed.
2K steeple.
I was going to say, very much a change of pace and dynamic here. We're going back to some long distances just to finish off this day. We've got this steeple and then a few 1500s sandwiched in between some mixed relay finals there for your viewing pleasure on the stream.
Yeah, it was. It's nice to see these 2K senior boys, because you tend to find a lot of the time with steeples everyone's very friendly and nice when they're quite young, quite inexperienced. You get to the senior category and there will be some tussling. There's no doubt about it. They know what they can get away with. They know what they need to do.
So in this one we have Sean Eels on the inside for Suffolk. Luke Shacklock for North Yorkshire is outside of him. Then we've got Jonathan Beckett of Sussex, Freddie Matthews of Sussex, Jack Rees of the Channel Islands, Jay Hutchison of Greater Manchester, Thomas Matthews of Sussex. 3 Sussex athletes in this field. Edward Sankey of Nottinghamshire, Noah Heel of Somerset, Archie Budding of West Yorkshire, Bradley Andrews Callick of the Channel Islands, Paul Harrison of Shropshire, and then Dylan Millard, standout athlete, 5:54 this year, the only man to go sub 6 minutes in this 2K steeplechase. So look out for that red Somerset vest.
Jay Hutchinson, as we expected, is taking a little bit of a lead here as well from Greater Manchester. And here we're having our 400-meter medal ceremony for the Inter boys of your Harry Ryan and now Elijah.
He's very, very excited for that, bless him. Meanwhile, we can bring you some, whilst these boys are going over their first water, we can bring you some results out in the field. So, the triple jump senior boys has been ongoing on that back straight. Kalon Nkenke of Berkshire is currently in the lead with 14:42. Ashatari Kadiri of Gloucestershire is in second with 14:40, and then George Tara Somerset is in third with 14:30. Be interested to see some of those Inter boys when they come up to the senior boys category next year, what they could do against these boys, because I believe some of those distances may have been actually further than what senior boys had done. So that will be a very interesting dynamic when that occurs. But congratulations nonetheless to those boys in the triple jump. In the shot put, we had Chummy Anthony Uzu Eto of Berkshire win it in 14:69. Amir Dawudu of West Yorkshire comes second in 14:16, and then Benjamin Orahavovi of Bedfordshire placing bronze in 12:59, or 58 I should say. What other ones have we got?
We've got the long jump going on as well, currently underway on the back straight still.
We do.
That's from our senior boys, I think.
That is the senior boys.
We'll be expecting a lot from your Sam Wrights, and yeah, there we go.
Currently in the lead there with 7:33 in the third round.
3 athletes over 7 so far. 7:17, 7:07 from Kevin Masukum and Caden Ramsey. We'll be expecting Sammy Locke probably to pick it up and get over that 7 boundary as well and be in that contention.
Absolutely. William Alexander of Berkshire also in and around that 7 metres, 7:01 for him as well. So watch out for him, as well as Malik Adamson. He is done 6:92 in round 2.
Yeah, we're just on those first 3 rounds now, so those boys have got to get in that top 8 to be able to qualify for those extra 3 jumps, which could be crucial in deciding, flipping the entire order around.
Meanwhile, in the also on that top end, we have the junior boys pole vault that is occurring. Hugo Williamson at the minute for North Yorkshire is currently in the lead with 3 metres 30. Hugo Milbourne of Sussex is in second with 3:15, but he has come in at 3:15 and then passed at 3:30. So definitely very, very confident in his ability is Milo to overtake Hugo Williamson and potentially go on to win this championship. Evan Roberts of Hertfordshire is in third with 3:15, and Thomas Cleveland is in fourth with 3:15. He's one who also came in at 3:15. Took a failure in that first round and then cleared it, and has a failure also at 3:30. So not the best start for Thomas Cleveland, but watch out for him as well. We'll keep bringing you updates of that competition for those junior boys.
Yeah, interesting to see there actually that Hugo Williamson had 2 fouls at 3 metres and then just cleared on the last attempt, and then easily cleared 3:15 and 3:30.
Absolutely.
So it's one of those ones in field events where you can't say someone's going to win until it happens, because people make silly mistakes. They go out, they enter too early, they enter too late, the heat's too much. Anything can change.
Unless you're Mondo Duplantis.
Unless you're Mondo, in which it kind of doesn't really matter. You just have aura.
Let's see if any of these boys in this 2K steeplechase will aura farm on the rest of them, as quote-unquote said. We have a leading 3 who have broken away. That is, as we said to watch out for the start, Dylan Millard of Somerset out at the front. The Shropshire athlete of Paul Harrison is tucked in behind a second, and that is Bradley Andrews Calac of the Channel Islands in third. Well, was in third, moved up in second as they've taken the bell. So these 3 will be contesting for these medals, but in which order we do not know yet.
I would just like to unquote that aura farming comment from earlier. It's been bugging me.
I told one of my trainer partners who runs Hereford and Worcestershire to if he does make it onto the podium that he has to aura farm on the rest of the field, and he agreed. So let her know that a child agreed to that.
Well, anyway, coming in the 200 here is extending the lead a little bit, and we've had our Shropshire athlete just pull away from Bradley Andrews Callock.
We absolutely
bit of a stumble off of that water jump there, but so is everybody gonna.
Absolutely, this has been Dylan Millard's race from gun to tape almost. He's watched people from the outset, controlled it the best of his ability, and then strode away with absolute confidence to take the senior boys 2K crown.
Great time as well, but we've just seen
Bradley Andrews Callock comes through for second, and Paul Harrison gets bronze for Shropshire. Just going to check, that's 5:54 for Dylan Millard. Hopefully that is a new personal best for him. Can confirm that is not quite a championship record. That championship record for that 2K Steeplechase has stood for since 1989, so it's nearly 35 years now.
I'm convinced in 1989 it wasn't 2,000 meters. I think it was 2,000 yards or feet or something. Might have been like 400 meters shorter. no wonder it's so hard to get.
Somebody will get there eventually.
A great run from our boys, and I think they're feeling it a little, as you can see right now.
Absolutely.
Bit of sunbathing going on.
Yeah, it is still warm out there. We've lucky to have been in the shade with a bit of wind for a lot of respect for the athlete currently covering the poor number 80A who's stuck on all fours. But yeah, good run there from all the boys, from Millard, Andrews, Callock, and Harrison. Paul Harrison. That's a very Beatles name. If you're going to think of, it's like a mix between all of them. Paul Ringo Harrison. So coming up next, we've got the senior girls hammer competition, which has just begun on that top bend, as well as the javelin junior girls, which is just the final event that's occurring on the outer field. But within the track, we've got the mixed relay juniors final that's about to begin in about a couple of minutes. We've got the teams that are just coming out now. The inter teams are just following them out as well to be ready for their final in about 5 minutes after the juniors. We saw lots of great running in the heats between all of these teams in order to make it through to the final, especially with that second changeover, as we spoke about earlier. Being able to time that changeover between woman to man is especially important in this event. Some did it with great execution, and others not so much, dropping the baton and not making it through as a result. So those athletes just setting up their blocks. The Dorset athlete, you can see, just utilising a little bit of tape just so she can firmly get her blocks right, which is definitely a short sprinter thing to do. That's what I have learned.
Yeah, I'm still more of a footing out kind of person.
I am.
Tape seems a bit too specific for me. If I'm falling over in the start because I'm 2 centimetres out, I think there's other problems I need to address, but I can understand how it could be part of people's procedures.
I love the variability of footing. You never know quite where my block's are going to be, but you know that I will just about get out of them as a result.
You don't know true laziness until you don't even bother moving the person in the heat before you use blocks.
No.
They kind of look alright.
That looks fine.
He's the same size as me. Sure, he runs 7 seconds quicker. I'm sure it'll be fine.
But none of these athletes, I don't believe, will have this same issue. Hopefully not. We've got Cheshire on the inside in 2. We have Norfolk outside of them in 3. So the Dorset athlete and the Dorset team will be in 4. No, not Middlesex, Gloucestershire even are going in 5. I think that's West Midlands there. My apologies, that's not West Midlands, that is Dorset. who are in 6. West Midlands are on the outside there in at 9. Shropshire inside of them in 8. And then by numbers
We're a
and
bit
logic
lost here.
is Northamptonshire in at 7. Once again, they haven't given us a formal start. It's just the names of the teams, so it's very much pick the best out of the crowd.
It's always hard to tell. The Middlesex and Essex shorts are the same. The vest
Honestly.
is just checkered compared to a stripe, I think. And then your Northamptonshire and your Shropshire. If you're not like seeing the front of it with that yellow stripe, it's pretty hard to see. No one told me there would be such a general knowledge game up here. With a bit of flags and vests going on. It's helped. I'm improving my knowledge.
Andy didn't debrief you that you've got to be able to spot colours from about 100 metres away.
Yeah, I can name all the colours. I just can't name the clubs.
Yeah,
I
there you go.
know that's green. I just don't know where green is.
Which green?
Yeah, it's interesting the order that we have here. We have obviously girl, girl, boy, boy. It would appear. I know some competitions do boy, girl, boy, girl. Some competitions actually allow you to pick your own order, which is always an interesting one. I remember at the Youth Commonwealth Games, we had some countries do youth, girl, girl. Everyone was youth, I guess.
Youth, and then they just
Old.
They just brought in a random bloke.
Just brought in Usain Bolt.
Yeah, there you go.
It was a girl, girl, boy, boy for some teams, and then I think our team did boy, girl. And so having a girl on the last leg, she gets a head start, and then you've got some like 10 dead split runners chasing. It can be terrifying for a poor youth junior girl. Our first international competition, as we had with Thea Brown that year.
Oh, bless her.
Held on for second.
Did she?
Yeah.
Good work.
Obviously, if you know Thea Brown well, you know she will not be happy with second, even so. Just getting underway now.
So they are underway, first time of asking. Very even start from them all. Do this first leg. The Shropshire athlete just making up a little bit of gap on West Midlands outside of her as they come into their first change. Really, really nice change there from Shropshire. Also watch out.
Pulling away West Mids though.
I was going to say, watch out for the Devon athlete as well. She has moved really, really quickly, almost running into the back of her male counterpart as they make that third changeover. But all batons have been successfully handed over to the males. It is West Midlands, Shropshire and Devon, your
Devon
top three
off well
the minute.
there.
What a changeover from the Devon team. They looked really, really strong in the heats, and I think they are going to take this in the final. West Midlands doing their best to challenge. Northamptonshire also doing really well for third, but it's Devon who takes the title. 45.98 for the Devon team.
And then I think it was West Mids locking in second there. Northamptonshire looking very in pain actually, but hopefully it was worth it for the big medal. They're just taking the Shropshire athlete. And then we had an athlete creeping on the inside, I think from, might have been Middlesex.
They say big embrace there from the Devon boys. Great achievement for those boys there to be able to take that English schools crown this year.
I think he's... Yeah, they're just finding out they took the second place there. Maybe West Mids. There we go with a 46-41 to what looks like 46-5 from Northampton. Sure. So yeah, a confident display by Devon. Looked a bit strenuous on the third changeover, where we thought that the second changeover even. We thought that the female athlete might run into the back of the
absolutely.
male one.
She was storming it down the back straight, so much so that the first Devon male athlete probably should have even gone a little bit quicker out of the changeover start block.
Never underestimate your teammates.
Absolutely not.
I think is the case there. And never underestimate the difference between a relay and a main event. Sometimes people can really pull it out of the bag for a relay compared to, like for me, for example, I'm not too confident with a 4 flat running it on my own. I'm like, ugh. But when you get the excitement, the crowd, the teammates, and you feel like they depend on you, you can really run a much quicker time than you would have thought.
I honestly believe some of all my best races have been running a 4x2 or a 4x4. Because I struggle to G myself up properly hyped, properly pumped up for a 4 compared to what you feel like for a relay. You are just absolutely wired on edge for any relay possible.
Yeah.
Different type of locked in.
You feel like you can't let your teammates down.
No, absolutely not.
Because you know everyone's given everything they can. And it's a shared medal at the end of the day. It's definitely a shared championship medal, if you can take it.
Absolutely.
And a lot of these people might not have met each other before English schools this year.
No.
You tend to find you're either paired with competitors of your local area that you've had to race against at like county schools, or you've just had to share a room with this person. You've never met them. All of a sudden you're deciding who gets the first shower when you get to the hotel room, and then you're on the track trying to win a national champs together. So it brings a sense of community like nothing else, this competition. Made lots of friends from it. It's an easy way to meet people the same age as you, same position, with very common interests.
Absolutely. Very, very well said.
I don't know how it became so spiritual and deep there from a relay conversation, but I'm kind of liking the moral message. It feels like a Dora the Explorer episode.
You can tell we've really reached the last hour of...
the heat's getting to me.
Yeah. This is what happens when you do comms for a long period of time. You start to really find different messages to bring out from.
Yeah, I'm seeing 12 lanes right now. I don't know if that's just me.
Regardless, though, there we go. We've got the correct start list up on the screen for us. We've got Avon on the inside in lane 2, Derbyshire outside of them in 3, then that's Cheshire in 4, Warwickshire are in 5, Oxfordshire are in 6. That's then Northamptonshire in 7. Can see that is Devon in lane 8, and then West Midlands on the outside there in lane 9. Can Devon go 2 for 2 in these mixed relays, or will somebody else take the crown?
They need to stop putting Devon next to West Mids and just see red vests. It's hard to tell.
Honestly, they need to make the names bigger on the vests. help people out who can't see.
But yeah, back-to-backs for Devon potentially.
Good start from Devon, to be fair. Also a good start from Oxfordshire in 6 inside of them.
Warwickshire matching Oxfordshire though, as we see Izzy Knight pushing up from the 300 hurdles earlier.
Now watch out for Oxfordshire, because they had Divine Ahimi on their last leg in the heat, so we'll see if he turns up in the final, or have they switched it around slightly. At the minute though, West Midlands have completely missed their changeover. Devon have not though, and they alongside Warwickshire are 1 and 2 at the minute. Watch out for Cheshire as well on the inside. It's Cheshire from Warwickshire. Devon have also missed the changeover, another drop baton, but Cheshire are away from Warwickshire. And Cheshire are going to take it from Warwickshire. Northamptonshire take 3rd. Many dropped batons, first from West Midlands, then from Devon. I think Derbyshire also dropped the baton at one point on the inside as well, as they just come in to round out the placings there. But 43.90 for Cheshire. They are your inter-mixed relay champions.
And those are the ones that hurt, the ones where you get celebrated on through the line like that, but they are the ones that mean the most sometimes. From Cheshire there. Warwickshire taking a nice 2nd place there. They had the lead, I think, through the 3rd relay runner, but Cheshire were just sneaking up on that inside, and they had a really good changeover on that last leg.
They did indeed.
Just seemed like a good communication there, the athlete getting off early, knowing he knew exactly what his teammate was going to run, he knew where he was going to put it. Unfortunate to see more baton drops, but picked the baton up. I think that might be a 50.4 and a 52 for Derbyshire, so time's a time.
Indeed, it's always the number one rule of relays. Just get the baton round as the first and foremost priority.
I remember Leicestershire for 1 year. We were not confident in our changeovers, and we made the rule: if you're not confident in changing over, just turn around and grab the baton. I don't care if we come sixth. I don't care if we come seventh. We're not doing the thing where we come first and we drop the baton. That's not happening. Okay. I don't care if everyone's going to be holding the baton on the last leg. We never hand it over. We just all grab on. Whatever you got to do to hand it over, because in the end, that's kind of all that matters. You can be in the lead by as much as you like, but
absolutely, if that baton goes.
If it goes walkies,
yeah,
you're going walkies.
So we finally got our senior mixed relay final here on the track as well. The girls are just setting up their blocks, where the rest of the girls around and boys around the track just work out their markings, how many steps back they want to take from the changeover line.
Have you had to do that much with changeovers? Do you mark or like use tape? I've always been more of an eyesight person.
The last time I did a 4x1, I actually was leading off, and we managed to get the uni through to the Bucks final. So
so you basically won it for them.
Well, we came sixth in the final, so not quite. But we made it to the final. We didn't think we were going to make the final. So it was a great success all around.
Top 6 unis in the UK.
Absolutely. It was a miraculous achievement by all around, because a lot of our 100 sprinters were out injured. So
that happens.
I had my spikes on. I was a reserve and had my spikes on hand and went, yeah, go on then.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a set relay order, is there? Like, oh yeah, these guys are doing the relay, and then count them about 100 metres, 200 metres. It's always the 100 metres and 200 metre runners. They just go, you know what, I feel a little bit of tweak, I'm going home.
Yeah.
And you don't see them for a couple of weeks.
Well, this is a life lesson to any kids listening out there. You don't have to make English schools to run Bucks. Just trust me, anybody can make it. Life lessons for you guys.
That's a good thing and a bad thing.
Yeah. Well, Bucks is the pinnacle of university sport, so you know, keep working at it, kids. You all get there.
In the UK, if you want real uni sport,
go to America.
Go across the pond. Go to America. It seems like it's all the hype these days. There's a few of those stations actually dotted around. You see your Birmingham unis and Loughborough uni stands on the athletic side of the stadium. I think there's some USA recruits agencies sitting over there.
We'll see if any of these senior boys and girls who are the next generations to be going into uni will be drafted in by any of those. They could be from Cheshire in 2, Leicestershire and Rutland in 3, Durham in 4. That is a blue strip, I believe, to be Shropshire? No, yeah, Yorkshire, Shropshire. Maybe? We'll say that's Shropshire in 5. That's Lancashire then in 6.
Northamptonshire in 7.
Yeah, Northamptonshire in 7, North Yorkshire in 8, and then West... No.
And then it... Who knows?
Cheshire in it. That's Somerset. Somerset's on the outside.
Somerset. Northamptonshire flying away there.
That is incredible first leg from Northamptonshire.
I'm not too sure. That might be Savannah Morgan, which would explain it.
It would indeed. Eden Robinson's giving chase for Somerset outside, and she's beginning to eat back that stagger on Northamptonshire. With great promise, they make a changeover very, very confidently, just about holding onto the baton. Also, watch out on the inside. I believe that's to be potentially either Lancashire or Cumbria. That is Lancashire who are challenging Shropshire on the inside. But I think Lancashire, it's Durham, but I think Lancashire just going to take it from Durham. Northamptonshire also coming through.
And he's gone. He held on to the man long enough. He got over the line with it. That's all you need.
That Durham team snuck around on the inside there, but clearly Lancashire's race.
Yeah, I do think that in that race with Somerset there, looked very confident, and I think they stretched their changeover a little too long. I think the third leg runner might have been just a bit too far away from Eden Robinson there. Putting a great shift on the back straight, but I think she's probably thinking to herself, can it end now? Can it take it?
Wasn't quite firmly in his hand there, and it just showed as he nearly looked back, but just trusted in her just to firmly place it in his hand. I think his hand may have been a bit too low to be able to fully grasp that baton before they left the changeover, but still a legal changeover.
I think we've got some more distance runners coming in here now.
We do indeed. We've got a final
for the 1500.
Yeah, a final portion of races on the track today. We've got the 3,000 metre senior boys final, followed by the 1,500 metres junior girls, junior boys, senior girls, and then senior boys final for you over the next 20 minutes or so. These senior boys, you said earlier, where we had two different tactics. We had wasn't Luke Dunham in the heats. We had Michael Clark of Norfolk, who decided basically that he wasn't going to be hanging around. He wanted to go home for the last race of the day, and he went, yeah, it's time to wrap this up. It is 7 p.m. and he's got hotel bed and some dinner to get to, and he took the pace out straight from the off, winning his heat at 8:32 and stringing all the other boys along time for about an 8:30 to 8:40 timing. Meanwhile, in heat 1, it was much more of a pedestrian affair where Owen Wallach only won in 9:01. It was a real sprint finish there, about 7 or 8 boys, all with a chance of making it into that final. That 7 into 6 does not go, so it'll be interesting to see whether that quicker pace from Michael Clark has caused some of the other boys to just feel a little bit fatigued as they come into this final, or if that pedestrian pace from Heat 1 will pay dividends. But also the drawback from that is that there is still a major sprint finish in their legs. It could cause just a little bit more fatigue in their legs than they may have particularly wanted coming into today. Regardless, over the next 8.5 minutes, we will see who will come out and gain that 3,000 metre crown. So, from inside to outside, we've got Louis Moore of Middlesex, Alex Lennon of Surrey, Max Sanderson of Essex, Owen Wallach of Sussex, Cosmo Benyon of Cambridgeshire, Noah Peterson of Kent, Jack Sanderson of North Yorkshire, Michael Catanini of Middlesex, Thomas Preston of Peterborough and Nene Valley. That cannot be right, because that is an actual athletics club, not a county. He is from probably the Cambridgeshire area, I would go out on a limb and say. Michael Clark of Norfolk, Raphael Geyer of Hertfordshire, and then Luke Dunham of Hertfordshire on the outside. Geyer wears the 37 and Dunham wears the 38 for the Hertfordshire team on that outside.
If I had to guess, I'm going to say Peterborough and Nene Valley might be Lincolnshire.
Is it Lincolnshire?
Is he in a green vest?
That might be a green vest, yeah. Oh yeah, I could just see that little speck of green in between those boys, indeed. So yeah, Thomas Preston of Lincolnshire, not Cambridgeshire.
Same difference, who cares? Midlands, you know. Be worse if you said about London. Or the
Very,
North.
very true.
Might get a bit more slander, but yeah, the Midlands, we're all the same. Leicestershire's.
Well, luckily nobody who watches the stream particularly would know my face in any great detail to know whether to find me after, so that's all fine. But regardless, they are underway for 7.5 laps of the track. Our last 3,000 metre event of the championships. Straight to the front there is the Cambridgeshire athlete of Cosmo Benyon, alongside our Essex athlete of... All words have left me. Michael Sanderson. His name is right in front of me, but it's been a long 2 days for us. But that is Michael Sanderson out in front from Cosmo Benyon.
Surely we're just having a 400 metre race after the team scores. We'll just hop on the track. Not sure. We're both in running shoes.
We are both in running shoes, actually.
Mine are a bit chunkier. It's a bit of a short man problem here going on. I have to get my big heels on today.
No, we've got the...
We've got the ankle socks on. Look at me.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah, you do. I've got some normal ones, but I've got the new Brooks Ghosts on a little work gift for us, but... Alas, here we are. We could have a shoe chat all day. We had a sock chat yesterday with the two ladies that were on the comms at the end, having a look at the funky socks and spikes that the boys were wearing in the distance events.
Yeah, I love a good funky sock. There's a guy in my training group who always wears coloured. He never wears normal socks. They have to have like food on them or animals or something like that, which is fair enough. A lot of people, this is a problem. A lot of people don't wear socks to run.
I was gonna say. So, what spike do you use? And are you a spike with sock man or no spike? Or no socks?
I'm a Max Fly 2 man, and I'm putting socks on. I don't
Good.
care. I don't care if you tell me take the socks off. You'll run 0.5 seconds quicker. I don't care. It's not about the time. It's about the message and
Absolutely.
the principle. Okay. Your shoes are gonna smell nasty. They're gonna break. They're gonna be sweaty. How often does everyone wash their spikes? A lot of people listening are thinking,
When was the last time I washed my
Can you wash spikes?
Indeed.
You're the problem. If you're thinking that at home, you're the problem. Wash your shoes. Put some socks on. Or don't bother turning up. We can smell you from lane 9.
A lot of people are now very self-conscious of their shoe situation.
This is so hypocritical. I've never washed my spikes, so
No,
I don't know why I'm saying this.
I would also advocate, do not please put your spikes in the washing machine. You will destroy them alongside your running shoes.
And please, if you do put your spikes in the washing machine, please take the spikes out of the shoe themselves.
You are going to both ruin your washing machine with the spikes and your shoe as the glue melts inside of it. So please just use soap and a bit of water to wash your spikes, but do wash your spikes nonetheless.
And make sure to all of our record breakers that you're washing your new Pro Direct sports drop.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see the photos that come from this kit drop, because I'm very excited to see what these guys and girls are getting.
Yeah, most definitely. I'll be sure to hit Ryan up and ask him. He'll probably ignore me again.
Unk to unk conversation there.
Unk to unk conversation. Surprised it's not been done by fax. or like MySpace messages. Anyway, this is a very lined up formation right now that we
I
can
was going to
see.
say, this is a stark contrast to what was occurring yesterday. The pace is really true and honest as we come through the first mile here for these boys.
It's looking like a crocodile running, how the person from the back has to go all the way around. Not sure I'd want to do that in an English school race, but it's a bold move leading. I think I see a few sunglasses actually. A lot of people trying to protect their eyes at the front here.
I respect it.
I think all the top 3 are actually the only people wearing sunglasses, so
I very much respect it. I love sunglasses when we're racing. It is my go-to thing. Put the shades on.
I'm holding the resent I have in my soul right now. But no.
Put the shades on.
If you can pull it off, you can pull it off. I think if I put them on, I would be judged to hell. It's the same with arm sleeves for me.
I can't do arm sleeves.
I have one calf sleeve that I wear every now and then when I remember.
Interesting.
Yeah.
When you remember.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I kind of don't care about wearing it.
But it looks cool.
Yeah, I don't think anything I do looks cool, but it makes me feel better knowing it's on.
Well, I suppose that's the main point of the calf sleeve, is to sort of give you that.
Some people wear compression, and some people just wear it for. Some people wear it for flair. I think definitely, especially with arm sleeves.
See, arm sleeves, I cannot get behind whatsoever.
No, I don't. I cannot condone 2 arm sleeves at once.
No,
that's too much. You're running with your legs, okay? Why are we getting so much fashion dress up? Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much.
We just had our nice water delivery for how warm it is.
So many water drops, we're loving it.
Quite literally drowning in water right up here.
This is going to save my bacon tomorrow when we're back out in the heat.
Oh my goodness, are you training?
A little league match.
Ooh.
Yeah. Down in Oxfordshire, so short little drive.
You sure Oxfordshire and Cambridgeshire are going to let you know that area after?
No, probably not. No.
After the Peterborough comments.
To be honest, I couldn't be asked to drive all the way down to Stratford for the Speed GP.
Oh yes,
it's a long way to go.
Yeah, it's a decent trek. What are you doing? A 400? Is it?
A little 1 and 2.
A little 1 and 2.
1 and 2. Well, I knew I'd be here for 2 days, and I didn't really want to have to go around 400 metres in the searing sunshine.
I'll be interested to see how you run on legs that have been sat down on. immobile for 2 days.
So true. This is why I'm slightly concerned. But that's why I also didn't want to do a 4, because I thought if I'm running a 4 on having sat down for pretty much 2 days, I would cramp.
You'd end up like Thomas Watton. You'd be in the ambulance with the IV.
Can't be doing that. I've got to drive myself home after. We cannot be affording to be cramping up like that.
Might be worth booking a hotel.
Oh God, no! I'm looking after the pets. Can't be doing that either. We are definitely making sure we are back.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you reach grandfather life like me. You've got to be looking after the pets and all sorts.
Not even Unk anymore.
No.
We're actually hit the next generation.
These boys on the track though, they're still young and fresh. Michael Clark is challenging Luke Dunham out in front. We've got our Kent athlete just in behind. That's Noah Paterson alongside 79. That's a Sussex athlete, I believe, of Owen Wallach. These top 4 are beginning to move away from Max Sanderstead of Essex in 5th.
There we go. The Norfolk athlete, Michael Clark, just taking charge here.
Indeed.
As we come into the last lap, and yeah, 4 people. It's not what you want to see when you want a medal. Today's been a lot of 3 people leads.
No. Michael Clark's doing exactly what he did in his heat. He's taking it out from the front. 7:29 through the bell, and he's beginning to move away from Owen Wallach of Sussex, who has an answer for Michael Clark's speed. Wallach is doing his very, very best. The Kent athlete of Payton is also trying very hard. Luke Dunham is just on the back of that field too, but Michael Clark is really beginning to move now, opening a gap of about 2 or 3 metres to Wallach behind.
Looks like Dunham's going to come through here maybe. I think he's holding a little bit, just waiting for that opening. It's hard because there's obviously you've got that Kent athlete Noah Patterson trying to overtake in lane 2.
Absolutely. Wallach is beginning to make his move away from Patterson now, as Dunham is sizing up even Patterson on his outside, and he has made that move. But Michael Clark, as he did yesterday in his heat, he showed his quality throughout to take this, lifts his arm aloft and wins an 8:27.83. Wallach for 2nd, and Dunham comes in 3rd. It's been a dominating performance all weekend from Michael Clark. From gun yesterday to tape today, he has been a class apart from the field.
It's a good push there as well. I think by maybe Max Sanderson, who just came through for 4th as well, taking another place off of Noah Patterson. But yeah, Owen Wallach there. A good run to break into that top 3. We had those 3 boys sitting there holding the pace the whole way around. Noah Wallach just perfectly timed it.
So congratulations to him. Just having a look how that senior boys long jump concluded. The high jump senior boys are still going on. You can tell you that Samuel Wright did end up winning that in 7:39 from Kevin Masu Kume of Derbyshire, and Kayla Ramsey gained the bronze medal for Derbyshire. Not much change in those positions through rounds 3 till 6. As our junior girls, 1500 metres are on the start line.
Yeah, no worries. Final straight. And so I will take us through the lineup. Here we go. In lane 1 we got Ellie Birchall. Lane 2 Eve Beddoe. Lane 3 Summer Smith. Lane 4 Zoe Allen. Lane 5 Isla York. And then Beatrix Soper, Ava King, Isabella Buchanan, Cara Gorman, Olivia Lee, Naomi Walmsley, Gabrielle Pinder, and Heidi Woodley. So our junior girls, 1500 metres lined up. It's been a very long day for these girls. Sat in the stands most likely since about 9 this morning when all the buses got in. So they might be starting to feel a bit sluggish coming out, but I'm sure once they get into their stride, muscle memory will kick in. That is a very distracting sound to hear while you're running. Fortunately, no one has pulled up. I would say the opposite of a false start happened there almost. They seemed quite hesitant to go too early. So we saw a few shoulder checks, but When you don't hear a gun go again, you pretty much know it might just be a mistake. Leading out here, we have our number 13, which will be Gabrielle Pinder. Just kind of setting the pace for our other runners, especially Isabella Buchanan in that 79 there. And number 27 in Summer Smith of Essex. Those are our top 3 right now, but obviously it's always subject to change. We have another 3 laps to go. Coming through pretty quick there as well. In the first 300, doing about 55, 56. Quite dissimilar to the boys before. We're seeing a bit of bunching up here. I think it's another tactical race. You kind of expect that at this kind of junior age group level where you might not have that many races under your belt, so you don't exactly want to stretch yourself too thin, too early doors. Kind of want to see what everyone else is up to before you get stuck in. You might not know exactly what your speed translates to in a championship race, so you're trying to get pulled along by someone else. But yeah, as we can see, Gabrielle Pinder still leading the pack from that lane 1, setting that pace. But she's met by a horde of people right behind her.
Indeed, it's a pace that's not quite picked up probably as much as we expected from these junior girls. No one really wants to take the emphasis on early. But it's a nice honest pace. We're starting to just drop a few athletes off the back now, so we've just started to turn the wick up ever so slightly with 2 laps to go. Here's still Gabrielle Pinder who is leading it, but the other Essex athlete, oh well, 2 of 3. We've got Summer Smith, that is. There's 3 of them, all with 27 to 28. That is Summer Smith of Essex who has taken it on.
And sat right behind is Heidi Woodley as well, number 28 of Essex, who's just coming around the outside now.
Indeed, so could be some team tactics that are afoot within that Essex camp.
You get to the front, I'll get to the middle, and then we both just stand completely still halfway through. And then the third guy can just fly by. But yeah, we've got another runner from, I think that would be...
that is Derbyshire. That's Olivia Lee. That's just coming around the outside there, holding onto the shoulder of Gabrielle Pinder. But it's still absolutely anybody's race. A Sussex athlete has just ever so slightly stumbled. That's Isabella Buchanan. But she's utilised that to her advantage to just find a little bit of space on the outside and move her way into
that last lap.
The last lap. We can also let you know that in the high jump, there is a Hertfordshire athlete over there that's very, very excited. I think he's just jumped either a new season's or lifetime's best to potentially challenge for the win. We'll come to that shortly, but at the minute, it is Summer Smith of Essex who was leading up until the last 300. But here we go. Isabella Buchanan is now taking it on, and she is beginning to storm away. They're really stretched out now down that back straight, but this is about Isabella Buchanan and her timing of a kick to absolute perfection. 200 to go. Gabrielle Pinder of Cleveland is beginning to make chase, and she is going to overtake Isabella Buchanan. Does Buchanan have an answer?
It's going to be a sprint to the line, whatever the answer is.
Gabrielle Pinder's giving it absolutely. She checks her shoulder over to the left just to see if Buchanan is there. She is not, and Gabrielle Pinder has got a gap of about 5 metres now as they come down the home straight. This is going to be her title. What a kick.
Checks again.
From Gabrielle Pinder. She is going to take the English school's crown.
And she's so happy.
From Buchanan. Summer Smith does great work with the pacing. He gets rewarded with a bronze medal there.
And you love to see it because, I mean, that whole race, Gabrielle Pinder, for the first 3 or 4 laps, or 3 laps if it's 1500, she just set the pace, led everyone out. No one was willing to do it, and she went, you know what, I'll do it. I'll take it on the honour.
Absolutely.
And it's nice to see someone get rewarded for their work because she's braved it. She's been strong enough to take the lead, to be the leader. And then she's thought, I'm not settling for 4th. I'm not settling for 3rd. I'm not even going to settle for 2nd.
No. We're going to do it all the way if we're going to do it.
And yeah, I think she knew that the pace was a little slower, maybe perhaps than she would have liked, and she knew she could do. And that's why she's kicked and probably just done a crazy 200 split there.
It's somebody who on paper had an outside chance of a medal. She ran 4:28.3 this year, so 4:28.
4-4.
4-4, just outside her season's best to take that title. That's a cracking one there from Gabrielle Pinder. We've got 3 events to go here.
More than to Isabella Buchanan as well, taking second place there.
Absolutely.
And Smith obviously coming third from Essex. A nice Essex finish for that top 6. 3 Essex athletes in the top 6.
Very satisfying.
It is very satisfying. Oh my god, it's Sussex, Essex, Surrey, Essex. Goodness me.
Yeah.
And then Cleveland to win. So bit of a niche one at the top. It's nice. That's what I do love to see. When you get those athletes that aren't necessarily from the big counties, take those championship performances.
Just before we we'll take you through the start list of our junior boys 1500 metres first, and then let you know what's happening in that high jump. Zachariah Rush goes for Warwickshire, Theo Cobley for Dorset, Freddie Wybrow of Devon, Charlie Brown of Staffordshire, Theo Creed of London, Charlie Nicholson of Middlesex, Henry Cantell of Cambridgeshire, Fraser Williams of Bedfordshire, Byron Roberts of Sussex, Joseph Osuji of Cheshire, Finley Bryan of Wiltshire, and then Jack Summers, our standout athlete with 4:05 this year for Hertfordshire.
He just sat in the middle of the pack a little bit there. He's in about 7th or 8th right now. And taking the lead, we have a Warwickshire athlete, 81.
That is Zachariah Rush. Zach Rush there. He has decided to take this on, a very pedestrian almost first 300 for these lads, about 52 through that first 3. So it's comfortable.
But yeah, now we're seeing Summers start to fly. And sneaks his way through on the inside.
I wish I could tell you what's happening in the senior boys high jump, but the results have not updated yet. So
They're jumping high.
I can, you know, that is a bar that's clearly over 2 metres, and I think we've only got one lad left, which is the Hertfordshire athlete in that field.
Just taking his time, as is very important in these high jumps when you're on your own, because it's this hot. If you just burn them out in a row.
That is
George Ball.
Here's George Ball there, who's got the bed to himself. We do also have Otis Paul of Wiltshire, who has jumped 2:20 this year. To be interested to see what that competition is like between Paul and Ball. We'll give you details of that when we have it. But back to our junior boys 1500 metre final. At the front, Jake Summers has decided to start to make his move from the off. He's taken Harry Cantell with him of Cambridgeshire, as well as the Cheshire athlete. That is Joseph Osuji of Cheshire. But Jake Summers has really taken the bit by his teeth and is beginning to move away. He checks his shoulder with about 6:50 to go, and is beginning to open up a gap of about 2 or 3 metres to Cantell behind. Osuji, and I believe that's the Dorset athlete, or Wiltshire. Both with a similar green vest. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that is the Wiltshire athlete of Finley Bryan, who is tucked up in behind. Yes, it is, with that white sash in front.
Coming up to your high jump now. Just takes it with his arm a little bit, but I'm sure he's more than happy with the result.
Well, that is the end of his competition. Yeah, we can see Otis Paul still has his vest on, not layered up to signify the end of his competition just yet, but we take the bell on the track. 3 dead for Jake Summers into the final 400 metres. Joseph Esaa of Cheshire has moved into second, with Henry Cantell of Cambridgeshire in third. There's a gap between him and Finley Bryan behind, or Finley Bird behind, I should say, in fourth. The rest not there to challenge, but Jake Summers has challenged from day dot. He started in the middle of the pack, moved to the front very comfortably and not looked back since. With 200 to go, he is way out in front. Cantell still looking to battle Osuji in behind, but this is all about Jake Summers. A gap of about 30 metres now he has created. He's looking to see if he can best his personal best as well. He's got about 15 seconds to do that between him and the start finish straight, but watch out for Oshiji behind of Cheshire. He started to make his move. I don't think he's got enough track to make that gap up, as Jake Summers is beginning to wilt away, but he is going to take the title just outside of his personal best in 4:07.13. Oshiji comes through for second for Cheshire, with Cantella Cambridgeshire in third.
A great run there from Jake Summers. I mean, he pretty much took the lead with about 2 laps to go, and it only grew.
Absolutely.
A big surge at the end there by Osuji, but obviously proved enough to hold on to that silver medal, which I'm sure he was more than content with and probably aiming for.
He should be very, very happy and very proud of himself with that valiant effort.
I'm excited to see Otis Poole now in the high jump. As you can tell, he's starting to. I think he might just be coming in. I haven't seen him jumping too much, and he seems to be taking it nice and slow. Might be a second attempt here for George Ball, unless he's just having a walkabout.
Was who I was thinking about. Obviously, Otis Poole,
yes,
is the UK indoor British champion.
Yeah, he went out to Mannheim a couple of weeks ago. I spoke to him there. He was a little disappointed because obviously he was trying a new jump technique out, failed out, and just didn't have enough room to catch up there. But I'm sure he's going to be more than happy if he could take an English schools champion away now this
Absolutely.
week. Might be a good might make up for it.
Well, he was only third in the inter-boys competition last year. He's gone from strength to strength since he won.
This has been
Nationals.
a big season for him.
Indeed,
this
real
year.
breakthrough.
I mean, yeah, 13 centimetres in 1 year. Oh, not even in 1 year, from one summer to one winter, because it was the indoor champs. And a lovely guy, a very nice guy. I spoke to him.
It's always the way, really, isn't it?
High jumpers are always very mellow. I feel like because they're so tall, they're like BFGs. They're like very nice.
Like BFGs. Meanwhile, our penultimate race on the track, we have the senior girls 1500 metres. Laura Chance of Avon is in the inside. Or starts on the inside. Gabrielle Brown is also in this race for South Yorkshire. Florence East of Hampshire. Katie Pye of Surrey. Evie Powell of Oxfordshire, Sarah Clough of Greater Manchester, Darcy Gladwell of Suffolk, Marnie Fieldsend of Berkshire, Stephanie Shaw of Sussex, Maisie Bellwood of West Yorkshire, Isla McGowan of Oxfordshire wears 65, and then Isabel Jones of the West Midlands wears 83.
One of my favourite athletes to watch do distance, actually, Isla McGowan.
We had a lot of love for her yesterday with the two distance girls, indeed. Well,
she's very lovely. She's very nice.
Obviously, Isla Does Running, I think it's called, or Isla Goes Running on Instagram is her.
Oh, right, got you. I thought you were just
page.
saying she does running. I'm like, I think she does. I think I'm watching it.
No. She has a.
Yeah, Isla Goes Running.
That's
yes, that's the one.
Yeah,
that's such a middle distance thing, having that much free time to run such an interesting page.
Well, after they told me last night, I had a peruse around of the division. It was highly entertaining. I would recommend to just watch how she preps and sort of lives her life as a distance runner. It's a really nice insight to see.
A lot of effort goes in behind the scenes. Yeah. And then you get some of these 100 to 200 runners. All they need is a Red Bull in on the track.
A Red Bull, some verbal on the socials, and we're good to go for the day.
I would be lying if I said I haven't had some race days where I've woken up, had a Red Bull and grenade bar.
Oh, absolutely.
Get straight on the track.
Yeah.
On Thursday morning it was Red Bull and peanuts. I had a pack of monkey nuts, so I got to break them out the shell as well and eat them.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, I was so ill that session. Probably should have eaten better. But anyway, onwards. Isla McGowan obviously just sitting on the shoulder of our 77 there in the lead, Katie Pye, and then we have.
She is indeed. I can also let you know that Otis Poole cleared that height at the first time of asking over in the high jump. So that will be very interesting to see what he can do if he can break that English schools record.
Yeah.
That currently sits at 2:25 from Jeff Parsons. That's a record that lasts over 30 years now.
I think we might hold on unless we see a great display from
Indeed.
Otis Day, which we're more than welcome to. We just had Maisie Bellwood there, holding off some overtakes in lane 2, and now they're finally breaking through.
Indeed. So we've got Evie Powell of Oxfordshire. She has begun to take this race on. Isabel Jones of West Midlands has surged onto the back of her. Katie Pye of Surrey still tucked in behind in third. We've got the Sussex athlete as well. That is Stephanie Shaw in fourth. Isla McGowan just checking over her shoulder, beginning to move out wide.
I think a lot of the athletes are checking feet as well. That it seems a lot of overtakes have come, so it's very easy to. And there's the overtake from Isla McGowan.
We've got 1 lap left to go, so this is now anybody's race.
Is it between? It looks like it's like Evie Powell and Isla McGowan, really.
Indeed. Isabel Jones is stuck in the middle of those two.
Not where you
want
to be necessarily. Can't push to overtake because someone's too tight on your outside.
Not quite, but 3:22.
I think she's going to manage it though. She's got in front.
Here goes Isabel Jones now. She begins to turn the wick up in this race. Isla McGowan's going with her. Evie Powell not quite got the mantle yet to challenge those two, but she might be able to find a second surge later on down this back straight. But at the minute, it's Isla McGowan from Isabel Jones, 1 and 2, neck and neck down this back straight.
And they're pulling away from the pack.
Katie Pye is just beginning to challenge Evie Powell in fourth for that bronze medal position. Stephanie Shaw just being run out of it ever so slightly. But this is all about the battle between Isla McGowan and Isabel Jones. Who wants it more? At the minute, Isla McGowan is just beginning to go around the outside of Isabel Jones.
Front.
The two fastest on paper showing that pedigree in this race, and it's Isla McGowan who looks like she's going to take this title. She checks over her shoulder, sees if Isabel Jones is there, and she is not. Katie Pye is also coming back at Evie Powell for third. Will Katie Pye take it? We will let you know, but Isla McGowan takes the title from Isabel Jones, and Katie Pye, I think, may have just stuck it on the line.
There, yeah. Evie Powell gave everything to that finish, which is lovely to see. I like to see when people dip for the line to fall over like that, because you see a lot of time people get crept up on and lose that third place to complacency. But
Absolutely.
she knew she was getting caught, and she tried everything she could to hold on.
Such a battle between Katie Pye and Evie Powell.
And you
for
can't say that
position.
Isla McGowan has taken that easily. It has taken everything from her.
Katie Pye did indeed get that bronze medal away from Evie Powell. So majorly unlucky to Evie there. Many commiserations to her.
It's going to be very close here with the delayed. I think I'm correct in saying this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Isla McGowan and Evie Powell are friends, and obviously same county.
Absolutely. Yeah, just 200ths of a second between Katie Pye.
In a distance race as well, like 1500. That is a lifetime. I mean, not a lifetime. That is no time at all.
No.
0.02 seconds.
Quite the opposite, actually.
It's the opposite. It's like a fly's lifetime, maybe.
Here we go then.
That's the medal ceremony for Gabrielle Pinder, who obviously showed us that amazing display on the last few seconds of that race, where she streamed away from second place.
So we have our last event on the track. Can let you know that junior poise pole vault that was a little bit ages ago was won by Noah Vandenberg of Hertfordshire with 3:19. Milo Hilborn, who came in at that earlier height we told you about, or later height, sorry, came second in 3:80, with Bill Scott of Sussex getting bronze in 3:60.
What a name as well, Bill Scott. That is,
I like it a lot.
It reminds me of, like, you know, the Sillet Bang ads. It's like, hi, I'm Barry Scott.
I am Barry Scott. Bang, and the dirt is gone. Meanwhile, outside in the outer field, Mila Desborough of Dorset won in 43.77. Isla Baker of Essex came second in 39.58. And then Kirsten Badrock of Merseyside came third, 38.72. So well done to those ladies out in the outer field. Our senior girls hammer throw is just coming to its conclusion. And with our last event on the track, we can let you know that we have George Christmas of Cambridgeshire, Isaac Staver of North Yorkshire, Jacob Harrell of Essex, William Percival of Norfolk, Harris Worship of Hampshire, Sebastian Pearson of Humberside, Daniel Watson of Northumberland, Zachary Dunn of Norfolk, Sebastian Malero of Suffolk, Liam Conway of Cambridgeshire, Franklin Shepherd of Kent, Ethan Newell of Surrey, Jacob Trangmar of Cambridgeshire, and then Herbie Johnson of Hertfordshire, who is currently residing in second place.
Interesting to see we've got another Christmas surname here. I've never met someone with the surname Christmas, and we've had two. We had Jasmine Christmas earlier.
We did indeed. Well, they might actually be brother and sister, because he is also from Cambridgeshire.
That could be the case. It's not a common name either. I wouldn't.
No.
I wouldn't assume. I only know one. And it's Father Christmas, so not. I don't see him much, to be honest, either.
No, neither do I. One of these boys may do. They may have wished for English schools title, and they may be gaining that wish, because that is...
What a transition, by the way.
Thank you. We have very
It's 55
large shouts
leading
for...
it.
I think that's for the 1500 boys. I think that's for
Zachary
Zachary
Dunn.
Dunn, who is currently leading this competition with 2 laps to go.
Got Hertfordshire just sitting on his shoulder. I think that's Herbie Johnson, probably.
Indeed, with the Cambridgeshire... No, it's not Cambridgeshire. That is Kent. That is Franklin Shepherd in 3rd. And then we have the Essex athlete of Jacob Harrell, I believe, in 4th position. But
It's a very confident open running from these boys,
I was
not
gonna
necessarily
say,
sitting
yeah.
on each other. I think
Zachary Dunn has decided to take this from gun to tape. 600 to go.
I've said it before, with these seniors, because they're so much more experienced and they've had these championship races before, probably done English schools before, they're not scared to run their own pace. They know what they've got to do to get a certain time.
Absolutely
So not necessarily going to sit on someone's shoulder. And we are on the last lap.
Here we go. So Zachary Dunn looks over his shoulder onto that last lap, and he is beginning to decide if he wants to pull away from Herbie Johnson. It's him, Herbie Johnson, 2:51.92 through the bell. Zachary Dunn begins to make his move away, but who will follow? Herbie Johnson's going with him. Franklin Shepherd of Kent can't quite match with the pace with the 2 at the minute, as well as having Jacob Harrell of Essex just track in behind. He's beginning to lose ground.
Zachary Dunn is having to sprint here to get away from Herbie Johnson.
He is indeed.
Might
Herbie
be a bit
Johnson
early.
has the fastest season's best at the minute, and he is showing that pedigree as he moves away from Zachary Dunn there of Norfolk, as they have about 150 to go now. This is going to be Herbie Johnson's race if he continues to maintain this pace, but Zachary Dunn is coming back. He has not had the end of this yet, and it's neck
He's
and neck
got
for
him
our
back
final
again.
race. What a finish to this championship. Zachary Dunn from gun to tape. He was overtaken with 2 to go, but he's going to come back and win this race. What a run by Zachary Dunn to finish off this championship. 3:50.24 Zachary Dunn.
What a run.
Herbie Johnson gets silver, and I think that is the Surrey athlete of Ethan Ewell who made an almighty surge to get bronze. Take that away from Franklin Shepherd of Kent there.
Getting overtaken there. We might have thought he was out of it, but he might be done, but he is not finished.
He's not, absolutely not finished. An outside bet really for that time. He's only run 3:58 this year, so hopefully that's a new personal best for him. 3:50.2. It's a major milestone.
And then we just saw Ethan Newell as well from Surrey taking it off of our Kent athlete in Franklin Shepherd, who was just trying to hold them off, trying to beat the boys off with a stick into about the home straight there. Unfortunately, there was some serious gas being held off by some of our athletes today. Not necessarily showing all their cards in those first few laps.
Absolutely not. But what a race to finish out on at English Schools 2025.
I was going to say, you've actually gotten off of your chair.
I was so excited for that last one. We stood up for that last race. Finish as you started off. We stood up as we started on a bright Friday morning, and in this late afternoon sunshine here on a Saturday afternoon.
Doesn't feel like a Saturday, does it? It
does
feels
not
like
indeed.
a Sunday night. I can't stand the thought of I've got to go back home and go to work on a Saturday night.
No, indeed. But that's the end of this coverage, really. Thank you once again to the officials for making this competition run as smoothly as it has. I think as that hammer's just got our last couple of throws, we could just bring you that result there to let you know that just to finish, Alice Howie of Sussex. Well, we've got 3 rounds left, so keep an eye on Entry for Sport for that. But Alice Howie at the minute of Sussex is winning with 52.38. Caitlin Waddle of Northumberland is in second with 51.36, and Ella McIntosh of North Yorkshire is in third, 47.41.
It's really disturbing how we have an Ella McIntosh and an Eleanor McIntosh who just won the 400 women's flat. Same age as well.
Same age.
Different sides of the country though, North
Indeed.
Yorkshire and Avon. But yeah, it's very close for those top 2 spots in hammer throw.
I think Otis Paul has also finished in that high jump, so I did think he ended up winning that competition. That will not come through an Entry Sport, but Otis Paul from George Bull, I think, will be your 1 and 2 over there on that high jump bed. And yeah, thank you once again to all the officials. Thank you once again to Pro Direct and Puma for sponsoring this event, and I hope all the athletes had a fantastic English Girls 2025. As it's me, Zach Velez, signing off for another year, and thank you once again for Ollie Parker for joining us up here today.
Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure. I've never got to see the track from so high up.
No,
before.
it's great. Would recommend coming back because you get a lovely, comfortable seat. And if anybody wants to come and have a mantle, by all means, come and join us up here. And signing off and saying good night.
Goodbye, everybody.